Chapter 373. Heaven on Earth gathers in the imperial court. The emperor does not leave behind grievances. Never worries about anything, no one needs to ask about new screens. Brother Feng and the person beside him looked at each other, and the two of them discovered the same situation. Why is it so similar to the Craftsman Alliance? The person beside him said. 3 parts of the world, 3 pillars of the tripod stable. Brother Feng seemed to understand something. Who do you want to talk to? Everyone. The two of them began to discuss, including the price, to see if there was any agreement on price between the 3 alliances. From time to time there was a burst of laughter at the docks. The porters originally wore pants without any other clothes. Now that they had been given new pants they had to change into them, so there was a passenger ship near the shore. Many women stuck their heads out to look, then spat and turned their heads away. After a few breaths they looked again and spat again. The people who changed into the new pants tried the pouch and felt full of energy, as if their little universe was about to explode. The main thing was that the pants were designed well. The pants were short, so they didn't have to worry about scratching something and tripping themselves. The pants they wore were rolled up, and when they weren't working they were rolled down. They couldn't bear to cut off a part of the pants. When they were outside, what was the point of having pants that were a bit short? The key was that the pants were specially designed with external pockets. After a trip, according to the number of sticks they had moved, they could stuff them in. Previously, they had used a cloth pocket, which wasn't close to the body. The pouch could be folded, and when folded, it was thick enough to press things down to the shoulders. When it was unfolded, it could be used to cover the face, and when resting for a while, it could be used as sunlight. From the clothes to the pants to the pouch, all of the designs were so considerate. The people from Rongyi Alliance who gave the pouch measured each person's feet one by one. It's really too rushed, so the shoes can't be made. In 3 to 5 days everyone will have new shoes. Because our Rongyi Alliance's pouch has a small advertising space. After everyone wears the new shoes, remember to say that it's comfortable when others ask. The slogan is Rongyi Rongyi, the most consistent. Don't forget, when the shoes are broken we'll mend them, and if they're rotten we'll replace them. The people whose feet were measured nodded vigorously. Wasn't it just shouting a slogan saying that their shoes were good? No problem. What was going on today? So many great benefactors giving clothes and a full set. When it was time to eat at night, the 3 prime ministers in Wei Jigu, who had been dragged over by Zhang Shuo, sat in a single room and looked at the scenery downstairs through the glass window. Many people were passing by with new clothes in their hands. Usually such a scene would not be seen. The Qingyi Alliance, Jingyi Alliance and Rongyi Alliance. King Song has moved again. Just like the Craftsman Alliance, the 3 alliances are competing with each other. Zhang Shuo looked outside and said to the 3 of them with a smile. Chaos, complete chaos. This alliance, that alliance, it's getting harder and harder for the imperial court to manage. Once our influence grows, others will follow suit. What should we do? Yao Chong attacked the alliance model from the perspective of the concentration and combination of private capital. Lu Huaishan glanced at Yao Chong and said, originally there was an alliance, but it was done in secret. Now that it's out in the open, I think it's easier to manage. Did the imperial court acknowledge the existence of the past? Now that you've admitted it, there's going to be an alliance that teaches people to believe this and that, and then Yao Chong spoke again from the perspective of religious belief and rebellion. Isn't the Craftsman Alliance managed by Wei Jigu? Jigu, what do you think? Zhang Shuo asked Wei Jigu. Wei Jigu thought for a moment and said, it's all right. When the 3 Craftsman Alliances have new technology, they will file it with the Ministry of Works. This means that if the Ministry of Works carries out a project, they will see if it can be used. When calculating the cost, they will include the new technology in it. This way they can save money for Zhuozong. The Ministry of Works will take out a file and place it in the Works Supervisor and the Ministry of Finance. The manufacturing of weapons might also be able to use the new technology. These are all things that benefit the imperial court. Wei Jigu spoke up for Wei Jigu. He indeed thought so. He believed that the Qingyi Alliance would follow the Craftsman Alliance's method and submit new clothing designs. For example, what clothing would be more comfortable and warm for soldiers fighting in winter? Yao Chong also had something to say. If the 2 alliances managed by King Song are like this, who can guarantee that others will do the same? Since Li Yi brought out the Craftsman Alliance, he must have a countermeasure. Lu Huaishan directly mentioned Li Yi. He was not worried. There are many mosquitoes and flies in the house during summer. Who will go and ask? Yao Chong changed the topic. Feeling the loss of power and favor, he was very anxious. As the prime minister of the imperial court, he had to watch a young man go back and forth. Empress Wang decided to move over and wait for her child to be born. His Majesty went at night and returned at dawn. Logically speaking, His Majesty should be tired from running between two places. When he saw His Majesty every day, he found that His Majesty was full of energy. It was obvious that he rested better in Zhuangzi. In the past, His Majesty would occasionally look for him in the garden, at the back for a meal and a drink. It had been many days since His Majesty called him over. What was the point of being the Prime Minister? Seeing Yao Chong's expression, Zhang Shue was secretly delighted. He had tried his best to stop Yao Chong from becoming the Prime Minister, but His Majesty had already made up his mind and distanced himself from him. Now it's your turn, Yao Chong. I'll let you experience it. While they were each thinking of their own ideas, Li Longji arrived at Zhuangzi as expected. As Yao Chong saw, Li Longji did not sleep with the other concubines at night. He was in good spirits. At the same time, the quality of sleep in Zhuangzi was high. He was at ease and did not have the coldness of the palace. Everyone in Zhuangzi was trustworthy. In particular, Li Longji always believed that Li Yi had special martial skills. If all the places rebelled and besieged Zhuangzi, Brother Yi would be able to solve it. He no longer ate the food that others tasted and let cool, or the food that was cooled and then reheated. He slept well, ate well, and was in a good mood. Naturally, his body was in good health. He did not need to personally walk to and from work every day. When he arrived at Zhuangzi, Li Longji saw someone using a flatbed cart to transport things away. When he saw Li Yi, he asked, "I just sent them away. Do they look like windows to me?" "Third brother, wash your hands first. Let's talk while we eat." Li Yi did not immediately answer. Li Longji quickly finished cleaning up and came over to eat together. Tonight they were eating a large plate of chicken. There were no potatoes, so they used yams instead. The chicken was all large pieces. The sauce on it looked very appetizing. The noodles were ready. As long as Empress Wang said that they were eating the main dish, they would immediately cook it and put it in the large plate of chicken mixed with the soup. Empress Wang said that she wanted to eat wide noodles, but not the kind that was mixed with sauce and put in soup. So Li Yi made a large plate of chicken and ate it with the soup. After Li Longji learned of the situation, he nodded to Li Yi in admiration. His wife was always thinking about eating new things. If it was anyone else, they would have been tortured to death. Only Brother Yi was tenacious and capable. The three of them continued to drink. Empress Wang added a dish of stir-fried vegetables and mixed mushrooms to replenish her vitamins. She could not only eat chicken and yams. She just wanted to taste these two things. Li Longji ate a piece of chicken first, then drank a glass of wine. He said to Li Yi just now, "Third brother, are you asking about the window frames? It's too hot for outsiders to use. Mosquitoes and flies breed in places with a lot of water. They have to smash the walls and change the windows. I thought that they were reluctant to use tools, so they changed it to a cheap and easy-to-make window screen. It can keep mosquitoes and flies out. It doesn't cost much. The door is also fine, but there needs to be a horizontal bar in the middle. Otherwise, it won't be able to hold the new window screen." Li Yi introduced the little thing he had just created. Chapter 374. His duties were set and he was not allowed to see him off. He told the yeoman to treat him to more wine and to listen carefully. The officialdom was rarely peaceful. After the meal, Li Yi ignored the others and went to do his own work. Empress Wang's days were approaching. She was thinking about fun things all day long. Occasionally, she would be in a daze and giggle foolishly. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were looking at new screens. Prime Minister Yao said it in the hall, but I ignored him. I didn't expect Brother Yi to do it. Li Longji knew about Yao Chong's situation, so he did it on purpose. Emperors needed to learn balance. Yao Chong was still capable. Now that he was given too much power, he would be able to clean up faster. Li Qingqi was fiddling with the screens. In fact, he was using bamboo to make a frame. Small holes were drilled in the bamboo and the twine was threaded back and forth. Compared to normal woven cloth, The holes were too big to be worn on the body. There was no other use. His only advantage was that the holes could prevent flies and mosquitoes from getting through. He didn't use much twine, so the screens were light and portable. For a large window that could be opened, he could just press the frame on it. There were a few big holes in the frame, and a pin with a 90-degree angle could be inserted to the edges of the other windows. It would take some time to drill holes in the screens and thread the twine, but the bamboo strips and twine only cost 1 copper coin. Knowing the principle, there was no technical difficulty in adjusting different frames for different windows. Brother, I'll take you to the craftsmen's union and customize it. It costs 10 copper coins. If the people don't want to spend money, they can make it themselves. Li Longji looked at it a few times and understood. He felt that he could also make it. It was much easier to drill holes for bamboo than to drill holes for cloth shoes. There were 2 rows of holes. The holes in the back would fill the gap between the holes in the front row. People with dexterous hands could thread the twine into patterns. Why didn't anyone figure out such a light thing before? Li Chengqi shook his head in confusion. Rich people don't think about it. Poor people don't think about it. Craftsmen might have thought of it, but they don't think they can make much money. Li Longji analyzed the reason and gave an answer. The next day, the salesmen from the Craftsmen's Alliance set out. Each of them took a new screen and ran to each workshop to show it to others, asking if they wanted it. If he wanted to do it, he would need to do some statistics to see how many households he needed to do it and what the windows looked like. The commoners took a few looks, and those who felt that their handiwork was good shook their heads. They didn't want to do it. There were 2 windows in the house, and they both opened at the same time. One cost 10 coins while the other cost 20 coins. It wouldn't take long for him to make one himself, especially after work. He could find some time to drill and wear it for 2 days. The materials would probably cost about 3 to 4 yuan, which would be enough. In 2 days he had earned 16 copper coins. As a result, many commoners began to look for bamboo. Several households found a few stalks and broke them apart to use. They were also divided into drilling holes and threading hemp ropes to cooperate with each other. At noon, Chang'an was full of news about the new window screen technology. There were also pictures of who could wear it better than who could wear a hemp rope. Naturally, Yao Chong knew about it. After lunch, Zhang Shua was drinking tea and laughing. He was not afraid of having a stomachache. Yao Chong was also sitting in the main hall. He was sipping tea with a smile on his face. Look, I've finally found a reliable way to solve the problem I've been thinking about. I'm relieved. Yes. Zhang Shua nodded. There was nothing to say as long as he was happy. The mosquitoes and flies can be kept out. It's really difficult to sleep without a mat. Yao Chong brought up another matter. If you don't have a mat, then make one. What kind of technique is this? The commoners know how to weave mats themselves. Every household has one. As long as they have time, they can weave it. Zhang Shua did not feel that the matter of the mat required any additional techniques. There will always be a faster way. Yao Chong was certain. Zhang Shua shook his head and returned to his room with his teacup. He realized that Yao Chong was bewitched. He did not worry about the country's affairs and sat there thinking about how to give Li Yi a difficult problem. The Minister of Personnel also gave Li Yi a difficult problem. 42 students, 3 from Lantian County, and 38 from the other 19 counties. There was an extra person who could not be distributed. This was troublesome. Cui Ryong decided to throw the trouble to Li Yi. He sent someone to send the list of people and counties to Zhuangzi, and let Li Yi make the decision. Li Yi filled in the list easily. There was an extra person. Zhao Donglin, who was first in Class A, was not on the list. He called the students over and read them one by one. In the end, Zhao Donglin was not on the list. Everyone looked at Zhao Donglin. Zhao Donglin's expression was calm. Prepare yourselves. You will be taking office on the 8th of April. Remember to watch, listen, and think. Try not to speak. The county magistrate is in charge of arresting and other work. Zhuangzi will give each of you 100 taels of money. Bring the money to take office. Treat the bailiffs to wine. Tell them that Zhuangzi will not forget them. Tell them to worry more when doing things. The same goes for the registrar. Take care of the accounts and check the records. The registrar who is already in office must answer correctly. Give the civil servants whatever they like. Don't worry about money. Now you are using money to quickly buy experience. It is an investment. The return is that you understand the local situation. Li Yi reminded the students. Otherwise, they would write back every 2 to 3 days to complain about the troubles they encountered. What if there is a problem? Fu Kedao, who was in 4th place, asked. If the registrar finds a problem, write it down. If the county magistrate finds a wrong, write it down as well. Write back and hand it to me. You can't handle it. Li Yi made the arrangements. He did not care about financial matters. Money matters were easy to solve. However, cases were different. Those who were wronged and those who should be sentenced were free. The victims had to bear the consequences alone. It affected their whole life. Everyone wanted to go back and prepare their luggage. Li Yi called out to Zhao Donglin. Donglin, you are now the same as them. You have an official's salary. They have real power in the local areas. You stay in Zhuangzi. When they write back about the situation, you have to categorize it. See where the problems lie. Think about it. If you were in the same position, and you were the one who had problems, how would you continue to hide it? You are the investigating officer. What do you think you should do? When you are done, I will ask you. Then we will have a Q&A session. Li Yi said to Zhao Donglin. Zhao Donglin, who had a calm look on his face, was agitated. He looked at Li Yi and opened his mouth. Dongzhi, you were able to get 1st place. This shows that you are better at writing the current affairs policy. When you are explaining, your words are clearer. You are in charge of the overall work. It is easy to become an official in the local areas. You just have to spend money. However, you do not have the ability. If you go down, you will find that you are restricted. Li Yi said a few more words, indicating that Zhao Donglin would be prepared to deal with the problems of the 20 counties. Zhao Donglin walked away happily. He knew that it was not difficult to become an official. Dongzhu was able to invite the Minister of Personnel and a group of other officials before the imperial examinations. Wasn't it easy to assign a job? Looking at the rankings of the imperial examinations, there were 42 people in Zhuangzi who participated. In the end, all 42 of them were ranked at the top. Li Yi sat there and shook his head. The local matters were simple. The methods were the same. The only difference was that the evidence was hidden very deeply. If one wanted to dig up the accounts and cases, it would affect the interests of many people. The final game was not in the local areas. It was in the top. Whoever can jump out of the circle can deal with it. Li Yi concluded. Chapter 375. It's hard to restrain the sorrow, but it still summons the Yulin silk. The best general in the military, the best in the liberal arts. Cool storage houses, the busiest docks. In the past, they were not invited, but now they came to ask. On the 8th day of the 4th lunar month, 20 luxurious carriages carrying 41 students set off. They brought their own appointment documents, and no officials from the Ministry of Appointments sent them off. The carriages were filled with copper, silk, pickled vegetables, fermented bean curd, toilet water, and some paper used as side paper. The students' families did not accompany them, so they went to their posts themselves. It was not far anyway. There were 3 days off every month, so the carriages would come early to pick them up and send them back after a night's stay. The students' families hid in their houses and did not come out, afraid of crying. The officials from the Ministry of Appointments are wrong. The organization department should send them off at such a short distance. Li Yi criticized the Ministry of Appointments. The people in the political affairs hall had different expressions when they heard the news. Yao Chong was happy. They're finally going to do something for the country. I have high hopes for them. I don't think they'll be able to do anything. They've just entered the bureaucracy and are not familiar with government affairs. Lu Huaishan had another opinion. Zhang Shua waved his fan. I'm not worried about that. If there's trouble, Li Yi will take care of it. When it came to Li Yi, the conversation could not continue. Li Longji, who was sitting in Xingqing Hall, was still in high spirits after he finished reading a stack of memorials. He asked Gao Lisher, "Today is the day the officials from the 20 counties of the capital take up their posts?" "Yes, they've probably left early in the morning. They can reach the furthest counties before nightfall." Gao Lisher replied, "I can't count on the imperial relatives. They have no administrative ability at all. They didn't collect a single cent from the promised business tax. Li Longji was angry. He thought that those people would be able to do something. In the end, they were deceived by their subordinates, and the imperial relatives who were keeping an eye on them took the opportunity to impeach them. It was a mess. What was even more infuriating was that the county officials pushed some of the old debts to the imperial relatives. Li Longji did not know what to say about the imperial relatives who fell into the trap. He really wanted to capture all the officials of the 20 counties and behead them, but he knew that it was useless. Even if he killed one batch, there would be another batch. Gao Lisher listened from the side and couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, it's not that they're incompetent, it's just that they know the severity of the business tax. They would rather suffer a little loss." Li Longji fell silent. Then he felt sad. He wanted to pull in a wave of people and fight a wave of people, but in the end those people were timid. How's the Winged Knights? Li Longji thought about how many people were disobedient and wanted to use force. 30,000 men have been gathered and are currently training in the Forbidden Garden. Of the 90,000 horses, only 55,300 have arrived. The rest are on their way. Gao Lisher was very concerned about this matter, and would always ask about it. How's Li Yi's choice of Guozi? Li Longji thought of someone. Back then, Li Yi had specifically mentioned a person in the martial arts examination outside the examination hall. Someone else had gone over to keep an eye on him. In the end, they found that he was very good at everything and surpassed many people by a large margin. They evaluated him as an abnormal grade and extra grade above a grade. He's trained well and eager to learn. He'll borrow some of the military books and maps in the palace after he's read some. If not for the fact that he's training the emperor's private soldiers, he would have gone to the other old generals to ask for guidance on military tactics. He's an individual and passed down the techniques of using various weapons. The training is very fierce. Although he's not as good as Li Yi, he's still able to make the non-commissioned officer complain. If not for the good food, the non-commissioned officer wouldn't have been able to persevere. Good Brother Yi has chosen good people for me. If not for Brother Yi training the non-commissioned officer himself, I would have sent someone else to train him. Li Longji was very regretful. The soldiers trained by Li Yi had strong willpower, sufficient stamina, and quick reactions. Gao Lisher comforted him again. Send them out to guard the caravan. With actual combat experience, I believe they'll improve very quickly. Yes, send them out. If they die or are injured, compensate them and recruit new people. No, recruit now. Recruit 3,000 more and train them together. Li Longji instructed. The common people didn't know about the matters of the imperial court and didn't understand the game within. There used to be no screens. Now, as long as there were windows and doors, they would buy them or make them themselves. The screen on the door didn't have a pivot. It was a curtain that hung down. The common people improved it themselves. It was also woven with hemp. The edges were all locked with scraps of cloth. The bottom was stuck to the ground and hung with a piece of bamboo or a piece of wood. The advantage was that it saved them the trouble of installing the pivot. The disadvantage was that they had to push it with their hands. If they pushed too much, the hemp thread would jump out. Even so, they could open the windows during the day and night. They weren't afraid of mosquitoes and flies. The main problem was the mosquitoes at night. Some mosquitoes were accidentally brought in. They would be swatted away before going to sleep. Among the common people, the people who changed the most were the porters working at the docks. A few days ago they had a full set of clothes. Yesterday they also wore new shoes. The cloth shoes were made of pig skin with many holes. They looked beautiful and stable when they wore them. The pig skin shoes were resistant to ships. When things scraped against them, they wouldn't scratch the instep. A pair of shoes made of pig skin wasn't cheap. If it wasn't for the fact that they weren't allowed to bring them home after work, they really wanted to wear them home. When they drank water, there was hot soup and cold water with salt at the side. They could drink it together. It wasn't hot and it was refreshing. When they ate, they didn't need to pay for pickled vegetables. However, they weren't pickled with sauce anymore. As long as they brought their own food, it was cheaper than buying it. The porters were grateful to the 3E alliances. The number of customers of the 3E alliances increased. Those who didn't want to join the alliance were working hard to apply. When they were invited, they rejected it. The alliance wanted to collect fees. They felt that they earned money by making clothes with their own ability, so why should they pay them? Especially when there were some rules in the alliance that made them angry. For example, when the alliance asked the clothing stores in the alliance to make a certain type of clothes, the stores would only pay the cost. At the same time, they had to put down all other work and make the clothes that the alliance requested. Also, when the alliance asked them to reject a big customer, all the members of the alliance couldn't accept it. There were many restrictions. Some stores didn't want to do it. Now they regretted it. The E-Alliance worked together to bargain with the cloth merchants. If they didn't lower the price, no one would buy it. The cloth merchants had no choice but to lower the price. All the members of the alliance reported their demand for the cloth. When they bought it, they realized that it was 10% cheaper than before. What was even more confusing was that the sailors needed new clothes made of canvas. The alliance only stopped for one night. The 100 sailors requested that the clothes be ready when the boat set sail tomorrow morning. They could be given extra wages. The individual clothing stores saw the business in front of them, but they couldn't accept it. The E-Alliance took it and distributed it. Everyone worked overtime at night. When it was done, they would send it over in the morning and earn money. As long as it was a big deal, the alliance wouldn't touch the individual stores. If they needed anything, they would find a E-Alliance and everything would be solved. Seeing that the price of the goods was higher than their peers, they couldn't make any money. Don't think about it. Quickly choose one to join. Apply, fill in the form, pay the deposit, wait for the review and give a reply within half a month. At the same time, they told them that even if they passed, they had to take care of the shops that joined first. The conditions were harsh. The clothing stores accepted it. Chapter 376. The industry's consumption was high, and quality was high. The 100th anniversary of a child was approaching. Those who did not become doctors would become immortals. Li Longji got off work early today and finished his work. He went to see a concubine at around 2:30 p.m. and came out at 3:30 p.m. with a rosy complexion. It was Li Yi who mentioned this to him, asking him to find time to do it once. It was a matter of living habits. He had many women, and he had to stay with a pregnant woman for many days. If he was like Li Yi, he only had one wife. He did not need to go outside to find a wife. Positive energy. Li Longji, who was both physically and mentally happy, sat in the carriage on his way to the manor. Along the way, he read the book from the Hunan Magistrate by Go, which he had already read once. Bai Gu said that the number of chickens and ducks in Hunan had doubled. At the end of the month, it would increase by more than 30%. The people would hatch the eggs manually. After harvesting the rice, they would harvest the rice and throw the chickens and ducks into the field. After the eggs were laid, they would look at them. If they could see the chickens and ducks, they would hatch them immediately. Their own family did not have many eggs. A few families worked together to hatch the eggs every day. After 20 days, the chickens were hatched. After a month, the ducks were hatched. The next day, new chickens and ducks were hatched. At night, they would light a fire and catch locusts. They would put them in a pot and blanch them with hot water. The next day, they would dry them. After they were dried, they would be stored and used in the winter for poultry and pigs. Bai Gu also said that he heard from the merchants that other places were hatching chickens. The price of pigs was high. The people found a reason to comfort themselves. They did not care about anything else. The most important thing was to catch locusts and make money. Li Longji looked at the words. An image appeared in his mind. Many people were busy catching locusts. The chickens and ducks were also working hard. The big chickens and ducks were eaten by themselves. When they had children, they would catch locusts and feed them to the small ones. Pigs grew bigger and bigger every day, squealing loudly. Li Longji came to Zhuangzi. Empress Wang looked at him and leaned forward to smell him. Sanlang, hurry up and take a bath. Uncle has some good rouge and face powder here. Bring it with you when you leave tomorrow. What's this smell? It's too strong. Li Longji chuckled and went to take a bath. Then he asked Li Yi for something. He admitted that his empress's nose was very sharp, and her evaluation of cosmetics was also on point. Li Yi had been dealing with cosmetics recently. He didn't want to sell them. He wanted to bribe them. He bought the best rouge and face powder in Chang'an. He directly analyzed the ingredients and then listed them in a table. Then, he mixed the relevant ingredients separately and looked at the ratio. Usually, it was the essential oil distilled from flowers. People nowadays knew how to use it. Then it was mixed with other natural spices such as sandalwood, vanilla, and so on. Some expensive spices even contained mercury and lead. The cinnabar in the ore was also used as a dye, and the pearl powder added luster. After mixing it with sesame oil and animal fat, it became a variety of cosmetics. Li only needed to know the ingredients. He didn't need to know other people's craftsmanship. He had his own. After the products were made, Empress Wang, the palace maids, and the eunuchs would evaluate them. Empress Wang was more restrained because she was pregnant. The palace maids and eunuchs smelled all kinds of things and found that there was no smell. During dinner, Li Longji didn't ask any questions. Li Chengqi talked about the 3 E-leagues. Compared to the previous data, the shops in the E-leagues had an obvious increase in income. Brother E, there were people buying clothes in the past. Now there are still people buying clothes. Is it because of summer? Li Chengqi wanted to learn. After knowing how much money they made, he still couldn't understand. There are people buying clothes made of canvas, so there are more clothes, Li said. It's not considered canvas. People can make canvas slowly when they have time. Li Chengqi shook his head. It's because of the influence of publicity. The consumption is ahead of schedule. In addition, the living standards of the people have improved this year. When the weather is hot, they still need to buy new clothes. They have been collecting tea leaves. People who should be making clothes at home go to pick tea leaves. They only need to take out a small portion of the money they earn to buy a new set of clothes. Li analyzed it just like how he analyzed the various shopping festivals back then. Li Chengqi listened and thought that it made sense. After a while, the clothes shops can sell fewer clothes? He asked helplessly. He thought that he could make more money in the long run. There's not much money to be made from ordinary people. They can't afford to wear clothes made of expensive cloth. If the price is high, they'd rather make their own clothes that don't look good. The low-end market requires quality and price. People will only buy if they can wear it and live in it and it's cheap. The mid-end market requires materials and price. If they feel that a cloth is expensive and the price is right, they will buy it. The high-end market is novel. They don't care about the cloth and price is not a problem. As long as they see that others don't have it and they wear it beautifully and stand out from the crowd, they will spend money like water. Li explained the market positioning. Different buyers had to provide targeted services. The only thing that's different is the waistcoat you took out. And the 3/4 pants? Li Chengqi mentioned 2 things. He said to Li, the canvas 3/4 pants are selling well. They're not bought in bulk. Many rich people buy them for their children to wear. Yes, when children wear it, they won't easily trip on their own trouser legs. At the same time, because it's made of canvas, it's sturdy. It's just that canvas is expensive. Otherwise, ordinary people will buy it for their children to wear. Li knew what the rich people thought. The canvas pants were sturdy and the children wouldn't bump into it. Brother E, if you have any good ideas about new clothes, the E-Alliance will buy it according to the Workers' Alliance's method. Li Chengqi thought of another idea. Okay, I'll draw 2 later. Big brother, you can sell them to rich people. I'll ask for a high price. 100 taels. Li agreed. He was going to copy the various Han clothing from his time. Those people were very smart. They fused many elements and made many types of clothing. But at a glance, one could tell that it was Han clothing. One thing had never changed. Uncle, draw a few for me to wear. Empress Wang was tempted when she heard that. There were restrictions on what she could wear in the palace. She couldn't wear it casually. She didn't care when she was outside. Or when she was in her own palace, she would close the door and not let anyone in. Li nodded in agreement. After everyone finished eating and went to find things to do, Wang Xing came over. He pulled Li aside like a thief and whispered, Brother E, there are 3 more days. What 3 days? Li was puzzled. Children. 3 days later it'll be a year. It's the 100th day of the funeral. Their family will go to the grave. Wang Xing stopped. He meant that he had to send the children back. Otherwise, he would keep thinking about them. Li blinked to show that he understood. He asked softly, do you need me to go with you? I can explain to you what illness the children have and how to treat them. Do you know how to curse? Wang Xing asked. Li Yi shook his head. He knew this, but he didn't learn it. Brother Yi, you can't just say that they're sick. You have to add some things. Do you understand? Wang Xing reminded him tactfully. Li Yi smiled. I understand. I'm actually quite good at this. I'll prepare some things and practice them. I guarantee that I'll reach perfection. My hands with the scalpel are not as good as magic tricks. Oh, magic tricks. No illusions. I can do it. Li Yi promised that he knew how to fool people. He had ideas and tools. Chapter 377. Wang Xing left doubtfully. He said that he would come to see Li Yi demonstrate the day after tomorrow. If it didn't work, he would find someone to take care of it. Li Yi was not in the mood to copy books. He was looking up information and performing magic. He had information about himself, and there was no need to mention how nimble a surgeon's hands were. Not only were his hands flexible, but he also had a lot of muscle practice in his palms and fingers. When using equipment to perform micro-operations, ordinary people couldn't control their muscles at all. Operating equipment was not like playing games. Resurrection was only in games. Life could not be resumed. Li Yi, who came to the Tang dynasty, had a sharper mind, a better memory, and better body coordination. Not only did he pick up his previous skills, but he also improved a lot. He decided to perform large-scale scene magic with close-range magic. He had props. In order to let the child return to the arms of his family normally and be accepted by his family, the sacrifice was worth it. Li Yi was in a good mood as he was thinking about his plan. Guan Xiaotan, who was in charge of building the new drunken immortal residence, was now very irritated. He bought the land. As soon as the new official took office, he bought all the land that should be bought, including the big pit behind drunken immortal residence. Guan Xiaotan was ready to do a good job. Dongzhu trusted him. There was a pit, but water was a problem. The pit was so big and deep that they couldn't dig out any water from it. Even if they wanted to dig a well next to it, there probably wouldn't be any water. Sometimes there would be mistakes. There was a Su family next to it, a big family. There were at least 10 fifth-rank officials in their ancestors. They also knew how to manage and had accumulated more than 5,000 mu of fertile land. At the same time, there were buildings, pavilions, and 4 ponds of different sizes. There was a spring in the Su family, which automatically flowed out. After flowing through 5 ponds, it would flow down to the last pond. There should be an underground river there. Guan Xiaotan went to the edge of the Su family's house to look. It was more than 50 feet away from the big pit. After buying the pit, the dividing line was 40 feet away from the house. He wanted to discuss with the Su family. Anyway, your water eventually went into the underground river. Why not lead it over and fill the big pit? He could pay. Then he would choose a lower place to dig a canal and lead the water elsewhere. There would also be a small bridge and flowing water, just like the Li family Zhuangzi. He went there, but the Su family didn't answer him. Not to mention the master of the house. Even the person in charge of the house couldn't see him. Today he finally found out about the situation. The Su family had only one son for 5 generations, and they had given birth to quite a few women. Starting from the first 5 generations, there was only one male child in each generation. Last year they finally gave birth to twin boys, but one of them died when he was 8 months old. The other one wasn't in good spirits either, always crying and throwing tantrums. The family had invited people and even the imperial physician, but there was no sign of improvement. He had invited people from Buddhism and other small sects to exorcise evil spirits, but to no avail. Thus, other than going out to buy things, the rest of the Su family stayed at home. Then, they would abstain from meat and use the entire family's efforts to protect the surviving children. Under such circumstances, they did not want to see outsiders at all. They were afraid that outsiders would bring in bad things. Guan Xiaotan was depressed because of this. He had only one son in 5 generations, and it was not easy for him to have 2 children. Now, one of them was dead, and the other one seemed to be problematic. The Su family was rather pitiful, but could that child be sick as well? Do you think it's okay if I ask Dongzhu to come over and treat him? Guan Xiaotan said to a woman who was sorting out the accounts. The woman looked at him and nodded. Of course, if Dongzhu comes over. He will definitely have a way to get in and get the Su family to agree to divert the water. That's right, the owner will be fine. But I can't, what should I do? Guan Xiaotan was worried again. Didn't they say that after 3 days, their child will be born and will burn for 100 days in a year? You go there and try. Bring along Zhuangzi's guards. The woman suggested. Perhaps she thought it was dangerous, so she emphasized bringing along guards. That's the only way. At worst I'll ask Dongzhu. Guan Xiaotan gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Good luck. The woman waved her fist and encouraged him. Xiaoqin, shouldn't we tell Dongzhu about us? Guan Xiaotan suddenly blushed. You want me to do it? The woman blinked. No, I'll do it. So you agree? I'll give you all the money I earn as a betrothal gift. Guan Xiaotan was even more embarrassed. Who cares about your money? What's the use of it? The woman rolled her eyes. Then I'll be good to you. Guan Xiaotan said again. Don't say that. Dongzhu said that the most untrustworthy thing is an oath. The more you say, the more speechless you will be. It's better to do it. The woman shook her head and closed her eyes. That I won't say anymore. I'll let you see what I do. I'll go back first. Guan Xiaotan didn't know what to do and ran away after saying that. The woman opened her eyes, bit her lips and suddenly giggled. 11th of April. Wang Xing was very excited during the day. Brothery, tell me the truth. How did you change that? A wave of your hand and a ball of fire, another wave and a ball of light. Wang Xing came over last night to see if Li Yi could do it. Then he became obsessed and insisted on learning. He knew it was fake. Li Yi said it, but he couldn't see it. Including when Li Yi moved his hand in front of him. Something suddenly appeared and that thing could even light up. This made him uncomfortable. He stared at it. His sleeves were rolled up, but his hands were empty. How did it come out? Then he saw a copper coin. A Kaiyuan Tongbao was placed in the palm of Li Yi's hand. He flipped his hand and the copper coin was gone. He flipped his hand again and the copper coin appeared again. He understood. It turned out that it was between his fingers. When he flipped it over, he held it a little behind. When he flipped it over, he moved his fingers and the copper coin appeared in his hand again. Wang Xing felt that he had learned an illusion so far. It was easy to practice. Wasn't it just holding copper coins? I can't say. If I say it, it won't work. Get ready. They will come after dark. I'll take them away first. Li Yi didn't have the time to talk about other things. He was going to set it up. He had a lot of things big and small. This time he exchanged his lifespan for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make it. Of course, if he exchanged it once, he might be able to use it in the future. Li Yi said. He gathered more than 100 people and headed to Lantian County. Anyway, there was business there. No one would suspect that the Li family Zhuangzi's people went there. On the way, Li Yi looked at the sky through the window. The sky was a little cloudy. Without the weather forecast, he couldn't judge the changes in the weather. He only hoped that it wouldn't rain heavily. If it rained heavily, he wouldn't be able to play. Light rain was fine, but it would be a loss to his image. The best weather was a cloudy day with no moon or stars. On the 11th day of the lunar calendar, the moon was almost full. If he wasn't careful, he would be seen. Li Yi was holding a 1-year-old baby in his arms. Horse, big horse. The baby pointed at the horse and said, "What's on the horse?" Li Yi asked. Drink. The little guy wanted to say car, but he couldn't say it properly. What's that? Li Yi pointed at a guard. Hey biggie. The little guy told Li Yi. Human adult. Very good. Li Yi kissed the baby. The baby turned his head. Li Yi moved his face closer. The baby kissed him again and then giggled happily. From now on we will be neighbors. Once my drunken immortal house opens, your meals will always be free. Li Yi said to the baby. 7. The baby said eat and clapped his hands. Chapter 378. When the team arrived at Lantian County, the little guy was already asleep. The sky outside was still cloudy, giving people an oppressive and uncomfortable feeling. Song Ji, who had formed his own mercenary group, led a group of mercenaries to supervise the work. A total of 70 people were all present. Including the other 14 mercenaries, they did not dare to relax at all. More than 2,000 people were busy at the construction site, digging holes to prepare for the foundation, clearing weeds and cement, pushing bricks, dealing with wood. At a place further away from the construction site, there were people who were cooking and building sheds. It turned out that the chef of the Drunken Immortal residence and the chef of Zhuangzi were learning to cook in a closed shed kitchen. The other cars stopped first, and Li Yi's car continued to move forward. He only got out when he reached a place where there were fewer people. The child was handed over to the nanny to protect and followed him into the mountains. Lantian County was a mountainous area. Within the Qinling Mountains, the Su family's ancestral grave was there, so they had to hurry over and arrange it. The other people who came down from the previous parking place carried all kinds of things into the mountains. If anyone asked, they would say that they were going to look for mines. The two sides met up after half an hour and moved forward together. Li Yi was wearing jeans, which he had designed himself, and long boots. He had gloves on his hands and a bamboo hat with gauze hanging down from the front. He was afraid of being bitten by insects. The others were waving back and forth with sticks, alerting the snake. The road is too difficult to walk on. Everyone be careful. If you are bitten by a snake, catch the snake. Even if it bites you a few more times, let me see what kind of snake it is. If you are bitten by a bug, you have to slap it to death or catch it. Whether it is a bug or a snake, as long as I see it, I guarantee that you will not die. Otherwise, the all-purpose serum will not work sometimes. If you die in front of me, I will be very embarrassed. Li Yi shouted to more than 100 people. At the critical moment, he would rather pay the price of his life in exchange for the anti-poison serum to save them. The people in Zhuangzi did not have any doubts about this. Dongzhu was here, the godly doctor. After walking for a full 2 hours, they finally arrived at the Su family's ancestral land. Everyone drank some water, rested for a while and then worked. Some dug holes, some looked for water. Over here, bury it. Dig a ditch. It doesn't have to be too deep, just enough to cover the pipe. There was a stone tied to the end of the pipe in the pond over there to prevent it from floating. These thin pipes were arranged at intervals of 10 feet, with the mouth exposed. Pay attention to see if it was accidentally blocked by mud. The speaker was placed on the tree and covered with leaves and branches. This emitter. I'll just cover it from the back. Anyway, it won't be used for long. I'm not afraid that it won't be able to dissipate the heat from the high temperature. If the dozens of small lights are further away, I will be able to determine the height and position. Li Yi was directing from the side. This was a large-scale and close-up magic show that was considered grand by the people of the Tang dynasty. Even the modern people on his side could be fooled, let alone the people of the Tang dynasty. His goal was clear. He wanted the Su family to believe that this was a miracle, and that there was nothing wrong with the child. Moreover, in the future the child would be rich and noble, and would rise above his peers, and recreate the glory of his ancestors. Otherwise, if a dead child came back to life, would the child still be the original child? Could it be that something gave it to him? They were busy until noon when everyone had lunch. The little guy had already had 2 meals of milk. When he saw the adults eating, he shouted 7-7, and also wanted to eat. In particular, he stared at Li Yi with a look that said, "If you don't let me eat, I won't be good with you." So Li Yi handed the baby a piece of jerky. The baby grabbed it with his small hands and put it in his mouth to bite. His saliva flowed out and he couldn't bite it at all, but the child was very happy. The little guy is not sensible. He doesn't know that he can't bite it, someone said. Li Yi shook his head. He knows that he can't bite it. He doesn't care whether he can bite it or not. He just wants to join in when he sees that everyone is eating. You don't have a child yet. Your wife is 7 months old, right? In the future, I will give you special lessons on infant psychology. Generally, we can't remember things before the age of 6. Only special fragments will flash in our minds. But we still have to think from the perspective of the baby. What do they need? Why do they need it? Li Yi patiently explained to the people who followed him. Pediatrics was the most difficult subject. The child couldn't express it, but the child's parents could watch. Sometimes they needed to prick the child with a needle to see the child's reaction to the pain. They had to explain it to the parents first. The others listened carefully. Dongzhu imparted his skills. In Lantian County in the Su family's house, everyone was ready. including the two son-in-law who lived in the family, the son-in-law who was adopted, and the son-in-law who was not. Those who lived nearby also rushed over. Today was a big day for the Su family. It involved the continuation of the family line. If a child died before the age of 1, the ordinary family would wrap it in a straw mat, and the rich family would bury it in a small coffin. Perhaps the child's mother thought that the child would burn paper, and others wouldn't care. The child of the Su family was different. He had a twin brother. When the elder brother died, the younger brother always cried. The people invited by the Su family said that the elder brother missed his younger brother and wanted to take him away. So this problem had to be solved. Therefore, today's 100-day lineup was relatively large, including a team of martial arts practitioners. After lunch, everyone set off to the ancestral land and ancestral grave. Guan Xiaotan brought a group of people and followed behind. Another 2 groups of people went in. One group was Wang Xing and the others. They were very good at surviving in the wild, and they always helped Li Yi find a cadaver. The second group was the Winged Knights. They changed into gray and green camouflage and carried crossbows. The sky was overcast and unusually hot, but it didn't look like it was going to rain. Old Master Su, when we reach the place, the sky will probably be dark. When we do the ritual, some things will appear. Old Master Su, don't be afraid. A martial arts practitioner walked beside the current head of the Su family, who was sitting on a slide, and said, Old Master Su was 60 years old this year. He had a son and grandson, and the twins were his great-grandchildren. Now he was in the arms of a woman who was also sitting on a slide. The other person on the slide was an old lady, Old Master Su's wife. Old Master Su had 2 other women who gave birth to daughters. One was alive and the other was dead. The living one didn't come. She stayed at home with other people who were not qualified to participate in this event. Hearing the words of the martial arts practitioner, Old Master Su squeezed out a little smile. Sorry to trouble you, Immortal Gu. He said a nice word. Immortal was not a word that ordinary martial arts practitioners could use. To be able to do something for a child, I feel at ease. The martial arts practitioner with the surname Gu was called Gu Jin. He always said that he was the descendant of Gu Hong, and no one could check his family tree. He had some tricks up his sleeve, so he was very popular around Chang'an. The Su family's team walked slowly. The invisible sun gradually moved west. When they were 4 or 5 miles away from the ancestral land, the sky was dark. In the cloudy state, the lanterns were lit. Get ready, they are coming. The people who were monitoring the road ran over to report. The others were all hiding in various positions. The baby had just woken up and was familiarizing himself with the situation. When it was dark, he buried his head in the arms of the nanny. The Su clan's procession continued forward for another mile. Prepare the dry ice fume machine. Turn it on. The person who memorized the process ordered. Dry ice smoke began to spray out from the smoke outlet. A large area was foggy for a moment. Chapter 379. The night fog was hazy, and the gates of Fengdu underworld were open. Iron chains beckoned souls and entangled them like a net. Babies were snatched and ghosts were everywhere. A mother's love was deep, and a man's blood was boiling. Celestial flying immortals suddenly appeared. Children were unharmed, and the righteous singing of the human world. As soon as the fog appeared, the area covered by the lantern's light immediately became smaller. Burning a dead twin for 100 days, burying them in a corner of the ancestral grave, and at the same time, the children were 1 year old. It was fine just a moment ago, but now there was fog. Everyone in the Su family's team trembled, and they were so scared that their pores opened. Gu Immortal Gu, this. Old Master Su's voice trembled, and the person carrying the pole trembled as well. Gu Jin's hands and feet were numb. He was in this business and some of his methods were deceptive, but it was impossible to say that he did not believe them. He had read many books and in many cases he followed the rules, but he used some methods to make people believe him more. 100 days, 1-year-old twins, a cloudy day, fog. He looked back, grabbed a lantern and walked back. After walking for a distance, there was no fog. He turned back and entered the fog. His heart sank. If he accepted this job today, would there be a tomorrow? Bang! A sorcerer and his team made a move out of nervousness. He threw out a talisman, and with a stroke in the air, a ball of fire appeared and then extinguished. Everyone looked over, then looked at the sorcerer, and felt their throats dry. "It's fine." Gujin gritted his teeth and said without much confidence. Everyone was slightly relieved. Yes, with the sorcerers around, there was nothing to be afraid of. The team continued to move forward. If the children died, they could not be buried according to their position. They had to be placed in a corner. After this generation died, they would see if they could move the graves. They never realized that walking a mile was so difficult. Everyone tried their best to get closer to the lanterns. Wang Xing and the others arrived in advance and looked at the scene. He did not see Li Yi turn into fog yesterday. He turned to look for Li Yi, but it was too dark and he could not see him. Li Yi was now ready to go. He was more confident that there would not be any problems. He had done this many times before. The winged knights found a place for themselves and remained motionless. They had to report the situation to their superiors. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid. They didn't know that Li Yi was going to perform magic. They only knew that Li Yi had left Zhuangzi with a child. Then they found out about the Su clan in Lantian County. They quickly sent word back and forth, and in the end they were ordered to come here. Their main task was to protect Li Yi. According to tradition, they had abundant yang energy. Among them was Guozi. Li Longji felt that for him to be chosen as an outlier in the martial arts examination, he must be extraordinary. Guozi had never met Li Yi, but he could hear Li Yi's name and things about him every day. He had seen Li Yi train 3,000 people. He didn't care about their individual combat power, but he could easily take care of 3 to 5 people. What surprised him was the tenacity of the 3,000 men. After going through crazy training, even when the others were lying on the ground, some of the 3,000 men were still standing guard. At the same time, the others would cooperate and find a suitable place to rest. After a while, someone would replace the one standing guard. After an hour at most, the 3,000 men would be able to line up again. At this moment, he wanted to see what ability Li Yi had to know that he was taking the martial arts examination in advance. If that was the case, would he be able to discover him? Guozi felt that his team was hidden well. However, he didn't see the surveillance camera on the tree. On the other side, the commander-in-chief was hiding in the shed with a monitor in front of him. He could see everything that was happening around him. After Li Yi exchanged for this set of equipment, he planned to put it in Zhuangzi after using it. It would be fine as long as there was electricity. When he saw that the Su clan was less than 10 steps away from the place where the child was buried, he ordered spray water and light. The people on the other side quickly operated. Bang! Several water screens were pulled out. Whoosh! The light shone and a group of people immediately appeared on the water screens. There was a little ghost with horns on its head, a white impermanence with a long red tongue, and a black impermanence standing beside the white impermanence. There was also Oxhead and Horseface, a judge with a judge's pen, and the King of Hell with the Book of Life and Death. They let out all sorts of hair-raising laughter, and looked as if they were about to rush over and arrest them. Oh my God! Someone was immediately scared out of his wits. Hurry, Immortal, go, make your move! Old Man Su shouted. Gujin grinned. There was no part of his body that wasn't trembling. His teeth chattered non-stop. At this moment, a child's laughter overpowered all other sounds. At the same time, a baby wearing beautiful clothes appeared on the screen. He looked around curiously. The baby looked very cute and lovable. But the Su clan and Gujin felt that it was even more sinister. It wasn't just them. Even Wang Xing, who knew that it was an act, was about to cry. It was so scary. As for the winged knights, they were sweating non-stop. Only the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care. They watched as if they were watching a movie. When everyone on the Su clan side was afraid, one person wanted to rush forward. Son, it's my son. I know it's you. Son, don't be afraid. Mother is coming. The woman ran forward with a child in her arms. Suddenly, someone jumped out from beside her and grabbed her. I'll do it. Are all the Su clan's guards dead? Protect Xiao Lang and his wife. The rest of you follow me. Protect De Lang. The Su clan's guards wanted to rush forward, but they found that their legs wouldn't listen to them. The light and shadow on the other side changed. The child flew away. A group of demons and ghosts wanted to catch the child. The chain was flung out. It was very long. The slow motion showed that the child's body moved to avoid it. In this kind of scene, everyone actually understood it very naturally. The child dodged the chain. The spirit summoning banner also came up. There were also shackles, spirit guiding lamp. Many things were surrounding the child. The man and woman on the ground wanted to help, but they couldn't catch up. The child's figure flashed through the light screen. Old man Su grabbed Gujin's clothes. Immortal Gu, help. I'll give you money. I'll give you as much as you want. Sell the land, sell the house, I'll give you. One of the winged knights who was hiding stood up. I'll do it. Me too. Let's do it. Another stood up as well. More people were about to stand up, but a voice sounded from the side, don't move. My Dongzhu is here. You're in the way. Who's there? Everyone was shocked. There's someone lying in ambush? Don't look around. He's not with you. Lie down. You can go out when I let you out. The voice sounded again. Lie down. Guozi, who had already stood up with the sword in his hand, calmed down and ordered lie down. On the light screen, just as the baby was about to be caught, a voice reverberated through the forest. King Yanluo, judge, oxhead and horseface, black and white impermanence, I spared you last time. I said that the child's life wasn't meant to end. I'm here today to return the child to the Su clan. Do you think that you can deal with me just because you've mobilized the power of hell? Since that's the case, I'll teach you another lesson. The child's 100-day anniversary is over. Don't think about other things after this. The voice was low and deep, and it even had the effect of echoing. As soon as the voice fell, several rays of light shone into the sky. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, something flew over in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could see it clearly, the thing turned around on the light screen. The baby on the light screen disappeared and appeared in his arms. He held the baby in one hand and flew slowly at a low altitude. His other hand began to attack the light screen. He raised his hand and a flame appeared. The iron chains that were chasing after him touched the flame and instantly turned red before dissipating. Then he raised his hand and a bolt of lightning appeared. The spirit summoning banner exploded from afar. The background music played along with it. The sea laughs, the tide surges on both sides of the shore, floating and sinking with the waves to record the present day. The figure flew and twisted in the sky. Every time he attacked, a group of ghosts would be destroyed. The black and white impermanents rushed to the front and were beaten black and blue. The judge's pen was snatched away. His robes were on fire and he was rolling on the ground to extinguish the fire. King Yanluo ran wildly with the life and death book, occasionally turning back to type a word. The figure holding the child used the judge's pen to type a word and disappeared. The child in his arms was giggling non-stop. He looked very happy. The Su clan members on the ground were excited. They stared with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with joy, nervousness, and excitement. The woman held the child in one hand and held the man's hand with the other. Her tears kept falling. The man clenched one hand and clenched the other into a fist. The little fellow in the woman's arms stared with big clear eyes and giggled. He even raised a small hand and pointed in that direction and shouted, "Shh, shh." This was the first time he had spoken since he was young. His family always told him that he had an elder brother. In the background music, Li Yi controlled the aircraft under his feet and tried his best to keep up with the rhythm. Sometimes it didn't matter if he didn't keep up. He could just take it that the spell was too powerful and fell before he could fire. Wouldn't this show that his marksmanship was accurate? He was quite wet now. The little fellow was also drenched, but he was still so happy. He was flying for fun. Don't hit, don't hit. We know we were wrong. Immortal, please spare us. We will change it now. Change the life and death book. We remembered wrongly. The King Yanluo in the light screen was caught and was hit several times by the judge's pen. He finally couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. Then why haven't you dispersed? This is the only time. Otherwise, I will enter the underworld and have a good talk with you even if I have to risk the punishment of heaven. Li Yi's voice echoed again. Immortal, we understand. Thank you, Immortal. Retreat, quickly retreat. The King Yanluo shouted gratefully. The light and shadow changed. Everything returned to darkness, and everything disappeared. A voice echoed, Su family, don't move. I will send the child to you in a moment. Li Yi flew back with the child. He quickly changed his clothes, blew on his face and wiped it. The little baby had a good time today. He opened his small hands and kissed Li Yi's face several times. The Su family stood there in a daze. Then they cheered. Especially the woman and the man. The two of them hugged the child in the middle. After waiting anxiously for about a quarter of an hour, a group of people came over with lanterns. Li Yi walked in front with the little fellow in his arms. When they got closer, the woman and the man arrived first. The others were just about to come over. The two of them looked at the child in Li Yi's arms. The child in the woman's arms also looked at him. The child in Li Yi's arms looked at the man, the woman, and the child. Then the two children looked at each other. Sure, the child in the woman's arms said, "Little brother." The child in Li Yi's arms said. Li Yi took a big step forward. The two babies reached out their small hands at the same time. They touched each other. Their little fingers moved and their index fingers hooked together. The two of them looked at each other and giggled in unison. Chapter 380. Let me hug you, let me hug you. The woman looked at the child in Li Yi's arms and found that he looked more lively than the one in her arms. She reached out with her other hand to hug him. The little guy looked at her outstretched hand and was about to dodge when he stopped and looked at her face carefully. Then sack. The little guy shouted. When he let go of his brother, he opened his arms. When the woman's hand touched him, he twisted his body and went into the woman's arms. The two little guys turned their heads to look at each other. Li Yi was stunned. She could recognize him. The older brother and younger brother could recognize each other, but the older brother could recognize the mother? In the face of such a situation, Li Yi couldn't say anything. His telepathy research at that time was just a theory. If there was no such thing, there had always been a case. If there was no theoretical basis. The woman did not think too deeply about it. She hugged her two sons and kissed them on the left and right. Her tears kept flowing. The man next to her rubbed his hands excitedly. He wanted to hug her, but he was afraid that he would steal his wife's power, so he could only chuckle. There's one more thing that needs to be said by Wang Xing, the supervisor of the imperial plantation above Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi's goal of sending the children had been achieved, and the show was over. It was time to explain and let Wang Xing do it. Wang Xing stepped forward. This is Li Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi in Baishui. Li Dongzhu's medical skills are high, and he has immortal energy to protect his body. People like us always think that someone is not completely dead, and then he began to tell stories about how hard they worked. They went to find them one by one and brought them back for Li Dongzhu to see. Li Dongzhu would save them every time. However, it was basically impossible to save them even if he used all his methods. Only when he met this child did Li Dongzhu realize that he could save him. However, at that time people from the netherworld came. Li Dongzhu judged that the Book of Life and Death had written wrongly and did not hand him over. Then the black and white impermanents, Oxhead, Horseface, the judge, and the King of Hell fought Li Dongzhu. At that time they were all chased away by Li Dongzhu, and Li Dongzhu raised the child. It was almost 100 days, which meant that the child would be 1 year old. There was a threshold that needed to be crossed. Li Dongzhu personally came over. The child from before was just a soul, but the people of hell still refused to give up. You'll find out soon enough. He spoke vividly, and it seemed like he had practiced a lot. The people from the Su family, the warlocks, and the winged knights who had rushed over were all stunned. This was too legendary. There was actually such a thing. Li Dongzhu had called him once, and he would call him again today. They expressed their belief. Just now they had seen it with their own eyes. Flying up and flying, was that something a mortal could do? Quick, people of the Su family, quickly kneel before Li Dongzhu. The Su family's old man reacted, and called out for people to kneel. Wait, you can't kneel. Li Dongzhu is accumulating good karma. If you kneel, you'll lose all your good karma. Wang Xing promptly spoke up. He knew that Li Yi hated it when others kneeled. The people of the Su family stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Yi with eyes full of reverence. He was a deity. The one who flew just now could even hold a child and fight. As for their bodies being splashed with water, they thought that it was normal for deities to fight. Deity Li no Li Dongzhu, my family's son heir is fine? Old man Su came over to see his two great-grandchildren and asked Li Yi. He's just an ordinary person. The book of life and death has been changed. If he falls sick again, he can be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. The drunken immortal residence is also the Li family Zhuangzi's property. When he's free, he can take the child to eat there. I've already agreed with this. Sun heir. As long as he comes to the drunken immortal residence to eat, he won't need to pay. Isn't that right, baby? Li Yi asked the little fellow. Ah. Regardless of whether he understood or not, the baby agreed. Li Dongzhu, since you're a genius doctor, take a look at my family's Qian heir. He's always crying. Ever since Sun heir died at night, as old Master Li spoke, he stopped. At this moment, the two babies were looking at each other. You say, oh wow, and I say, ha. They were chatting happily. Li Yi didn't know how they communicated. Anyway, after a few words, they laughed together and moved their hands and feet at the same time. When did the younger brother cry? It was night now. I just remembered that Qian heir spoke just now. He said brother. A person of the Su family suddenly said. As soon as he said it, the younger brother heard it and said to the older brother, Shu. The older brother cooperated. Little brother. With a woman of the Su family couldn't help but cry. The child didn't speak and always cried. Unexpectedly, not only did he not cry today, he even called for help. Li Yi looked and guessed. The two children were born at the same time and lived together for the first 8 months. The adults didn't interact as much as the children did. The two would communicate with each other. Suddenly one day the other was gone. The environment was still the same. Everyone else was there, but one thing was missing. At night the magnetic field was different and the light was different. The adults didn't hold him. When the people who used to live with him were gone, of course the child would cry. He wasn't used to it. Now that he saw a familiar presence and could still be together, there was no reason for him to cry. Take the small coffin out and burn it. Burn it in front of owner Li. The old woman trembled as she shouted. She had been carried by someone. She couldn't walk on her own. Her knees couldn't. Just now, when she saw the child being captured by the people of the underworld, she wanted to go down to help. Although she was also a woman, she was the best to the boys in her family, especially her two great-grandsons. Finally, they weren't the only children in 5 generations. In the end, one died and the other did something evil. She almost lost her spirit. Her great-grandsons were back again. She patted the handle of the slide and remembered that the coffin was still buried. There was no grave mound or stone tablet on the child's coffin. There was only a wooden sign. The Su family hurriedly went over to dig it out, but found that they didn't bring any tools. Dig with their hands? I brought them. Guan Xiaotan ran over. He knew that Dongzhu would solve the problem, and he also knew about the child. When he came over, he brought a pick, a pole, a rope, a shovel, and a drill. Everyone thanked him and went to dig. The man standing next to the woman came over and bowed to the ground. Li Dongzhu's great kindness, I can't repay it. In the future, if there is any errands, I will personally run them. Li Yi knew the other person's name, Su Guanlan. He reached out and patted the other person's shoulder. You are good. During the performance, the child on the water screen was surrounded. The first person to react was the child's mother. The woman didn't think about anything. She just rushed. In her eyes there was no danger, only her son. The second person to react was the father. He stopped his wife. In his heart there was danger, but he still stood up. The woman acted instinctively and didn't consider anything else. The man was rational, but after thinking about it he still chose to go out. Li Yi admired him and asked, Do you have scholarly honors? I didn't pass this year. I plan to take the exam next year. It's a political science exam. The man bowed his head, embarrassed. Next year I'll take the exam. The political science exam is simple. It's nothing more than analyzing the relationship between the Tang dynasty and the surrounding countries, as well as the important internal affairs of the Tang dynasty. In a few days there are some students reading notes in Zhuangzi. Choose a few good ones and send them over. You can help to correct them. Li Yi decided to help him. What a good man. He knew that he couldn't do it, But he still rushed forward. He couldn't let his wife do it. Chapter 381. Su Guanlan was speechless. The moment he knew that the other party was Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi, he thought of the 42 candidates. At first, some students were not convinced and thought that their answers were better than the 42 candidates. With the emergence of the locust plague, the strategies of the 42 candidates were published. The other students were silent and had nothing to say. How could locusts be dealt with in this way? They didn't know at all. It was obvious that the Li family Zhuangzi's education was different from other schools, especially Li Dongzhu, who wrote a lot of things. Later, all kinds of books on rhyme were passed down. It was simply impossible to survive. "Husband, the child wants you to hold him," the woman suddenly said. She didn't call him Lang Jun. Su Guanlan turned his head and saw his youngest son open his arms. He laughed and took the child. The eldest son looked at him doubtfully and imitated his younger brother's actions. Su Guanlan picked him up again. This son that she had lost and found again kissed him on the cheek. In that instant his soul flew away. Two sons, no longer just one. The fifth generation of the family had only one son. "Let me see his face." The old woman sat there and asked expectantly, "Grandmother, look." Su Guanlan hurriedly carried the child to his grandmother. Good. But Li Dongzhu raised him for 100 days. How can this child look so fresh? The old woman's eyesight wasn't bad. Under the light of the lantern she found the problem. The eldest grandson looked better than the youngest grandson. He was bigger and looked more energetic. The two children were born one after the other. After 100 days, the difference was obviously due to the difference in the way they were raised. A sorcerer who had been scared silly just now came back to his senses and said, "How can the Li family Zhuangzi eat the same food as outside? They grow vegetables and fruits in the winter." Someone from the Su family said, "Our Su family treats our daughter-in-law well. We have endless stewed chicken and pork knuckles. But compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, we still have a long way to go. The cucumbers haven't been harvested yet. There are some in the south, but they can't be kept. Zhuangzi still has some vegetables from the quick-stop garden. I brought them over for the child's mother." Li Yi also knew the reason. The nanny who breastfed the baby in Zhuangzi was already pregnant. After giving birth, they would eat according to the nutritious meals. Some nutritious babies were still lacking, so they would be given milk from a milk bottle. Children had a fast metabolism and grew up quickly as well. 100 days later, the gap had widened. It was the same with the way he spoke. As long as Suan was awake, there would be someone accompanying him to talk. When the child was not talking, it was clear that his vocal cords were gradually developing. The little guy would practice After listening to it a lot, he felt that he could adjust his voice and say it, even if his pronunciation was not accurate. The same goes for physical development and movement. The child turned over, sat up, crawled, and squatted on the small bed. With the guidance of the adults, the children would rest when they were tired from playing. Their muscles would recover and their bones would grow. The newborns in Zhuangzi were all taken care of like this, and there were specialists. As for the other families, one didn't know how to do it, and the other didn't have the time. 100 days later, the elder brother was a size bigger than the younger brother. He spoke more clearly and grasped more vocabulary. When placed on the ground, the younger brother could only stand and couldn't walk, but the elder brother could jog. As long as the child could walk a few steps, he would immediately run. Running was easier than walking and his movements were coherent. The only problem was that he couldn't stop himself when he ran. Usually, he would fall to the ground to stop himself, or be supported by the adults in time. Scientific childcare was different from normal childcare. Zhuangzi began to adjust and control from the time she was pregnant. Other families would be overjoyed if they had the ability to give birth to a child that weighed 7 to 8 caddies. If any villager wanted to grow that big, it would be a problem. How difficult was it to give birth? Li Yi could perform an autopsy for the first child. Could he perform an autopsy for the second child? Could he perform an autopsy for the third child? In the Tang dynasty, the more children there were, the better. After the first child was born naturally, the subsequent births would be easier. The Su family didn't understand these principles. They went forward to take a look. Sure enough, the elder brother looked better than the younger brother. Not to mention that he was bigger, his skin was more elastic, and his eyes were more lively. How can Li family Zhuangzi compare? I heard that they eat watermelons on a snowy day. Li family Zhuangzi's rice is more fragrant than other people's rice. Li family Zhuangzi's food is better. The Li family's manners shit. Woo-woo. His mouth was covered by someone. The Su family praised him. Of course. At this time, someone came to Grandfather Su's side and whispered a few words. Grandfather Su looked at Guan Xiaotan, who was standing there, and sighed. It was really inconvenient at home before, so I didn't let you in. It's okay. It will be better in the future. I know that Dongzhu will take care of everything. We will draw the water. Guan Xiaotan said straightforwardly. Yes, draw the water. Draw the water into the pit. I think that place is not good. In the future, your Li family Zhuangzi will occupy it, and our Su family will enjoy it. Grandfather Su was good at talking. Wasn't it just drawing water? How could he offend Li Dongzhu? Here, let me hold you. My legs are inconvenient, so I can't play with you. The old woman opened her arms and wanted to hold the child. Li Yi looked at her legs, walked over, squatted down, and rolled up her pants. The surroundings were silent. Does it hurt? Li Yi looked at the knee reflex. There was no problem. He pressed his finger to the inside of the kneecap and asked. It hurts, the old woman said. Li Yi used his knuckles to knock on the joint of the meniscus. Does it hurt? It hurts, the old woman replied. Go back and take a look at Zhuangzi. I don't think the meniscus needs to be repaired. If it's possible, it should be sealed. I can also repair the meniscus. Don't worry, it can stand up, Li Yi said as he checked the other leg. It was the same. After rolling down the old woman's pants, Li Yi turned around naturally and stretched out his hand. Qing Song handed Li Yi a ball of alcohol cotton wool, and he wiped it. The others didn't care about his mysophobia. They only thought about what he said just now. It could be cured and she could stand up. You can make my wife stand up? Grandfather Su was the most excited. Go to the Li family Zhuangzi tomorrow. It needs to be checked carefully. Li Yi didn't say anything. He still trusted the equipment more. How much? The Li family will pay. Someone from the Li family shouted. Li Yi looked over and smiled. Grandfather Li turned around and said angrily, Shut up. Li Dongzhu only helped because of Sun. Are you crazy to talk about money with Li Dongzhu? He turned around and said to Li Yi, the son-in-law who moved in doesn't know any better. Li Dongzhu, please be magnanimous. At least it shows that he is filial. Li Yi wouldn't make things difficult for a son-in-law. And the other party was indeed determined. As long as you took the money, you had to treat it. The Su family were all good people. They had a good upbringing. Let's go back. The baby will probably cry at night. Remember to have someone to protect him. Oh, maybe it's fine. Brother is there. When the time comes, send the two brothers to Zhuangzi every 3 to 5 days. Children get sick easily. At the same time, let the people who take care of them get closer. Li Yi's tone was calm. Today, he scared the others and even drenched them with water. He prepared to write a prescription and drink it in Lantian County as a precaution. After the children were returned, he was a little disappointed. Fortunately, he could still see them. He left with the Su family first. The villagers behind dug up the buried things and took down the things that were hung on the trees. These things had to be brought back to Zhuangzi and then placed in key places in Zhuangzi. Chapter 382. The sky was still gloomy, and the heat continued. However, the Su family felt that their breathing was smooth, and they didn't feel tired at all. Warlock Gujin and the others gathered together and chatted as they walked. After a few words, they glanced at Li Yi under the light of the lanterns. As long as Li Yi looked at them, they immediately turned their heads. Li Dongzhu, how did you fly? Someone came over and asked in a low voice. You are. Li Yi thought carefully. He had never seen this winged knights before. I'm Guozi. Guozi introduced himself. Brother Zi, you actually came over in person. I went out of Zhuangzi once and troubled your majesty. Li Yi instantly became enthusiastic. Guizi, he knew about it and even asked about it. According to historical records, this kid had beaten the confidence of others in various competitions. The highest score he got in the exam was an A grade. If he was given an A grade, it meant that he wasn't human. Li Longji was worried that something would happen to him. As soon as he left Zhuangzi, as long as he didn't enter Chang'an, the winged knights would follow him. This time he sent Guizi to the foot of Qinling Mountain. There's only one thing and only I can use it. Can you tell? There's a tool. They told me that at the critical moment, the winged knights will stand up, and you will lead the team to protect the children. In my opinion, protecting children is the duty of a soldier. There's nothing wrong with rushing, even if you're afraid. However, you can rush in batches and see the enemy's deployment. What if you're surrounded? On the battlefield, the enemy uses a spear to provoke the children of the Tang dynasty. If they ask you to save them, will you save them? You have to think about the enemy's forces, how they will deploy, what your side is like, and whether you can beat them at their own game. You can't lose your passion and you have to be calm. What's the use of scouts? Li Yi patiently explained to Guizi. Guizi had also lost a battle. There were many reasons, but the main one was that the soldiers were not good enough. When the soldiers were in a mess, a general suddenly appeared out of nowhere and immediately went to war. Wouldn't the general be stunned? If he were to train the 3,000 winged knights now, he would be able to train them. Li Yi believed that with Guizi leading them, they would be able to nibble away at the enemy's 30,000-strong army. This was especially true when both sides fought with fatigue. Neither side would be able to rest. If they kept grinding, the other party would finally be worn out, and the Yulin flying cavalry would still be able to launch a charge. Guizi nodded from time to time as he listened. Recalling his previous situation, he was indeed too impulsive. The army could not charge all at once. It had to be divided into two groups. One group would charge forward and enter a stalemate, while the other group would charge down and attack. Li Dongzhu, I heard that you have firearms. You can ignite a lot of firearms that can blow up a huge crater. Guizi concluded that he couldn't find anything that could fly, so he changed to something else. Yes, but I can't give it to you now. I haven't adjusted it properly. Continue to train their physical strength and willpower, and promote His Majesty more. Li Yi didn't stand on ceremony and directly told Guizi as if he was giving an order. Guizi didn't get angry and continued to ask, do you have the kind that is quieter and louder? I want to train my horse. Go to Zhuangzi to get it tomorrow. Li Yi agreed. He realized that Guizi was indeed suitable for war. He would train his horse first before using anything that was quieter and louder. When they met the enemy cavalry on the battlefield, the enemy cavalry was in chaos after a series of explosions. The cavalry's formation was messed up. They crashed back and forth and lost their speed. Would a cavalry without mobility still be a cavalry? The cavalry that stayed in place couldn't even win against the enemy cavalry that had mobility. Cavalry had inertia when they ran, and the range of the arrows was much longer than if they stayed in place. Guizi was happy, but he still had a question. Li Dongzhu, how did your people find us? It's a secret. Li Yi shook his head and didn't say anything. He had exchanged for the item and had to set it up in Zhuangzi. How could he say anything? Guizi. He thought that Li Yi was easy to talk to, but he suddenly stopped at the crucial moment. He was so direct and straightforward. The Su family in Zhuangzi didn't listen to what Li Yi said. They wished they could beat the drum. The old woman sat on the slide with the two babies in her arms and looked left and right. She couldn't get enough of them. The people on the slide didn't feel that the two babies were heavier. Instead, they felt like they were about to float. The dead child was alive again, and the family would return to the joy of the past. The last 100 days had been a torment for the people of the Su family manor. They didn't dare to speak loudly or laugh. They couldn't laugh either. They ate wild vegetables and pickled vegetables all day. There was no meat or fish. Now the youngest Datang had come back to life. God, this was even more unbelievable than a dream. When he died, he was so pitiful. He couldn't cough and had a fever. Then he died. Everything seemed like yesterday. In the blink of an eye, she saw the cute and beautiful Datang playing with his younger brother. The woman was beside the slide. She was wiping her tears, but there was a smile on her face. Soon her mother dreamed that you were alive again and woke up happily. Only your younger brother was there, and your younger brother was crying too, the woman told her eldest son, who stayed in the old woman's arms and played with his younger brother. As she spoke, she suddenly quivered and looked around. When she saw Li Yi and the winged knights, she finally believed that her son was alive and not dreaming. The importance of the winged knights was highlighted at this moment. They were in charge of protecting the surroundings, and each of them unsheathed their swords. The winged knights' reputation had always been publicized. On Li Yi's way back from Luoyang, they did their best to support him. They helped the people hunt animals and eat meat. When the people slept, they took off their cloaks and covered them with toilet water. When the people couldn't carry things, they helped carry them. The children were put on the back of the horses. Lantian County had long heard that the Tang dynasty had a private army that belonged to His Majesty. They were strong and treated the people like their own family. Now the people of the Su family were enjoying it. As expected, they were close to the people. All of them were strong, and the meat on the back of their necks was bulging. According to the villagers, they were about to charge to save the children when Li Dongzhu arrived. Let us carry them. It's too slow for you to carry them. The sky is cloudy and we saw some things. We need to go back early to take the medicine that Dongzhu prescribed. The winged knights took over 2 poles. The poles seemed to be weightless on their shoulders. The winged knights who came with Guozi were all trained by Li Yi. In the past, they carried thick logs that weighed more than 3,000 kilograms. 10 people carried them without any support. They just carried them on their shoulders. The height was different. The taller ones had to be slightly closer to each other. Everyone worked together. According to the rules of logging, 1 log had to be carried by 10 people. If they couldn't carry it, they would either add more people or withdraw them. 8 people carried it. If 8 people couldn't carry it, 6 people carried it. In the end, they had to be tied with a rope and pulled. Therefore, when Li Yi said that the various countries trained special forces, they didn't think of it. China did it this way in ancient times. If they didn't coordinate well, they would suffer together. No one would have a good time. In ancient times, logging was a gang. They would fight together. How could they carry the logs if they weren't united? The poles weren't as heavy as the logs, and they had to be carried on their shoulders. The 2 winged knights, who were about the same height, carried them as if they were playing. The older brother and younger brother in the old woman's arms weren't sleepy either. They held each other's hands and said, "Ah" and "Oh." It was so harmonious. Chapter 383. Brother Yi, seeing them like this, I feel that everything is worth it. Wang Xing looked enviously at the child's parents accompanying him. He couldn't have a biological son, but he could adopt one in the future. Or a woman who left her husband's family and brought her son over. Or a widow whose husband had died. Others had 2 children, twins, and they didn't fight when they were together. Instead, they held hands and talked. He felt that he should also find one. Brother Wang, your contribution is the greatest. If you didn't dig the child out and find me when you saw that his chest was still moving, the child would really be dead. Li Yi said sincerely. Wang Xing helped him find a cadaver and did the dirty work. When he found that the child could still be saved, he sent him over as fast as he could. He was more anxious than anyone else. Every time he came to Zhuangzi, he would take a look at the child. When the child let him hug or even kiss him, he would secretly wipe away his tears. Eunuchs didn't mean that they were bad. There was also the propaganda of the Qing dynasty eunuchs in the TV series, which made this group suffer. Li Yi knew the reason. When the emperor's power was taken away by the ministers, the emperor had to get it back and use eunuchs to balance the power. The ministers could fight, but why couldn't eunuchs kill? The difference was that the dynastic history was written by the scholars of the later dynasties. After the Qin dynasty, all the scholars were people of Confucianism. Of course, they had to work together. Otherwise, how could they continue to make the emperor a figurehead? Once the truth was told and the role of eunuchs at critical times, the later emperors would also use eunuchs. Even in the Ming dynasty, no matter how powerful the East and West faction were, the Ming dynasty didn't fall in their hands. The Qing dynasty was overthrown because of eunuchs? In the northern and southern Song dynasties, the eunuchs didn't do well? If eunuchs were so powerful, why didn't they write the dynastic history books? Wang Xing didn't know what Li Yi was thinking. When he saw the family reunion, he said to Li Yi, "When the two of them arrive in Zhuangzi, call me." "Brother Wang, don't worry. As long as they arrive, I will invite you over. Everyone can play with the child." Li Yi nodded vigorously. He understood Wang Xing's feelings when he rushed with the child, and his feelings after the child was saved. Next was his mood every time he went to Zhuangzi to see his child. Li Yi and Wang Xing were chatting with each other when Li Yi struggled to stand up from his great-grandmother's arms. He smiled at Li Yi and said something that no one else could understand. Li Yi understood. He rummaged through his pocket and took out 2 strips of beef jerky. He stepped forward and handed them over. The babies held one in each hand and opened their arms. Li Yi moved his face closer, and the baby kissed him. Only then did he sit down happily. He handed his brother a piece of beef jerky and held one in his mouth. The younger brother looked at his older brother and imitated him by grabbing the beef jerky and putting it in his mouth. The 2 babies looked at each other and ate the beef jerky that they couldn't chew on together. Their saliva dripped down. With a click, a camera appeared in Li Yi's hand. He hesitated for a moment and looked at the price. It was only 24 hours one day, and it came with 500 films. It was a Polaroid. He didn't spend much money to exchange for the large-scale magic performance system. How could those equipment compare to the equipment in his hospital? Those thousands and hundreds of thousands, including the single soldier pedaling aircraft he used, were less than 3 million yuan in his currency at that time. Even the not-so-good sound system and monitoring equipment were included. He couldn't buy a good sound system. That investment. How much did the sterile multifunctional operating room cost? How much did the radiology department cost? How much did the MRI room cost? There was also the electron microscope for the detection equipment, the Doppler meter. After taking the picture, he took out the film in the camera and held it in his palm. Others didn't know the situation and were shocked. The 2 babies laughed. That was fun. They looked at Li Yi with their mouths slightly open. He took the beef jerky down. Their big eyes were cute, meaning that he should do it again. With a click, another picture was taken. Ha! The 2 babies laughed together. They could be happy even with a flash. This was the world of children. "Here, Brother Wang, learn from me and cover this." Li Yi handed the film to Wang Xing. "What is this?" Wang Xing covered it and asked. "Happiness. We have forgotten about happiness. When we see something fun, even if it's just for a moment, we can be happy. We can eat a piece of candy and be happy for the whole day. The elders in the family said that they would take us out to play tomorrow. Tonight's dreams are beautiful. A bowl of egg soup can be eaten slowly for a full half an hour. Even a piece of tofu mixed with sauce can be eaten for an extra bowl of rice." The corners of Li Yi's mouth curled up into a smile. Many people had forgotten the simplicity of childhood, but he always remembered. So he was the best to children and understood them the most, even if they were babies. He knew what the little guy needed from an expression and an action. The team continued to move forward, with the winged knights taking care of them and Li Dongzhu, who had defeated so many powerful existences in the underworld. Everyone's hearts were completely at ease. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was almost midnight. Under the light of the lanterns, the team returned to the Su family's mansion in Lantian County. At this time, everyone was even more relaxed. The Drunken Immortal restaurant next to them was under construction. At night, torches and lanterns were lit, and a new batch of people worked. The construction site was clearly a disturbance to the residents. In reality, the residents around slept very peacefully. With so many people working, nothing would happen at night. In this situation, the sound would become background after hearing it too much. "Here, Brother Wang, bring it over. There's already enough time." Li Yi smiled and opened the paper outside the film in his hand. It revealed the 2 little guys drooling with beef jerky in their mouths. Wang Xing came over to take a look and learned from him to open his own. This was even more fun. The 2 babies opened their mouths slightly and looked over with wide eyes. Looking at the photo, they wanted to kiss it. When the photo was taken, the Su family took out more lanterns and torches. They were not in a hurry to enter the mansion. Everyone looked at the 2 photos and smiled. The older babies realized the situation. "What are you looking at? Let us take a look too." In the end, the photo was taken by Li Yi and shown to the 2 little guys. When the two brothers saw the photo, they revealed their cute looks. They looked at each other and then at the photo. Their eyes seemed to be communicating. Why are there two more? Ha 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 ha. Someone couldn't help but laugh. The others laughed too. It was too fun. At the same time they were surprised. How did they draw it? To draw a real person in, this was probably the work of a deity. When the adults laughed, the two babies didn't need to know why the adults were laughing. They just laughed along. Hence, they laughed even more happily than the adults. Open the medicine shop in the county. Everyone can go back and boil the medicine while bathing. Li left behind a sentence and turned to find a tent to stay in. He didn't want to spend more time with the children. Otherwise, the children wouldn't be able to bear it and would cry. At night, the children had been excited for a long time and should be sleepy. When the two little guys were placed in the warm water to bathe, they indeed fell asleep while bathing. They were placed on the small bed. The two of them held each other's hands and slept soundly. The younger brother didn't cry again. Chapter 384. Canvas tents had already been set up, similar to those used in military camps. For the Tang dynasty, such tents were very expensive. For the Li family Zhuangzi, the price was not a consideration. Guizi had brought 1,000 winged knights with him, and there was even food prepared on the side. The people he brought were all taught by Li, so they were naturally allocated tents, one for 10 people. There were foldable wooden beds and bedding inside. There was no need to light a lamp. They could arrange the beds with their hands, and at the same time the bedding was neatly arranged. The windows of the tents were also simple window screens woven with hemp rope. The weapons were placed where they should be, and there was no mess at all. Guizi was confused. You guys are so familiar with this? At the same time, what shocked him even more was the arrangement of the Li family Zhuangzi. How many people did the Li family Zhuangzi have? How could there be more after the tents were set up? Fan, why did Li Yi's Zhuangzi bring so many things? Guizi found Fan and asked. Dongzhu said he can't fight, and he doesn't know how to command. The only thing he can do is logistics. Logistics is about food and fodder before the troops and horses move. He must consider all situations. Dongzhu said that fighting a war is fighting logistics. Whoever's logistics is good, their main force will be awesome. When the Li family Zhuangzi and Dongzhu go out, they always need to use 10% to predict the enemy's movements. That's why there are so many tents, beds, bedding, and food. Fan told him what he knew about Li Yi's situation. If the Li family Zhuangzi and Dongzhu personally gave the order, it would be war. Not to mention that Dongzhu personally came out. Now the Li family Zhuangzi's guards and the winged knights as scouts overlapped, and they came and went together. Guizi understood, but then he was even more confused. Dongzhu's team is really the logistics and not the main force? Dongzhu said that the winged knights should be part of Baggage's team, not the main force. Dongzhu had said that the strongest soldiers were the cooks, and the most powerful were the logistics troops. A team that could handle logistics well would also be better than other teams in battle. The 3,000 of us don't know why Dongzhu said that, but we do know that the Li family Zhuangzi's logistics are unparalleled in the world. Fan did not feel the slightest bit shameful when he defined his own team as logistics. Guizi could only nod his head. Even if he wanted to refute, he couldn't find a reason. The Li family Zhuangzi had beaten him into a pulp. He had to admit that if it was his other self leading the same main force, it would have been a different story. The other party had Li Yi and Zhuangzi's support. He would lose without a doubt. He thought about it and decided to have a good talk with Li Yi. Li Yi was writing prescriptions. Previously, he had written prescriptions to treat fever and palpitations. He had already gone to get the medicine. Now he was writing a prescription to calm the nerves for at least 5 days. He had performed a performance and scared people, so he had to follow up. For the Tang dynasty, the light effect that had never appeared before was shocking enough. In his time, when people saw a halo of normal climate, they would kneel down and kowtow to the Buddha just because there was a temple on the mountain. How could this be reasonable? If you said that people were stupid, they would immediately use all kinds of arguments to refute you. What was the difference between them and foreign people who injected disinfectant? Okay, take it. Anyway, we've already knocked down their medicine shop. Buy it together even if the price is high. Don't go back to Zhuangzi to get it. Li Yi handed the 3 copies of the calming house to the villager and asked him to retrieve them. 1 for men, 1 for women and 1 for children. For Chinese medicine, even for typhoid fever, different people would need to use different medicines with different ratios. There were also requirements for the age of the medicinal materials. If he did not have a medicine shop and only wrote prescriptions, it would not work. In other words, the effective ingredients of each medicinal material were different, and the ingredients that each person could accept were different. Even for the antibiotic penicillin, not everyone would take the same dose, right? Li Dongzhu Guozi called Li Yi. He was a little reluctant to be called Dongzhu alone. Adding the surname in front was a polite form of address. If he did not add the surname, he would feel that he was his own Dongzhu. Have you had dinner? Li Yi touched his stomach and asked Guozi. Not yet, Guozi answered. I'm hungry too. Let's eat together. Recently, they have been making mutton turn back. When I came over today, they had killed several sheep. Li Yi said as he pulled Guozi to eat. It was midnight, and it would be midnight in 15 minutes. When the 2 of them arrived at the restaurant, many people were drinking mutton soup. There was a barbecue rack at the side. Even the residents came out to eat. The weather was hot and they could not sleep. Those who had nothing to do tomorrow wanted to drink some wine. Did you leave the lamb kidneys for me? Li Yi pulled Guozi to sit down. The first thing he asked was the lamb kidneys. Dongzhu 6 lamb kidneys. Do you want all of them? Do you want the lamb spear and lamb eggs? The farmer who was barbecuing asked. 2 per person is enough. 5 ounces of white wine per person, Li Yi shouted back. He turned his head and asked Guozi, is 5 ounces of white wine enough? 60 degrees of white wine. Guozi, who had a lot of questions, did not understand what 60 degrees of white wine meant. He said, I'll drink 2 pounds. Okay. Drink 5 ounces first. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Li Yi understood. If you drink 2 pounds, 1 pound is 660 grams. Some people can drink 60 degrees of white wine, but the white wine and dried tofu rolls were served first. It was a small cup. Guozi looked at it and frowned. He seemed to think that this little thing could be used to drink wine. He poured some wine, downed it in 1 gulp, and then cough, cough, cough. Hiss, 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 hiss. Replaced the 5 RMB cup with a 2 RMB cup. Li Yi looked at it and understood what was going on. When the farmer came over to take the change, Guozi was gasping for air. He felt as if something was stuck in his throat because of this mouthful of wine. He realized that his lips, tongue, and throat were all numb, and his stomach was burning. Brother Guo, hold your breath and don't pant. The more you pant, the more uncomfortable you feel. Li Yi gave him a solution. He understood. It was just like drinking ice beer. Drinking 3 cups in 1 gulp would turn out to be a 60-degree white wine. 3 cups, 2 cups, 3 cups. If one wasn't prepared for this, they would almost faint. Oh my God, how can there be such strong wine? Guozi paused and raised his head to ask. That's right, you feel uncomfortable drinking wine that you have never drunk before. If you encounter a new tactic that you have never encountered before, then you will not only feel uncomfortable. Li Yi continued to lead Guozi to the topic of military affairs. He did not want Guozi to lose a battle and gain experience. I also know that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will not be defeated in 100 battles. It is easy to say, but who can do it? Guozi paused, finally recovering. Previously you asked me how I discovered you. This I cannot say. However, I can give you a method to discover the enemy. Li Yi was going to assist Guozi. What method? Guozi asked. Don't you read novels? Oh no, don't you think about the Kongming lanterns? Hot air balloons. You just need to brush the outside of the thin silk with glue and heat the bottom. Then you can fly. You can hang a basket and put people in the basket. You can use a rope to tie them up. In the sky I have glass binoculars. An army of tens of thousands of people, you can't all charge together. Everyone has to set up a formation and restrain each other. Unless the charges into the formation. Li Yi wanted to take out the hot air balloons. This was very simple. It was easy to tie them up with ropes but difficult to do without ropes. Chapter 385. Li Yi explained the theory of hot air balloons to Guozi as they ate. Guozi nodded his head from time to time. He knew that the lanterns could fly. Only rich people could make lanterns on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Without a rope, the hot air balloon will fly upwards. When the wind reaches a certain height, it will blow towards this direction. When it reaches a higher height, it will blow towards that direction. Li Yi gestured. He was unable to describe the specific height. The wind is strong, and there are ropes on top. The balloon can't fly out and will sway. Guozi followed Li Yi's words and pointed out the drawbacks. You still want to fly when the wind is strong? You should choose to run when the wind is down and prepare to attack when the wind is up. Li Yi looked at Guozi helplessly. Guozi smiled. I wonder when you can make it? The glass telescope has already been made. Come back to Zhuangzi with me tomorrow and give it to the winged knights. The hot air balloon will take 3 days. Li Yi considered Zhuangzi's ability as a craftsman and the hot air balloon's requirements and gave 3 days. There was no fuel, but alcohol could be used. The torch was easy to make. The hot air balloon's fabric was sturdy and brushed with tung oil. Guozi asked about the feeling of flying in the sky. After eating for an hour, the two of them went back to sleep. Li Yi settled a big matter and relaxed. He lay down and fell asleep. Guozi couldn't sleep. He thought about what happened today and how the hot air balloon could fly people into the sky. Before today, if someone told him that people could fly in the sky, he would never believe it. Seeing Li Yi flying around, he knew that Li Yi had something good. Make a bunch of hot air balloons and shoot people down with bows and arrows. That would be awesome. Guozi's military talent was extraordinary. He quickly began to think about how to maximize the effect of the hot air balloon. When defending a city, the enemy would attack like ants. There was only one line on the city wall that could hit the enemy. The hot air balloon rose from the city and the height was increased. The enemy's siege towers were not so difficult to deal with. The city wall was 5 feet high. The enemy attacking the city would take out a wooden frame that was 6 feet high. There were wheels under the frame which were pushed by people inside and behind. When they reached a certain distance from the city wall, they would shoot arrows at the people on the city wall. Once they got close, the gangplank would be set up and there would be ladders inside. Soldiers would continuously climb up from the siege trucks. Such siege weapons were troublesome to manufacture, but their effects were remarkable. Together with the long ladders with wheeled carts and the simple ladders with hooks in front, the pressure on the defenders was too great. With the hot air balloons, they would be able to soar into the sky. No matter how high the siege towers were, how could they be taller than the ones flying in the sky? If the wind was good, the hot air balloon could be stretched out, and oil could be poured on top of it to ignite it. Guozi chuckled when he thought about how to use it to defend the city and how to attack the city. He realized that it was the easiest to use a hot air balloon to attack other people's cities, as it was 200 to 300 feet high. The soldiers on the city walls were immediately suppressed when they were sent up to shoot arrows at them. Ordinary crossbows would not be able to fly up to the top of the city wall. Find a place with water and train the winged knights on the small boat. The bumpiness of a horse is different from that of a hot air balloon. Guozi said to himself. He was good at horseback archery. When he took the military exam, he could hit the target 6 out of 10 times, and was awarded an A grade. When he was horseback archery, the horse would run from one end to the other, hitting the bullseye of all 10 targets. Other people did not want to play anymore after seeing him perform once. Guozi, whose mind was filled with hot air balloons, fell asleep at some point. When the Su family's child cried, the people in the Su family mansion woke up and listened happily. Soon the sound disappeared. Old man Su ate an extra bun for breakfast, put down his chopsticks and went to see the child. Suan-er was not used to the change of environment. He wanted to find people he was familiar with and wanted to cry. However, with his younger brother around, he quickly forgot about others. He could walk a few steps and jog. He stood there and yelled to encourage his younger brother to run together. Qian-er was indeed anxious. He held the bamboo pole horizontally and tried to walk on his own time and time again. After taking 2 steps, he lost his balance. Unlike the adults who fell, his legs bent and he sat upright on the ground. A group of adults watched and encouraged him. The older brother ran over to help his younger brother, and then sat on the ground together. The whole Su family was suddenly filled with laughter. The steward sent people to buy meat. From today onwards, no one was a vegetarian. There were people from the Su family who were pushing down the wall next to the drunken immortal house. They let Guan shout and see where to dig a canal to draw water. When the canal was dug and the water was drawn over, they would consider how to fix it. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Yi appeared. He invited the old woman to Zhuangzi for further examination to see if she needed medical treatment or surgery. He did not go to see the child, afraid that the child would ask to go back with him. At noon, the team returned to Zhuangzi and began to arrange where to put the monitoring head. This thing was magical and could be used day and night. The farmers discussed putting a place where they felt it was dangerous and did not hang lanterns at night. Some people felt that the place was dark and passed by it. It was just right to clean it up. Li Yi was not in a hurry to eat. He took the old woman for examination first. In your situation, I suggest you take local injection to relieve the pain, and then use acupuncture and local heating to maintain it. Li Yi introduced the situation to the old woman and asked if she agreed. The old woman had no choice. Of course she agreed. So Li Yi mixed the medicine for the old woman and injected it. It was painful at the time of injection, but soon it was no longer painful. There was anesthetic in it. Less than an hour after the injection, the old woman moved her legs and showed a happy expression. Miracle doctor, it doesn't hurt so much. Don't do strenuous exercise now. Continue to rest. Keep your knees warm. Don't live too close to the water. I've seen Zhuangzi. It's really beautiful and there are many ponds. But the water vapor is also heavy, which has a direct impact on your condition. Go back and see the situation. If you don't feel well for 2 days, you can hold on. If you feel red and swollen on the 3rd day, come immediately. If there are no other problems, go back to Zhuangzi for a checkup after 10 days. If necessary, follow up with a needle. This needle can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. You still need to rely on acupuncture and massage for long-term relief treatment. Li Yi continued to give medical advice. The Su family members who came with the old woman listened carefully and took note. On cloudy days and rainy days, they could apply plasters when the air was heavy. On normal days, they could bask in the sun. In winter, they had to wrap themselves in a circle of fur and build a brick bed. Turning around, Li Yi was waiting for the old woman to adapt. At the same time, he observed the situation after the medicine and talked about the future of the Su family. Since the Su family provided the water, they naturally enjoyed some benefits. For example, they could open a gate to the drunken immortal residence. If the spring water was large enough, they could even put it on a boat. What he said made the Su family members happy, and they continued to talk. Li smiled. Okay, time's up. Take a few steps and see. But don't walk too much. You still need to rest. He had been wasting time talking about interesting things to divert everyone's attention. Miracle doctor, you have a good heart. The old woman immediately understood. She praised him as she stood up and walked a few steps. Much better, just a little uncomfortable. It's better than before when I couldn't stand the pain. The old woman smiled. At this time it was already past 1 p.m. Everyone went to eat. After eating, the Su family members escorted the old woman back. Li Yi took a lot of small toys that the children played on Zhuangzi and gave them to take back. Chapter 386. In the palace, Li Longji, who was waiting to get off work, was listening to Guozi's report. People appeared one after another. They were all flying in the sky. Later, Li Dongzhu flew over and fought with those people. Guozi told him what he had seen and heard. Li Longji listened with wide eyes. There was something that could detect the winged knights at night? Li could fly in the sky? Wang Xing and the others always dug up other people's graves and sent them to Li Yi for treatment? That child was actually the great-grandson of the Su family who had died? Okay, I'll ask right away. Li Longji didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to leave now and stop looking for women. Your Majesty, there's still the hot air balloon. It's said that it will come out in 3 days, Guozi reminded. There's no need to worry about that. Li Yi said that he can do it, so he will definitely do it. Li Longji threw down this sentence and left. Li Longji went to the workshop and found Li Yi. Li Yi stood in front of a large blackboard and explained the hot air balloon's principles, structure, layout, and required materials to the craftsman. There has to be a bracket here. Otherwise, it will burn the cloth when it's lit. The balance of the hanging basket is the most important. You can add a pendant below. Sandbags should be placed in the basket. They have to be small and can be placed on the edge of the basket to adjust the balance. The basket can't be made of metal unless we develop a good alloy in the future. For the alcohol burner, the seal is the key. Press the air in and drive the alcohol out to burn. The craftsmen listened carefully. At the same time, they were thinking about how to make it and which part was the most difficult. Li Longji stood at the door and listened together. He could understand a small part of it. As for how to make it, it was not up to him. As he listened, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He realized that with Li Yi around, many technical problems were not a problem. It seemed that as long as Li Yi wanted to make something, he would definitely make it. This hot air balloon was a good thing that could take people to the sky. Admiring the things on the ground from the sky was one of its functions. Its most important function was in war. When the conditions were right, there would be siege towers for people to go up and observe the surrounding enemy situation. The siege towers were too big, and many terrains were not suitable for transportation. Even if they were to disassemble and reassemble them, it would be troublesome. Looking at the appearance of the hot air balloon, it was a big bag. After it was opened and ignited, it turned into a big ball. If this thing flew a few miles high, wouldn't it be the same as standing on a mountain and looking at the enemy? Li Yi continued to explain. Rope, we can't use thick hemp rope anymore. Spend more money and use silk. Silk is strong and light. Instead of using a thick hemp rope, the hot air balloon still needed to be towed after it rose, and the weight of the hemp rope would delay things. It's also easy for the hemp rope to be blown by the wind and cause the hot air balloon to become unstable. It's very dangerous. Li Longji stood there and nodded. That's right, hemp rope is not good. Silk, it doesn't matter if it's expensive or not. In a war, as long as one could use money to form a soldier class to suppress the enemy, which one of them didn't use money to do so? When it was almost time for dinner, Li Yi finally finished. The craftsmen immediately went to eat. When they came back, they had to work overtime to study the hot air balloon. Of course, they had to take turns to rest. Li Yi didn't want the craftsmen to be too tired. Brother Yi, with this hot air balloon, our Tang Dynasty's soldiers can have fewer casualties. Even a hot air balloon could accidentally fall down by itself, or be shot down by the wind when it lowered its altitude. But it can cause more damage to the enemy. It's worth it. Li Longji thought that the hot air balloon wasn't really invincible, but so what? 100 hot air balloons could form an army and kill 10,000 enemies. 100 hot air balloons were all destroyed, and the non-commissioned officer on them were all dead. It was worth it. The operation is the most dangerous, especially the wind. In a war, if you want to use ballistae to shoot a small dot flying in the sky, you can only do so if you have a concentrated ballista formation. Moreover, that formation requires the left and right positions to adjust the angle in advance and ensure the accuracy of the arrows. Li Yi shook his head and explained the situation of using large ballistae to shoot a hot air balloon more than 1,000 meters high. When the hot air balloon is above, you don't need to aim to shoot arrows into the crowd. Shoot from below, look up and see a small dot. How do you aim? How can the enemy target the hot air balloon? Charge at the formation? Rush over and grab the rope? I believe that if the formation is about to be broken, our soldiers will take the initiative to cut the rope. Or the people above cut the rope from the other end. It's impossible for the enemy to catch it. Li Longji quickly thought of the situation, and felt that the enemy charging at the formation was the most stupid thing to do. Only the hot air balloon can compete with the hot air balloon. Li Yi said a classic sentence. He already knew that only the tank can fight against the tank, and only the sniper can fight against the sniper. The two of them came to the cafeteria. Empress Wang was already sitting down. She didn't make any extra requests today, but she didn't have any appetite. Brother Yi, if the enemy gets the hot air balloon that fell, will it be easy to imitate it? Li Longji asked after he sat down and served himself his favorite dishes. Spheres and baskets are easy and not difficult. The fuel is the problem. We have alcohol and a blowtorch. The blowtorch can adjust the size of the flame and control the flying height of the hot air balloon. You can't burn coal to start a fire. If you burn firewood, the continuous fire of firewood is different. You can't add firewood and remove firewood, right? Alchemical fire oil is easier to burn, but with their technology, they can't control the fire of the alchemical fire oil. Li Yi knew that there was something that could provide enough heat value. Oil. Some places have oil on the ground and people will use it to start a fire. Uncle is right. Their technology is not good. Their craftsmen took something that you specially researched and can't imitate it. Empress Wang didn't know what the hot air balloon was. She only supported the theory that Zhuangzi's technology was good. Li Longji was completely relieved. He thought for a while and whispered, "Brother Yi, I heard that you can fly? The things used and the monitoring devices are the same as the ones in my hospital. At a critical moment it can carry a person with it. It can't fly for too long." Li Yi told him what was going on without hesitation. "Oh good. It's good that you can carry a person." Li Longji nodded and didn't say anything else. For the next 3 days, nothing unexpected happened. Old Lady Su also didn't come. Obviously, there was no problem with the sealing needles. On the morning of April 16th, the hot air balloon was about to come out. Everyone was ready to witness a miracle. Empress Wang also wanted to see it. She stood there with her belly protruding. Everything was ready. "Ouch, my stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore." Empress Wang suddenly shouted, "Stop. Go to the delivery room. The midwife is in place." Li Yi shouted. Qing Song and Gu Yan immediately helped Empress Wang lie down on the cart beside them. The palace maids followed suit. Empress Wang was sent to the delivery room. Li Yi changed his clothes and prepared for the most critical moment. "Zhuangzi, line up for all O-type blood. The nurses will draw blood. I want to send it over for processing and storage." Li Yi ordered while changing his clothes. Empress Wang was O-type blood. He was used to calling her that. He was most worried about special situations. He was afraid that he couldn't handle it alone. It required support and treatment. There must be people in every position. Then, a large amount of plasma would be used to dilute the amniotic fluid in the blood. If it wasn't this situation, it would still be troublesome. The villagers were busy. One of the eunuchs and palace maids ran out and said a few words to someone outside. The person outside rode on a horse and rushed to the palace. Chapter 387. The delivery room was right next to Li Yi's hospital, and the doors were all connected. The villagers also went to the delivery room to give birth, and there were auxiliary production tools in the delivery room. There were shelves that could be grabbed while standing, chairs that could be used like a toilet, and there were places for hands to grab and feet to step on. It depended on the pregnant woman's situation. If it still didn't work, then Li Yi would do it. But so far, none of the pregnant women in Zhuangzi had used Li Yi. According to Li Yi's thoughts, one reason was that they had good control. They didn't need to raise the child that big, and they often checked their bodies. In addition, these women worked hard and did all the hard work, so their bodies were strong. Li Yi also had them stretch their legs and do splits when they had nothing to do. Everything was to prepare for the birth of a child, and many of the villagers' women had given birth before. The villagers' blood was drawn out, and each person took 200 milliliters of blood, just one bag. Li Yi sent the blood to the equipment to be processed. Only when there was no other way would they directly transfuse blood. Some of the blood had problems, so direct transfusion was risky. Even if they were of the same blood type, there was a chance that they wouldn't match. The delivery room was fully equipped, so there was no need to run out to boil water. There were 12 experienced midwives, who had delivered many babies in Zhuangzi, so they cooperated well. At this moment they just had to wait for Empress Wang's next move. This time wasn't necessarily long. Could be the next second or the next day. A fast horse rushed into the city, and the person on the horse shouted, "Urgent report, get out of the way, urgent report." The road in the middle was a special road that could be crossed. Under normal circumstances, cars and people weren't allowed to use it. The horse ran in the middle, and soon reached the imperial city. The person on the horse continued shouting and rushed straight in. Only when he reached the imperial palace did he dismount and run. In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji was talking to the 3 prime ministers when the non-commissioned officer rushed to the door and shouted, "Your Majesty, the Empress is about to give birth. Change my clothes." Li Longji didn't care about the 3 prime ministers at all. Next to him, Gao Lishir took out some clothes from behind him and quickly helped Li Longji change into them. Li Longji strode out. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and said to the 3 of them, "Please go back first. Your Majesty, don't worry. The Empress and the child will definitely be safe and sound." Zhang Shua added. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan also said nice things. After Li Longji's figure disappeared, the 3 of them walked slowly towards the political affairs hall. "I hope the Empress and the child are fine. The Tang dynasty is in a mess." Yao Chong looked grim. "That's right. With a child, if anything goes wrong, Her Majesty will kill a lot of people." Zhang Shua sighed. "Li Yi is here," Lu Huaishan said. He had confidence in Li Yi. Giddy up, giddy up." Li Longji rode on a horse and sped up. His body leaned forward, and his grip on the reins was neither tight nor loose. His body rose and fell with the horse's gallop. He rode out alone, and the people behind him had just gotten on their horses. Li Longji was sweating. He was nervous. This child was shouldering too much. Li Longji urged the horse while thinking about things. Back then he married Empress Wang. Then he fought desperately for power. Empress Wang supported him from behind. When he sat on the throne, he immediately made Empress Wang the Empress. But the Empress didn't have a child. Many people said that he didn't have the right position, so it was like this. Now, he finally knew that the bullshit position was not right. She was sick. How could she have a child after taking the medicine given by Brother Yi? Now nothing must happen to this child. Otherwise those people would jump out and say this and that again. No, if something happened to the child, he would kill them all and have another child with the Empress. Li Longji made up his mind and felt at ease. At this time, the 1,000 bull guards guarding Zhuangzi had entered a state of readiness. Everyone came out, put on their armor and checked their bows and crossbows. They knew how urgent the situation was. They couldn't make any mistakes. Empress Wang's voice came from the delivery room. "Everyone, don't be afraid. I'm fine. Uncle said that it's easier for me to have a child if I exercise too much." She actually had the leisure to comfort others. There was a trace of gentleness in her voice. The palace maids were so nervous that they were about to cry. The eunuchs' faces were pale. Li Yi stayed in the operating room very calmly. He was mentally preparing. He tried to think of Empress Wang as an ordinary pregnant woman who wasn't close to him. If there was really a need for surgery, he would throw away all his emotions when he did it. Time passed little by little. There wasn't much movement inside. Giddy up, giddy up. The sound of horse hooves and people shouting could be heard. Li Longji rode out of the courtyard with his eyes wide open. He turned over and dismounted. Then he heard people shouting from inside. "It's out, it's out. It's amazing. It's out in an instant. Quick, pat it upside down." Wah, wah. The child's cries could be heard. Li Longji stood at the entrance of the courtyard in a daze. Li Yi, who was in the operating room, was also a little confused. It was too fast. There wasn't much crying, and no one was cheering by the side. There was no movement just now. She gave birth in an instant? Sister-in-law's physique was so good. "Clean it up, wipe it clean and wrap it up." The midwife's voice came from inside. Li Yi listened again. There wasn't much movement, which meant that sister-in-law's natural birth wasn't accompanied by defecation. In this way, there wouldn't even be an infection that he was worried about. As long as she recovered for a few days, she would be able to walk normally. There was no need for confinement. Confinement was to let her bones recover. Now it seemed that everything was going smoothly. There were no problems. "Brother Yi, how's it going?" Li Longji entered the operating room and listened to the movements inside. "San Lang, I'm fine." There was no need for Li Yi to answer. There was a voice inside. "The child is fine too. It's just that he didn't open his eyes." Empress Wang shouted again. Her breathing was not chaotic at all. "Good. It's good that the mother and child are safe." Li Longji collapsed. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat. He wanted to cry. It's not easy. I've talked to you for so long. In a few days, I'll show you how good my son is with the Empress. Wipe your body first. After this wipe, you have to wait for at least 3 days before you can scrub again. Whether you can take a bath or not depends on your recovery. During confinement in Zhuangzi, you don't have to not take a bath or move for a whole month. It's not like outside where the mother's body smells. The midwife inside spoke. I know. I've already asked a few people who just gave birth. I've also gone to see them. Let San Lang take the child out first. Empress Wang didn't look weak at all. What was different from usual was that there was a hint of joy in her voice. The child was cleaned up neatly. He was carried out by a midwife, revealing his small face. Li Longji looked down and smiled. The child didn't look good now. His skin was wrinkled, but he would slowly grow out in a few days. Congratulations, third brother. Let's weigh him. Li Yi wanted to weigh the child. After weighing it, it was 2.5 caddies. If it was converted to Li Yi's weight, it would be 6.77 caddies. Li Yi performed a simple examination on the child. At the same time, the umbilical cord blood was sent out for testing. When the results were out, Empress Wang walked out by herself. She took the child and smiled. I thought it would be difficult to give birth. It's so easy, she said as if everyone was lying to her. Chapter 388. Empress Wang's child was born, and Li Longji wished he could grant amnesty to the world. Pregnant women needed to rest, even if Empress Wang looked fine. She couldn't use the fan or the wall, and she couldn't use ice cubes. She was hot and so was the baby. Brother Yi, your sister-in-law is hot. Li Longji walked around the room and came out to look for Li Yi. Actually, put ice cubes in front of the fan, and it's fine to blow it in normally from the outside. Why don't you use the air conditioner to cool down? Li Yi didn't think there was a problem, but everyone was worried and said it was an evil wind. In that case, they could use the air conditioner in the hospital. If they felt cold, they could increase the temperature. Is there any other way? You said that the air conditioner is not good for the body. Li Longji thought of this matter. One is to have running water below to take away the heat. There's also the simplest way. Li Yi thought of an idea. He pointed to the courtyard. There are several rooms. Let the wind blow in one room first and add ice cubes. When it's cold, sister-in-law will go over. Li Longji continued. Let's continue to blow in the other room and wait for it to get hot before changing? Li Yi nodded. Yes, didn't you say it was an evil wind? This time there will be no wind after blowing. Okay. Li Longji agreed. Then, some people were tired and he was ready to change in 3 rooms. There were 2 groups of people who were there to step on the fan and put ice cubes at the same time. After giving the instructions, Li Longji didn't leave and stayed there to guard. He sent someone back to arrange things, mainly because Empress Wang was going to announce that she was going to give birth to a child today. It was so magical that both of them were born together. During lunch, Empress Wang ate in the room. It was cool, but she felt uncomfortable holding the baby. She wanted to bask in the sun, but she couldn't. She didn't want to leave the baby. So Zhuangzi started to make new windows and install glass. First, he installed the glass in 2 rooms, and after she changed in with the baby, he installed the glass in the 3rd room. In this way, the child would be able to bask in the sun for the next 2 days. 3 days later, he would bask in the sun in the morning when the sun had just risen, and bask in the sun in the evening when the mountains were about to set. Li Longji was still worried about Zhuangzi's safety. What if someone attacked and Brother Yi couldn't react in time? What if Brother Yi used his lifespan to exchange for it and ended up killing himself? Brother Yi, is your hot air balloon ready? Li Longji thought of a solution. Alright, we have to test it today. Let's change it to tomorrow. It's a little windy in the afternoon, so it's better to test it for the first time when the wind is light. Li Yi didn't mind waiting another day. This is also a military weapon, so it has to be protected like gunpowder. Wait for me to submit a memorial to His Majesty. It would be best to send the winged knights. Li Longji found a reason. Don't you have a hot air balloon? His Majesty will send the winged knights over to guard it. Li Yi didn't think it was necessary, but when he thought about how he still needed the winged knights to operate it, he decided to come over and familiarize himself with it in advance. He nodded in agreement and turned back to teach the nurses. There were 50 people and 30 young imperial physicians in Zhuangzi's room. Li Longji held a teacup and went in and out of the room to take a look. He couldn't stay still. The palace soon received news that Empress Wang gave birth safely. The child weighed 5 kilograms and had no problems. That young man is a person with great fortune. The people by his side are all blessed. Imperial concubine Dolu said to Li Dan after hearing the news. Li Dan was completely relieved. Someone had come to him before and asked him to talk to Li Longji about abolishing the empress. Later, seeing that he and Li Longji were indifferent, they wanted to appoint a crown prince. If the crown prince had another concubine's son, would the empress still have a place in the harem? If the crown prince ascended the throne, what would happen to the empress? Now the empress had her own son. This child was the crown prince, and the emperor was young. Li Dan didn't know that in history, Li Longji lived a long life, and the crown prince grew up year by year. There was no chance for him to ascend the throne. Li Longji began to suspect that his son was too anxious. At that time, Wu Huifei had casually made up a story about 3 people rebelling, which was full of loopholes, and Li Longji had pushed the boat along with the current to kill them. Li Dan, who didn't know the future, understood the consequences of the emperor being young, and the crown prince not being young. Newborns were much younger than their parents, so they were less dangerous. On the other side, in earthly paradise, the 4 people who heard the news came to eat. Wei Jigu was pulled over by Zhang Shu. There will be peace for a few years, but that child won't be in the palace much, Zhang Shua said as he drank. He was happy that the empress had a son. Many voices were suppressed, and others couldn't use this as an excuse to cause trouble. I wonder when the crown prince will be appointed. Lu Huaishan considered the issue of the crown prince. Wei Jigu said, once the crown prince is appointed, he will need to enter the Eastern Palace. The officials there are busy, so it won't be early. At least not until the 30,000 winged knights are trained. He pointed out that there were too many people in the Eastern Palace, and they could be bribed. Wouldn't it be normal if something happened to the child and he died? Even if everyone in the Eastern Palace was killed, the child still wouldn't be able to live. This old man has waited for so long. Yao Chong closed his eyes and sighed. He was the unluckiest one. Many people advised him to tell the emperor about the crown prince, but he received a mirror from Empress Wang. Everyone waited together, and he endured the pressure. Finally, Empress Wang was amazing and gave birth to a son. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will probably ask to take a look, and then the child will be brought over for everyone to see. Zhang Shua mentioned that there was a department in charge of the members of the imperial family. Yao Chong said, when the time comes we'll go take a look together. We can't let them carry the child, in case someone slips and falls to the ground. As for poisoning, turn it back to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. What kind of poison can stump him? There's no chance to poison him. Besides, he's Empress Wang's child. Why poison him? Lu Huaishan felt that everyone was possessed, thinking that someone wanted to harm the child. That night, Li Longji pretended to write a letter, saying that he would have someone send it to the palace tomorrow. He told Li Yi not to rush to test the hot air balloon and to wait. The next morning he took the letter and left. At noon, a battalion of winged knights rushed to Zhuangzi. Li Longji didn't have to go to work in the afternoon, so he also wanted to watch. Li Chengqi followed closely, wanting to watch the show. During lunch, old man Mu Changxi and Lady Mu brought 10 cows to Zhuangzi. When they were eating with Li Yi, they mentioned that they wanted to stay in Zhuangzi for a month. It was too hot at home and they were afraid that there would be problems. For the sake of the 10 cows, Li Yi agreed. They were regular customers. Lady Mu heard that there was a woman in Zhuangzi who had just given birth and wanted to take a look. Li Yi didn't agree at first. Later, Lady Mu mentioned that she wanted palace maids and eunuchs to stay by her side and take a look. She liked children. Li Yi asked third brother for his opinion. Li Longji had a vigilant look on his face as he ordered 2 more of his men to follow him. Noble consort Lu succeeded in seeing Empress Wang and the child. The child opened his eyes, but he couldn't see anyone. Everything was taken care of by the adults. Empress Wang fed him personally, and there were people from Zhuangzi beside her. Noble consort Lu wiped her tears when she saw the child, saying that it wasn't easy. It's not easy for me either. They're playing outside. I want to go see them, but I can't leave the child. Empress Wang complained. Chapter 389. After lunch, a group of people stood around the square in Zhuangzi. 2 large boxes were placed in the middle of the square. The craftsman opened the boxes and assembled the basket on the spot. The winged knights sent a few clever people over to watch. They wanted to learn. After the basket was assembled, the next step was to install an alcohol burner in the basket. An iron can was filled with alcohol. The craftsman tried to light it and adjust the flame at the same time. The winged knights came up and repeated the operation. All 10 of them learned it. The craftsman opened the other box. The box contained a folded hot air balloon. They took it out and unfolded it, connecting it to the basket. Sandbags were added to the basket and hung outside. There were a few inside as well. A rope was tied below and someone held the mouth of the hot air balloon. The flame from the burner began to inflate the hot air balloon. The hot air balloon gradually expanded. Before it was completely upright, the basket began to rise and people pulled it. When it was completely upright, Li Yi brought the single-person flying device and the knife up. He stepped on the flying device and put it on. The remote control was at his waist. He held the knife in one hand and placed the other on the alcohol burner. If there was a problem, he would cut the rope and fly out. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Li Yi. They were even more nervous than Li Yi. Li Yi was not in a hurry to take off. He controlled the burner and adjusted the flame. After about a quarter of an hour, he nodded. The people around him let go at the same time. The hot air balloon soared up. Finally, the rope below pulled the hot air balloon. It stopped for a while at a height of 10 feet. Li Yi nodded again. The people below began to release the rope. The hot air balloon rose higher and higher with the addition of the rope. It was very hot in the afternoon. There was no wind. Li Yi looked down from inside the hot air balloon and waved his hand. The people on the ground looked up. Someone beside them was reporting. 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, 180 feet, 200 feet. The rope is at the end. The rope was stretched out in an arc. There was wind in the sky. The hot air balloon could be seen moving slightly in the wind. The rope moved with the hot air balloon. It was like flying a kite, but there were people on it. Li Longji raised his binoculars and saw Li Yi standing in the hanging basket, smiling and waving to the ground. Suddenly, Li Yi made a hand gesture, and another villager who was watching through a telescope shouted, "Retract the rope, Dongzhu wants to come down. We will not release him today." The force coming from below shook the pulley, and the rope was entangled. Li Yi adjusted the flame on top, and the height gradually decreased. Half an hour later, the hot air balloon stopped 10 feet above the ground. Someone pushed a ladder over. Li Yi lowered the aircraft with a rope and waited on it. One of the winged knights went up, and the hot air balloon rose again, stopping at a height of 500 feet. This time Li Yi came down. Another winged knight went up and repeated the previous steps to learn how to operate the torch. Li Longji stopped watching and pulled Li Yi back into the house. Li Chengqi followed them in. "Brother Yi, the hot air balloon is indeed a military weapon. As long as the wind is controlled well, it can send soldiers directly into the enemy's city or camp at night." Li Longji knew that after seeing the flying demonstration, he felt that his palace was no longer safe. If the wind blew into the palace and a large group of hot air balloons landed with soldiers, who would be able to react? Transmitting confidence is also useful. For example, if a city is besieged, reinforcements can contact the people in the city through the hot air balloon. As long as there are enough people, they can send arrows and food. The morale of the soldiers defending the city will be high. Li Chengqi thought of logistics. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, the hot air balloon was specially used to bully people. Li Longji thought for a while, bring kerosene. Even if it's daytime, fly to the enemy's tent, set it on fire and throw it down. He knew how the other party would feel. A height of more than 200 feet, no, even if it was 500 feet, ordinary crossbows would not be able to touch it. If the ballista was set up and aimed at the sky, it would need to calculate the angle, the accuracy of the arrow, and the speed. How could it be shot? If there was kerosene on the tent, it would be better to put out the fire. Whoever it landed on would be unlucky. At that time, the general would not be in the mood to plan for battle. He could only change into ordinary clothes and hide among the soldiers. The tents would be set on fire one by one. Baggage, provisions, and war horses would also be set on fire. This item must not be used by civilians, unless you, Zhuangzi, use it yourself. After Li Longji discovered the danger, he restricted it like a firecracker. Li Chengqi suddenly smiled. In the enemy's limelight, tie it with a rope and fly the kite. The cavalry is ready. When the hot air balloon team attacks, the enemy's formation will be messed up, and the cavalry will charge. It's best to use it against the Tubo and Turkic people because they have many horses. If the cavalry does not gather together, they will not be able to fight as a group. If they are put together, the horses will be afraid of fire. After they are thrown down, the horses will run everywhere. How can they fight a battle? Li Yi still smiled and nodded. Air forces were very good at suppressing ground forces. In a large-scale battle, military formations were what was needed. The right of using the right and wrong tactics to win was when two armies faced each other and their formations were stable. Whoever drove the formation to charge first would be at a disadvantage. The others could mobilize their own formations according to the situation. The general had to stay by the flag and rely on it to stabilize the morale of the army. The hot air balloons threw incendiary bombs at the flag. The three of them discussed how to use it. The wing knights who went up and tried it again and again liked the hot air balloon tool. Whether the cavalry was chasing the enemy or avoiding the enemy, whoever could see further was better. The hot air balloon could be disassembled and reassembled. The winged knights could be put on the horses and mobilized. When needed, they could be assembled and besieged. The guards on Zhuangzi discussed with each other, and discussed whether they should put one of them up there to keep an eye on the situation during the day. At this time, people in Zhang family village, Imperial Plantation, and Ba River all noticed the big ball that rose and fell for a while. Those with good eyesight could even see the hanging basket under the ball and the people in the hanging basket. Wasn't this the same as people flying in the sky? What was that ball? It must be something made by Li Dongzhu. Isn't it afraid of falling down when it flies in the sky? A person passing by the other side of the river saw it. The person next to him said, "It's useless to fly in the sky unless it can be used to travel." Another person said, "It's used in war. If I hit you in the sky, I can hit you on the ground. You can't hit me." Indeed, if I throw a stone in the sky, you have to dodge it. If it hits your head, you'll be dead. Oh, then the Tang dynasty is powerful. But I don't know if it's easy to make. How much does it cost to make one? It's too expensive. The army can't use it. No matter how expensive it is, we have to make it. Many fewer people will die. We can save the money to make this ball. The people soon found that the biggest use of a flying ball was in war. They were not stupid at all. Some people entered the city and told others what they saw. Soon the news spread like wildfire. At night, the whole Chang'an knew about it. Li Dongzhu and Ba River made a new ball that could fly people in the sky. If it was used in war, the people on the ground could only watch helplessly. It was very powerful. In the future, fewer people would die in the Tang dynasty. Whoever was not convinced could send the ball over. The foreign guests living in Honglu Temple were scared. There was something that could fly people in the sky and attack the ground. Chapter 390. Although Tubo, Tujue, and Khitan were hostile to the Tang dynasty, they still had people in charge of diplomacy in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, diplomats were in charge of intelligence gathering. Most of the intelligence they had collected was about a certain official or a relative. This included things in the palace and what the emperor of the Tang dynasty liked. Since last year, the intelligence they collected pointed more to the Li family Zhuangzi. They said that Li Yi took out something from Li Nong the day before yesterday. They drew the blueprint and sent it back. They couldn't bring the real thing because they would be stopped. They said that Li Yi took out something yesterday and continued to draw the blueprint and send it back. They said that Li Yi asked the people to dig ice to make money. He also gave them tools to stand on ice and tools to drill ice. They said that Li Yi asked the people of Chang and to make money by rubbing mud. The people had a better life and had more money to spare. They said that the fireworks made by Li Yi could be used to bomb the enemy. They were very powerful. Even if they bought them, they would only be watched. They said that Li Yi took the chickens and ducks on Zhuangzi to Hunan province. A large area east of Taihang Mountains had been attacked by locusts. The chickens and ducks were dealing with it. Before 2 days of peace, an even more frightening news came out. Li Yi made a big ball that could fly people in the sky. How could the envoys from other countries not know what the commoners could think of? This big ball was deadly. The military forces of the Tang dynasty prepared a large number of people. How should they deal with it? Both sides agreed to set up a formation and look for opportunities to kill. However, the Tang dynasty flew over and specifically looked for flags to attack. How could they command? No, they couldn't let the Tang dynasty have it. No, they couldn't just let the Tang dynasty have it. They wanted it too. Whether they wanted to fight the Tang dynasty or other countries, the envoys were all thinking about the new thing. It's right to dismiss the workers. It's useless to keep them. Yao Chong went to Earthly Paradise for dinner. Wei Zhigu didn't come today. Yuanji, don't keep thinking about it, Lu Huaishan advised. He understood how much Yao Chong had worried about the matter of Baigong, how much trouble he had caused. Now that it's spread all over the city, we haven't seen the real thing, so we have to think of a way. Zhang Shua changed the topic back to business. But a ball that can make people fly must have its drawbacks. Like a flying lamp, it can only move with the wind. Lu Huaishan followed the topic. Yao Chong looked at the lantern light outside. I'm not sure how many people we can kill, but I do know that as long as the wind blows towards the enemy, they will definitely be on tenterhooks. It was fine during the day, but when the wind blew at night, would the soldiers be able to rest peacefully? Who isn't afraid of being ambushed in the dark? Yao Chong realized that the ball's deterrence might be greater than its actual combat strength. It's best if it's not easy to copy. Otherwise, I'd rather not create it to equip the army than let the enemy learn it. Lu Huaishan spoke his mind. He was afraid that the Tubo Turks would use hot air balloons to cause trouble in the Tang dynasty. The wind is too strong. If it blows away, can the ball still fly back? Zhang Shua frowned. He knew about the Kongming lantern. A kite needs to be connected by a string. How long does the ball need to be connected by a rope? I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know where to start. Ask His Majesty to take one to the palace and have a meal. Yao Chong realized that there was nothing to discuss at the moment, so he didn't say anything. Zhuangzi was eating, and the 500 winged knights went to get their food. The topic of discussion was the hot air balloon. When I went up today, the wind was blowing towards the east at a height of 200 feet. But when I rose to 300 feet, it was blowing towards the southeast. When I reached 500 feet, it blew towards the west. I noticed that too, but when I was 100 feet, the wind blew towards the north, and when I reached 500 feet, it blew towards the northwest. Is it because the greater the difference in height, the more obvious the change in direction of the wind? Let's see tomorrow and fly higher. If that's the case, we can adjust the height and change the direction. The winged knights discovered a secret in their conversation. As long as they were familiar with the height and direction of the wind, after the hot air balloon flew out without a rope, it could still fly back. When it flew over the enemy's head, it could choose the right height and turn back. The process would be slower, but it could still cause damage to the enemy. When the wind was too strong, it couldn't fly. Li Yi, who was eating in a private room, talked about his new idea. Make a batch of Kongming lanterns. Make them a little bigger, put alchemical fire oil in them, and then take a plate of incense and light it on the rope of the holder inside. When the incense is burned there, the rope will be burned, and the lamp or candle will be tilted. The alchemical fire oil will be ignited, and the fire will burn the paper. The burning alchemical fire oil will fall from the sky and ignite the enemy camp below. Many Kongming lanterns will fly off, fly far away, and waste things. But in a battle, if it's successful at the critical moment, the enemy camp will be in chaos. Li Yi talked about his new idea. If both sides fought, it would succeed once. No, if the enemy sees it, they will copy it. Tubo always likes to sneak attack the Tang dynasty. Li Qingqi heard this and thought that it was a good idea. A large number of Kongming lanterns flew with the wind, and some of them fell down. No one thought that if they reminded the enemy, the enemy would gather the Kongming lanterns for one attack. When the wind was right, they would release them to burn the Tang dynasty's army provisions and other things. The Tang dynasty's losses would be more than the cost of making the Kongming lanterns. Li Longji nodded. Yes, don't say it lest it gets out. Ah, Li Yi thought that it made sense. He didn't know how much money the Turks had, but Tubo had craftsmen, fields and oil. If Tubo wanted to make them, they could definitely make them. Nothing happened that night. The next day, the craftsmen in Zhuangzi made 2 more hot air balloons. The winged knights continued to test the balloons. The length of the rope was controlled at 200 feet, and they could only use up the rope at most. This time, more people heard the news and came to watch. They couldn't enter Zhuangzi, so they watched from outside Bahui. The hot air balloons were big enough to see them rise. This included the envoys from the various countries. When they saw the 3 balls moving up and down today, their worries were written all over their faces. The people of the Tang dynasty cheered when they saw the balloons, as if the Tang dynasty would destroy all the surrounding forces tomorrow. Li Longji's morning court session ended. But Yao Chong and the other 2 didn't leave. Your Majesty, I heard that the Li family Zhuangzi has a new item. It's a ball-shaped item with a basket under it, and a person in the basket. Do you know? Yao Chong asked directly. Before he could finish, Li Longji nodded. Yes, a hot air balloon. The winged knights are training it. In the future, they will look for suitable weather and opportunities to attack the enemy on the battlefield. Is it easy to make? Lu Huaishan was worried. It's easy. The Li family Zhuangzi is easy to make. The alcohol used can't be made by others, and the alcohol burner can't be made by others. Li Longji understood what the old official was thinking. Zhang Shuo asked, how much will it cost? I'll pay for it. You don't have to worry. Li Longji didn't mention the cost, and he didn't want the national treasury to pay for it. Zuozong took the money, and the imperial court had to supervise. How could Li Yi's Zhuangzi be controlled by others? Moreover, the cost was divided into the cost of materials and the cost of technology. The materials weren't expensive, but the technology was hard to come up with by Li Yi. Oh, it wasn't easy. Your Majesty, we'd like to see it. Yao Chong was helpless when he heard that Li Longji didn't want to use the imperial court's money. The previous gunpowder was not controlled by the imperial court. It was dangerous. Now the hot air balloon was not controlled by the imperial court. A hot air balloon with gunpowder could float from Zhuangzi to the imperial city. Tomorrow morning, I'll send the winged knights to bring one over. Li Longji agreed. Chapter 391. April 18th. The weather was clear. Li Longji held a small court meeting in Hanyuan Palace. Many people did not understand what was going on. After the court meeting, Li Longji announced, there is a new item called the hot air balloon. I have brought one today. The winged knights will demonstrate it to everyone. Everyone was excited. They could actually see the legendary flying ball today. Everyone waited. The Yulin flying cavalry led 4 horses here, and the horses carried the chest. They used this to tell the officials that the hot air balloon was convenient to carry. Then the winged knights opened the boxes and took out something. They quickly assembled and tested it. The hot air balloon was inflated. 2 people went up and controlled the alcohol burner. The hot air balloon gradually rose under the gaze of the officials. When it was 300 feet high, everyone in and out of the palace saw it. The people on the road in front of the palace stopped to watch. They could see it clearly when they got closer. There was a large basket under the colorful ball. The winged knights were in the basket. The hot air balloon continued to rise. The hearts of the officials continued to sink. They saw it clearly. It could indeed carry people, and it was the winged knights. What was the emperor of the Tang dynasty trying to say? When the hot air balloon used up the 200 feet rope and moved with the wind in the sky, the cheers of the people reached Hanyuan Palace. The officials whispered to each other, "Good stuff. Take it out. Even if you don't use it, the other officials will send it back. They will be scared to death." It's best when attacking a city. It can choose the direction of the wind. If one side of the city wall is not used, the other 2 sides will deviate. Only one side can be used. If the wind is too strong, it won't work. If the rope suddenly breaks, the people on it will be blown away. If they fall, they will fall to their deaths. Who doesn't die in war? Falling to their deaths is a normal casualty. How long can the rope be? The longer the rope, the heavier it is. How can there be a weapon without flaws? It's already good. With the hot air balloon, it will be helpful to the other soldiers. Exactly. Without the hot air balloon, are we not going to defend the city? Even if it can only reduce the pressure on one side of the city wall, the defenders on that side can go to reinforce the other walls. It can also be used to see the enemy's layout from 200 feet high. Yes, one can watch from above and the other can signal. If the soldiers at the border knew about this, they would be very happy. It's not expensive to make, right? Even if it's expensive, we still have to build it. The ministers expressed their opinions. Your Majesty, is it time-consuming to make this thing? Why don't we? Yao Chong was the closest to Li Longji, so he asked about the time it would take to manufacture. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Longji interrupted him. There's no need. The Li family Zhuangzi can build it. It won't take long. Faster than crafting a bow? Yao Chong was still curious. A bow takes a long time, but a crossbow takes even longer. The cost of a hot air balloon is actually not as good as a crossbow. Li Longji finally revealed the truth. Crossbows required a lot of work and took a long time to complete. Hot air balloons were simple and had a shorter working time. Not counting the cost of the technology, they were naturally cheaper. Yao Chong was surprised. He thought that a hot air balloon was not enough. In the end, it was cheaper than a strong crossbow. It was normal for a strong crossbow to cost 50 to 60 taels. Then, Yao Chong did not know how to express himself. It's broken. The rope is broken. It broke about 10 feet away. A shout suddenly sounded. Everyone looked down. Sure enough, the rope floated down, and the other ropes flew away with the hot air balloon. The ministers were anxious. Were two winged knights going to fall to their deaths today? Li Longji frowned. Your Majesty, there was a sudden gust of wind just now, and the rope broke. Someone from the small yellow door ran over and explained. Everyone who was watching the hot air balloon was stunned. The foreign envoys were excited. It turned out that there was a disadvantage. Once the rope broke, people would fall to their deaths. The ministers of Hanyuan Palace looked at Li Longji. Li Longji thought about it and ordered, serve tea and wait for the hot air balloon to fly back. The ministers. If the rope broke and was blown away by the wind, how could it come back? Then what was the use of the rope? Did something happen to His Majesty because he was anxious? At this moment, the two people on the hot air balloon encouraged each other. Old Six, don't be afraid. We said before that it can be changed. Quick, keep the rope. Let's think of a way to fly back. Don't fall into the wilderness. A non-commissioned officer shouted. Got it, Big Lou. Quick, go higher. The wind direction is not right. OL6 pulled the rope like a madman. His arms stretched out and retracted, tugging and pulling. He tied the rope into a bundle skillfully so that it would not be easy to untie. Big Lou lit the fire and the hot air balloon rose quickly. After rising to a certain height, the wind direction changed. However, it did not blow back. It continued to rise. It's a bit cold. Old Six was still there. The higher we go, the colder it will be. It's okay. Dongzhu said that after rising 333 feet, the temperature will drop by 6 degrees. We can persevere. Big Lou explained using science. If we had known, we would have worn cotton clothes. We won't be able to breathe no matter how high we go. Then let's go down. We can't be suffocated to death. At most, we'll fall into the wilderness. It's changed. Quick, this height. Let's go back. It's not easy, but we can really do it. It'll be easy in the future. Bring the clothes in the basket. Bring Dongzhu's oxygen bag too. After some manipulation, the hot air balloon was more than 3,000 meters in the air. It welcomed a new wind direction and blew back. Fortunately, it was summer. The temperature dropped by 20 degrees. It was still bearable. The two of them had discovered a new continent. Oh my God! They could look for the wind. Who said the hot air balloon could only fly in one direction? This rope, what use do I have for it? The two of them flew back. Li Longji was waiting. Regardless of whether they flew back by themselves or sent a message back after landing, one of them would come back. Li Longji did not believe that the winged knights would fall to their deaths. The hot air balloon was not going to be ignited. The altitude had to be lowered. After waiting for about half an hour, a Gaolisher who was looking around with binoculars suddenly shouted, "I see it. It's in the sky. It's very small. It's floating over. It's close. It's above our heads. It's over." Li Longji stood up and took the binoculars. Sure enough, he saw a small balloon flying in another direction. Then the balloon started to descend. It flew to the left, then to the left, then to the right. After flying for a distance, it started to descend. As the altitude decreased, people could see it without binoculars. The hot air balloon that seemed to be getting smaller rose and fell. Seemed to be getting closer. After waiting for another half an hour, the balloon became bigger. They could see the basket and the people inside. The hot air balloon descended and was blown back by the wind. The people cheered. The envoys were depressed. It could fly back and forth without a rope? Li Longji smiled. Sure enough, the winged knights were the calmest. They were not afraid of unexpected situations. The hot air balloon was flying toward Hanyuan Palace Hall. The crowd excitedly waited for the balloon to land. The people who saw it now were closer than when it was at its highest. Many people's palms were sweating. It was probably because of the hot weather. Closer. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The hot air balloon floated away when it was about 60 to 70 feet above the ground. The hot air balloon floated on the main road in front of the imperial city. A shout came from above. "Tell His Majesty that we will be back soon. This wind." When the people below saw such a big thing flying over their heads and heard the shout, many of them said at the same time, "Oh." The hot air balloon quickly rose again and flew away. "Wait a little longer," Li Longji said helplessly. The officials. Chapter 392. Soon the people outside shouted that they would be back in a while. The people outside laughed and felt that this thing was too fun. It could fly back by itself after being blown away by the wind. The foreign envoys did not think it was fun at all. Their hearts were completely cold. The ball was not finished when the rope broke. The rope was just for show. How far could this thing fly? Would it fly all the way to the imperial city of their country? Then it would throw down a torch and fly back to the Tang dynasty? If the Tang dynasty made thousands of such balls, what would happen to their country? The people of the 10 Tujue families in Jiajinshan also stood outside and watched. The people of the 10 Tujue families wondered if they could borrow it and then fight back. Jiajinshan wondered if they could use it in their own family. Not to mention war, it would be good if they could fly back to the Tang dynasty and send messages back and forth. Moreover, the stronger the Tang dynasty was, the better their lives would be. The people were cheering. The winged knights were fine under the big ball. They could not fall at all. They could fly back up again. They did not have to pull down the rope when they flew too high. The officials of Hanyuan Palace were not in a hurry to work. They were waiting to see if they could come back again. It was too hot outside and there was no shade. Fortunately, there was tea to drink. Yao Chong was excited. He did not know that hot air balloons could fly here and there. If there was no rope, a large group of hot air balloons would constantly adjust their direction and attack the enemy's formation. It would cause chaos and casualties for the enemy. Your Majesty, hot air balloons can fly over an approximate range. They can participate in battles and transport supplies on the battlefield. I just saw it. It flies very fast in the sky and is not limited by the terrain. The Tang dynasty should mass produce it and send elite troops to operate it. It will boost the morale of the people at the border. Yao Chong knew the power of hot air balloons. At the same time, he knew that the hot air balloons could not be controlled by other armies. They could only be managed by the winged knights. Li Longji was happy. He did not need to pay for the production of hot air balloons. Li Yi still had 10% of the dividends from earthly paradise. Li Yi was looking for ways to use it. Hot air balloons were indeed dangerous and could not be placed in other armies. Lu Huaishan didn't say anything. After knowing that it was difficult to imitate, he was completely relieved. He sat there and drank tea leisurely, waiting for the hot air balloon to return. A flying object that could adjust its own direction was as scary as it could get. He believed that many of the opportunistic foreigners would know what to do once they understood the situation. Zhang Shua borrowed the binoculars and scanned the sky, hoping to see the figure of the hot air balloon. While looking at it, he said, "How long can the lighter's fuel be used for? How many can you bring each time?" Li Longji was in a good mood and answered, "It depends on how big the hot air balloon is. The basket is light, so it can carry more things." This subject requests that a short and thin person operate it to reduce the weight. Zhang Shua said again. Li Longji nodded. Among the winged knights, there was a short non-commissioned officer. Being short did not mean that he was weak. Some of the short ones who were selected were able to continuously draw strong bows and shoot accurately. Otherwise, they would not have been selected. This type of person was suitable for the hot air balloon. The bow was accurate and the weight was light. After the hot air balloon was tied to a rope and fixed at a relatively stable height, the archers on top had space to display their skills. When the arrows were used up, they would be pulled down to replenish. The other subjects were as happy as the common people. They were not people who colluded with foreigners. The hot air balloon flew away, whizzed up and slowly floated down. Other than the disadvantage of a slow descent, everything else was an advantage. However, a slow descent also had its advantages. It could allow the people on top to adjust their attacks. As long as it rose quickly, it would be fine. Your Majesty, this subject has thought of a way to use the hot air balloon. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War stood up. He said loudly, "The enemy is not only made up of archers. There are also spears, shields, baggage, and troops carrying siege weapons. The hot air balloon can lower its altitude when it is above them and shoot arrows from a few feet above them. When their crossbows react, immediately rise to avoid it. However, be careful of being ambushed by people familiar with it." Good. Li Longji praised. That's right. Everyone should think together. How else could they play? According to Brother Yi's words, controlling the hot air balloon meant controlling the air. An army with air control would crush the enemy's ground forces without air control. As long as the air force was on a large scale, there would be no situation where the ground forces could not be controlled. Li Longji might think about whether what others said was right or not, but he directly believed that Li Yi's words were right. Li Yi never talked nonsense or bragged about matters related to the people's livelihood or military affairs. Your Majesty, this subject also has an idea. Another assistant minister stood up. He was from the Ministry of Works. This subject feels that the color of the hot air balloon is too conspicuous. If it is used for military purposes, it is best to paint it black. It will be more hidden at night. He said from the color. Good. Li Longji nodded. He already knew that the army had to change the color. The color of the grassland was blue and white like the sky. Or the grassland was painted green. It was not easy to be discovered when it was close to the ground. The color at night was not pure black. There were torches and lanterns on the ground. When faced with pure black, it was easy to see the reflection of light. Li Yi said this. Now the ministers were working hard to think about it and needed to be encouraged. So the ministers enthusiastically spoke. Some said that powerful fireworks should be brought up and shot down. When facing the enemy cavalry, the horses would be startled with a bang. Some ministers said that when there was no contact, hot air balloons could be sent in advance to carry highly poisonous fodder. At night, the fodder could be used to feed the enemy's horses. Even if the horses did not die from the poison, they would not be in good condition. Another person suggested that after the enemy's vanguard army passed through a canyon, in the evening the hot air balloons would carry soldiers to the two sides of the canyon to set up an ambush. When the army at the back thought that the vanguard army had cleared the ambush, they would suddenly attack and catch the enemy's army unprepared. The ministers who were usually sanctimonious thought of all kinds of schemes and tricks after the hot air balloons came out. Li Longji asked people to remember carefully. Regardless of whether it was useful now, it was still an idea. When the time came, he would give it to the winged knights and let them use it flexibly. When everyone was coming up with ideas, Zhang Shua shouted, "It's back, the hot air balloon is back. Quick, send people outside. If it runs to the sky above the street again, shout for them to descend. We will provide support," Li Longji ordered. He was afraid that if the route was not adjusted properly, the hot air balloon would run away again and leave a sentence, "We will be back in a while." Everyone looked up. After a quarter of an hour, the hot air balloon adjusted its altitude and flew over from the side. This time there was no sudden slanting wind. The two of them actually adjusted their position. It was not easy. When they were about to reach Hanyuan Palace, Old Six shook his hand and threw down a small part of the rope. He shouted, "Grab the rope, the sky is too cold." Big Lu adjusted the fire to a very small size and did not dare to extinguish it. He was afraid that the speed of descent would be too fast. The 1,000 bull guards below rushed over and grabbed the rope. It was like a tug of war. The flame of the alcohol burner on the hot air balloon was sometimes big and sometimes small. After being stabilized by the rope, it held. Then people pulled it down. The balloon was still full. With a bang, the hot air balloon landed smoothly. Chapter 394. It was getting hotter and hotter. Even at dusk, the temperature didn't drop. On the contrary, it felt even more stuffy. The chirping of the cicadas sounded noisy at first, but after a while, it gradually became background music. The dogs in Zhuangzi were lying there lazily. When they heard someone approaching and talking, they would perk up their ears and open their eyes slightly. Then they would close their eyes again and continue lying there. The children had changed into new summer clothes. The boys wore singlets and trousers, while the girls wore beautiful skirts and sandals made of pig skin. Dinner was served with more water and more cold dishes, especially chicken feet, pig skin, pig trotters, and fish, which were all made with jellied meat. The rice with water was good. Steamed or boiled millet, yellow rice, sorghum rice, and white rice were soaked and scooped with fresh well water. When it was eaten, it was accompanied by pickled vegetables. Usually they could eat 2 bowls and 3 bowls easily. However, after washing 4 bowls of rice, there were only 3 bowls left. Ordinary people didn't dare to eat it. It was too fermenting. In addition to the rice with water, the villagers also liked the noodles with soy sauce. When the noodles were soaked in cold water, they would scoop up a spoonful of sauce and suck it in. Of course, garlic was indispensable. Li Yi always felt that his habit of eating raw garlic while eating noodles with soy sauce in the north was passed down from the Tang dynasty. However, during the Tang dynasty, garlic was eaten in both the north and the south. It became a trend of eating garlic. Therefore, he was eating hot pot for dinner today. He didn't want to eat staple food. He couldn't eat rice with water either. Hot pot and some wine could let him sleep well. Big Lu and Old Six gathered the winged knights who didn't stand guard. While eating, they asked the two of them how they felt when they were in the sky. They were allowed to drink. The medicinal wine they soaked in was frozen in the sky and could stimulate blood flow. Empress Wang didn't come out. She stayed in her room and looked after the children with noble consort Lu. "Brother Yi, are you planning to sell the ice you stored in Zhuangzi for the winter?" Li Chengqi, who had rushed to Zhuangzi, accompanied them to eat hot pot. "Not for sale. From tomorrow onwards there will be cold drinks in Zhuangzi." Li Yi shook his head. "It's getting hot. Don't get heat stroke." When the topic of heat stroke was brought up, his brows twitched. The synopsis of the Golden Chamber uses the syndrome differentiation to treat heat stroke, using poison to fight poison. When the internal heat is difficult to expel, drink ginger water and monkshood water. It's the same as having hot pot for dinner tonight. It was hot outside and the cold air was pressing in. Eating hot pot was hot and it could expel the heat and cold in the body. Some people will also drink mutton soup and hot tea. After sweating, they will feel cool and relieve the heat. Li Yi explained that heat stroke was a type of treatment, just like yin deficiency and yang deficiency. Li Longji and Li Qingqi listened and felt that it made sense. Yes, that was exactly the case. But Li Yi's turn came. Not everyone drinks hot water when it's unbearably hot. Some people just collapse after drinking it. Therefore, don't use hot water if you can. Cold water is still very useful. Well water is good. The ground is not hot, but the well water is cold. Later, I will write a method to prevent heat stroke that can be easily understood by the people and spread it. Li Yi knew that some people drank mutton soup to relieve the heat and got heat stroke in the end. The body was already hot, and more heat entered. The speed of excretion was not as fast as the accumulation, and they collapsed. Especially those who like to add more mutton oil and chili oil when drinking mutton soup. The two listened and nodded. They did not understand anyway. Other places are beyond my reach. The well drilling team can drill in dry places. They can't draw water. Chang'an's docks can specially drill wells. The well water is cold for the people working at the docks to drink. At the same time, they can replenish salt. Otherwise, according to previous years, there will be people who suddenly fainted while working. Li Chengqi knew that the people at the docks liked to drink river water. Now that there was soup, they would drink it. The soup was hot and cold, and they would not feel comfortable after drinking it. Coincidentally, the well drilling team left behind in Chang and did not go out. They conveniently drilled a well at every docks. Once the well water was cold, they would feel refreshed after drinking a mouthful of it. This is good. We don't have to worry about them drinking too much water and getting water poisoning. They will sweat non-stop when they are carrying. Li Yi agreed. He decided to write the method to prevent heatstroke that the people working should drink more water. As for the people working in the shade, they just need to pay attention to hydration. Drinking hot tea was not a problem. Cold tea was not recommended as drinking too much water poisoning. Things like Huxiangzhengqi water, rock sugar mung bean water, and sour plum soup were for the rich. If the poor told them about this, they would be scolded to death. Later, I will ask Songda to lower the price of the worst tea foam. 1 copper coin per kilogram. Especially now that the tea leaves have become big leaves. There will be more foam when the tea leaves are made. It is better to give it to the people who need it. At the same time, it can also replenish vitamins and theophylline. Li Yi decided to help the ordinary people of the capital magistrate prevent heatstroke. He could not do anything about places that were too far away. He could not control the people in the world. Even if he had the ability to control them, it would be through the officials and organizations such as various alliances. When Li Longji heard the price, he gently shook his head. You can't sell it openly. There should be a limit to prevent people from hoarding. Third brother is right. I will register that each household can only buy 1 kilogram for 10 days. Even if there are some omissions, it doesn't matter. For those who do not have a place of birth, we will put their handprints and check if the handprints are fake. It will give them the feeling that we will investigate. Li Yi nodded. Yes, what if some wicked person saw that the tea was 1 copper coin per kilogram? No, the initial price will be 3 copper coins per kilogram. Li Yi changed his mind. After 10 days, the price will drop to 5 copper coins per kilogram. After another 10 days, it will be 2 copper coins per kilogram. Li Yi said. Good. Those who want to hoard it will immediately sell the tea in their hands after 2 days. They will not dare to buy more. Li Chengqi clapped his hands in agreement. After the meal, Li Yi went to write a set of methods to prevent heatstroke and predict the signs of heatstroke. It was easy to understand. He turned around and drew a simple diagram. Then, he took it to the workshop and found a random person. Then go and make it. Manual ice shaving machine. You can mix it with various kinds of fruit juice. It is cool and refreshing. Pregnant women should not eat too much. Just a few mouthfuls are enough. Children can eat a little at a time. They can eat a few more times. If they eat too much at one time, they will have diarrhea. Li Yi sighed with emotion when he heard the sound of cicadas. He had been to Xi'an before. The sound of cicadas could no longer be heard in the city. They could only be heard in the National Conservation Park in Lantian County. In this regard, he felt that Xi'an was not as good as Hunan. When he went to Zhengzhou and Hunan to discuss business, many places where there were many cicadas were not allowed to sound their horns. They said that they were afraid that it would affect the cicadas' communication. Now that he heard a large number of cicadas calling out, it was annoying. There were also forest frogs, frogs in the paddy fields, and toads calling out. When it was hot and stuffy, they could only get used to the noisy noise. It's mating season again. Couples should be separated like Liangshan Lake and Zhuangtai. After Li Yi muttered these 2 names, he suddenly had an idea. He walked around and found Songda, who was having dinner with Hu Ernyang. When it's time to get married, just get married. Don't always drag it out. A separate courtyard and betrothal gifts can be used at any time. Li Yi said. He asked Songda to send someone to Pyongkong Square tomorrow to invite Xinyan and the others over. He said that he had a new song to discuss. Chapter 395. Early the next morning, there were 10 ice shavers in the cafeteria. Beside each ice shaver were written the rules of eating. Pregnant women could only taste. Children should eat less each time. Adults should not eat too much to avoid a cold stomach. There was no wind in the morning. The winged knights seized the time to practice flying. Today they had to practice landing. It would be difficult for them to float back. They could fly to the wilderness and try their best to avoid landing in the fields. The cavalry mounted their horses and the hot air balloons took off. One of the carriages in Zhuangzi entered the city. 2 female farmers entered Pyongkong Square to look for someone. The men did not come as they were afraid of getting heaty. Xianyan had guests last night. The weather was hot, so everyone was active. The number of people in Pyongkong Square increased. They were originally tired, but after hearing Li Yi's invitation, they became energetic again. They quickly washed up and changed into beautiful clothes. When they were busy, others saw them. After asking, they felt jealous. Li Lang was looking for a woman again and did not look for them. The key was that every time Xianyan and the others came in contact with Li Lang, they could bring back new songs. After an hour, Xianyan and the others urged each other to get on their own carriages and set off. 50 everyone meant 50 flowery carriages. Now they had changed to 4-wheeled carriages. The everyone in Pyongkong Square had formed a group to set off. The people on the streets were talking about it again. Where were they going? Were they going to the temple to discuss scriptures? They don't do proper business and only think about finding women all day. Yao Chong in the government hall heard the news and muttered. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong and chuckled. Then it turned into a chuckle and then into a hearty laugh. Lu Huaishan glanced at Yao Chong and said, Li Yi's medical skills are superb. Why don't you go and ask for some medicine? After taking it, you can go and find women. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Shua laughed until he held his stomach. Yao Chong was about to glare at Lu Huaishan, but Lu Huaishan went back to his room first. When Xianyan and the others arrived in Zhuangzi and found Li Yi was sitting in front of a piano playing a tune. It had just been created. Li Yi had finished tuning and was testing it out. Li Yi was playing Adeline by the Water, which was a softer tune. Xianyan and a large group of people quietly listened. This was the first time they had seen this kind of musical instrument. There were too many keys to pronounce. They instantly thought of the benefits of having more keys and a wider vocal range. If he could learn it, he would be able to compose more songs based on this new instrument. Li Yi played the song twice before standing up and saying to Xianyan and the others, "The peacock flies southeast for a distance of 5 miles." Xianyan and the rest paused for a moment before replying at the same time. 13 is able to weave, 14 is able to tailor. Yes, this is a poem about love. The most disgusting person in the poem is the parents-in-law. She chased her daughter-in-law out. The other abominable group was the woman's family. They forced the woman to her death, and then the man died as well. Li Yi spoke of the plot emotionlessly. Xianyan and the others. Now let me talk about another story. The most abominable group was the woman's family. The woman looked at the man who went to school with her. Li Yi continued. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Without waiting for him to finish, Xianyan and the others spoke out in unison. They understood. Oh, since everyone knows the story, then what about me? I specially wrote a song for this story. Oh, I copied it. When Li Yi said that he wrote it himself, his face turned slightly red and he immediately changed his words. As he spoke, he took out the symphony score that he had stayed up late to copy. Each of you copy it. The first chapter, oh, the prelude is Jiangnan Spring, using a flute to play. Li Yi let Xianyan and the others flip through the book while he explained the arrangement and content of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai's symphony. As he spoke, he was still very calm. However, Xianyan and the others were very touched. When Li Yi finished talking about the final butterfly, Xianyan and the others' eyes were red as they took the book and ran away. They wanted to find a place for a few people to copy first before passing it to the others. Li Yi sat in front of the piano and played Autumn's Whisper. When he thought about the peacock flying to the southeast, he thought of Lu Yu and Tang Wan. It was another pair that had been forcibly separated. So mother-in-law and mother-in-law are quite abominable? Li Yi laughed twice and left the piano, no longer playing. He still felt that he should not spend so much time on articles and music in the Tang dynasty. There were still medical books that he had not finished copying. That was more important. If I don't know anything, then I don't have to worry about it. Copying medical books is too tiring, especially when there are many medicines that are not available now. Li Yi mumbled. What he was most annoyed about was deleting. It was a waste of time and brain power. I can write it down. If there are none, then there are none. Can't I just wait until there are some in the future? For some crops, I will spend money to get merchants to find them. Especially in Asia, Europe and Africa. There is no Suez Canal now. It is connected to Africa. The land route can go all the way to Singapore. Boats run along the shore. Go down and reach the place of kangaroos and koalas. America is separated by the Bering Strait. Now even Tubo is warm and can be farmed. The Bering Strait should not be frozen yet. It has not reached the Little Ice Age. Take a boat up to the Bering Strait and go straight to the shore. Then there is the problem of the land route. Li Yi mumbled and a world map appeared in his mind. He decided not to change it. Things that were not written in medical books were not available. Everyone knew that there was none, so they just waited. Build ships. What am I going to do with so much money? Chaozhou can carry a lot of things. It is not suitable for the sea. Build a big ship. Wait for the dividends from the well salt and the gold mine in Lantian County to arrive and continue to invest. Li Yi wanted to build a big fleet in the next few years. He walked out of the courtyard where the piano and other instruments were placed. A group of cavalry ran back. The horses carried boxes. They went to the big square, opened the boxes and reassembled them. He walked over to take a look. Guozi, who was in charge of commanding, saw him and spoke to him. After flying out land, the cavalry will run over to dismantle the boxes and bring them back. The wind is good now, so it is suitable for flying. Li Yi nodded. You must be careful when assembling. Don't be careless just because you are familiar with it. When in the air, strictly follow the rules of the operation manual. The sky is not like the ground. The slightest mistake will cause you to fall. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. Everyone deliberately reminds you when they are in the sky. Military matters are not to be underestimated. Guozi promised. Li Yi went to the assembly area and took a closer look. Just as Guozi said, the non-commissioned officer worked slowly. After landing once, the basket was hit. The non-commissioned officer checked to see if the connecting position was loose. Li Yi watched for a while. When the basket was reassembled, he was relieved. With his hands behind his back, he strolled around and looked at the crab farming, forest frog farming, the growth of the rice and the cotton. When it was time for dinner, he wandered back and saw Songda running over. Dongzhu, I'm looking for you. The craftsmen in the printing workshop are anxious. A large amount of printing paper has been produced. The bronze movable type is all done. The ink is fine too. It's time to print. Songda talked about the situation in the printing workshop. The people there were not in a good mood. They only worked but did not produce results. Let's do it. The story we wrote before, the recent locust plague and the well drilling incident. Then print it. Li Yi agreed. Print. How much for the first printing? Songda wiped his sweat. The first edition is more precious. Print 10,000 copies and keep 1,000 copies. Li Yi thought of the value of the front page and decided to keep it. Chapter 396. In the afternoon, Li Yi finished writing the newspaper article and sent it to the typesetting department. The typesetters were doing it for the first time. They picked the words according to the size of Li Yi's handwriting. Copper was usually used to make currency and bronze wares. The production was low but the demand was high. Most people would not bear to use copper to make movable type, but Zhuangzi did not care. He had money. Even if he lacked copper, how could he lack the copper that Zhuangzi used to make movable type? The typesetters picked out the words one by one and fixed them in a template. The template was fixed with buckles. There were special grooves on the movable type that could be fastened directly. Otherwise, the wax would need to be melted and the words would be placed on top. The words would not fall off after the wax solidified. When the wax was removed, the wax would be melted and the words would be removed. Not only was it tiring, but it also used up a lot of wax. When the movable type was made, there would be bumps on the reverse mold. and the words would have grooves on them. There was only one big newspaper today, and it was printed on one side. The typesetting was done on the same day, and the printing started at night. There was only one printing machine for 10,000 copies, and it would be printed until the next morning. The people in the printing workshop did not care. It was finally time for them to perform. The story in the newspaper was the first chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Li had spread it out and many people were still copying it. Now that it was printed in the newspaper, there were no mistakes and it looked comfortable. Also, Li wanted to print the prevention of heatstroke and put it in the newspaper. The people would find it novel. Even if they were illiterate and did not want to buy it, they would listen to others read it. They would write it down, and when they felt that they had mastered something good, they would spread it out. Early in the morning of April 20th, Songda looked for Li again. "Dongzhu, all 10,000 copies have been printed. Look," Songda said as he took out a newspaper. The smell of ink wafted in the air. Li took the newspaper and read it from the beginning to the end. There was no problem with the typesetting, and the handwriting was clear. "Very good. Sell it. 1 copy for 3 renminbi." Li returned the newspaper to Songda. "Ah, 3 renminbi? Owner, I'm afraid you don't know how much this newspaper costs, right?" Songda was dumbfounded and looked at his Dongzhu in confusion. "Of course I know. The paper is 10 renminbi and the ink is 2 renminbi. Excluding the copper and labor costs, the total is 12 renminbi." Li nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, Songda was at a loss. "You know you're selling it for 3 cents for 12 cents? Sell it, you won't lose money. I've written a few notes for you. Keep them well. If you can't sell them, take them out and shout." Li didn't want to say too much. He only gave the order and took out several folded pieces of paper from his pocket. "All right, Dongzhu, I'll arrange for someone to sell it." Songda clenched his teeth and listened to Dongzhu's words. He took the note and turned around to leave. "In the first few days, we'll send our people to sell the goods. Once we're familiar with the people in Chang, and we'll see if there are any families with old illnesses who rely on their children to work hard to make ends meet. In the future, let them sell the newspapers. Give them a penny for every 5 copies sold. Or we can adjust their wages depending on the situation." Li added. Songda, who was walking to the door, paused. "Got it, Dongzhu." Songda left sullenly. He wasn't angry with Li but with himself. He knew that Dongzhu said he wouldn't lose money, and that meant he wouldn't lose money. But he couldn't figure out why he wouldn't lose money. 3 luxurious carriages were dispatched for 9,000 copies of newspapers, and a special one was sent to carry people. There was also a truck filled with piles of starch jelly, seasonings, bowls, and chopsticks. 5 carriages set off, followed by 20 winged knights. Now Songda had guards in Zhuangzi. He was afraid that he would be taken away. He knew too much. The winged knights received the order that if Songda was attacked, and the winged knights couldn't eliminate the enemy and rescue him, they were to shoot Songda. Songda himself was also clear, so he only went to Chang and didn't go anywhere else. At the city gate, they unloaded the starch jelly and other things. The carriages went in, and the gatekeepers began to scrape the jelly and put it in bowls with seasonings. The carriages went straight to the south of the imperial city and stopped at the Vermilion Bird Avenue. No stalls were allowed here, and no hawking was allowed. Songda didn't care much. The winged knights were protecting him. Was he selling? He was giving it to them. The cost was 12 coins and a newspaper was only 3 coins. When they arrived, the carriages opened, and everyone stood in a row shouting together. Look, 3 coins for selling things at a loss. This is a newspaper. There are stories and general knowledge in it. The cost of a newspaper is only 3 coins now. Buy it and you can learn. The newspaper is the court bulletin. You can't see the court bulletin, but you can see the newspaper. Songda and the farmers were shouting very hard. But unfortunately, everyone was watching and didn't buy. They knew who Songda was. They watched him shouting, pointing, and talking to each other. Songda. He had no choice. He reached into his pocket and took out a folded piece of paper. He unfolded it, read, and took a deep breath. Then he accepted his fate and shouted, "Shocking! 3 men sneaked into the peach garden and did such a thing." Oh, the eyes of the onlookers lit up. They were surprised. Someone immediately came forward. Steward Song, what are you talking about? It's written in the newspaper. This is the only copy for 3 coins. Songda was convinced. Dongzhu was still the best. It's written in the newspaper? The other party was suspicious. Why would I lie to you? Are you buying or not? If not, get out of the way. There are people behind who want to buy. Songda didn't explain. Buy, give me one. This paper looks good. It's not a loss. I'll buy one too. I can read. Who bought it? Read it to me. A group of people came forward to buy the newspaper. In a short time, more than 400 copies were sold. The people who got the newspaper avoided the others and ran to the corner to read it. The others chased after them and left. The people in front of them had dispersed. Those who came after them didn't know what was going on. Why was the Li family Zhuangzi here selling newspapers? Songda took out another piece of paper and looked at it. He gritted his teeth. What did a woman do to cause so many men to be entangled with her? If you want to know, buy the newspaper. 3 coins, it's only 3 coins. This time there were more people. They all took out their money. Those who couldn't read bought the newspaper and were prepared to look for those who could read. After some time, Songda took out a piece of paper. When you do this, you'll be sweating profusely and gasping for breath. You'll also feel thirsty. There's a way to solve this problem. It's written in the newspaper. All of a sudden, everyone went crazy. Even the women ran over to buy newspapers. At this point, the person who bought the newspaper ran over. Steward Song, where are the 3 men you're talking about? Why aren't they? Weren't they Liu Bei, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei sworn brothers in the peach garden? Songda retorted. The other party. Someone beside him said, I know what a woman did to cause so many men to be entangled with her. The Empress Dowager meddled in politics. How come I don't see anything about men being able to last longer? The person who bought the newspaper looked through it and couldn't find anything. To prevent heatstroke. Porters at the docks. Aren't they like this when they're working? Drinking a bowl of cold water with salt and carrying it around. Can't they last longer? Songda questioned the other party. All right, Steward Song. Good skills. I'm impressed. The other party cupped his fists and turned to leave. After walking some distance, he picked up the newspaper again. If there wasn't anything, then there wasn't anything. At least the romance of the 3 kingdoms and the prevention of heatstroke were good. A woman who had bought the newspaper came over and spat before walking away. Songda laughed. He had sold almost 5,000 copies. Chapter 397. Songda was overjoyed. He had sold a lot of newspapers and waited for the news to spread. There would definitely be more people who would buy them. Chang'an had a large population and more literate people than other places. 9,000 newspapers a day was not enough to sell, but he had to pay 9 cents for each newspaper. The news that he was selling newspapers at the entrance of the imperial city spread quickly. Some officials saw that it was almost noon and there was nothing else to do, so they ran out to buy a newspaper. Some even bought 2 for their colleagues. Someone from the Government Affairs Hall who was waiting for lunch came to report. What nonsense! Men went into the woods, what women did and how long it lasted. Go get Songda, buy a newspaper for me. Buy a newspaper for me. Yao Chong frowned when he heard the news. What was written in the newspaper? He wanted to arrest the person, but he thought otherwise. Songda recognized him when he saw him. Don't. Zhang Shua stopped him. Count how many people there are in the Government Affairs Hall. 1 newspaper for each person. Yes, everyone. Lu Huaishan said. The person who reported the news called another person and ran out together. When they came back, the 2 people held back their laughter and waited at the door after delivering the newspaper. Yao Chong snatched a newspaper. He knew it was from the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. He looked at the writing. It was Zhong Xiaojing's writing. The regular script was good. He looked at the paper. The paper was also good. It was better than the paper used now. The paper used now was straw paper. There was also hemp paper, which was used to paste windows, lanterns, and write. The best paper was made from a mixture of bark and grass sent by Jiangnan Road. Xianzhou paper was the best. However, The newspaper paper was different from the paper used for calligraphy and painting in Jiangnan Road. The ink was better, but it was not suitable for painting. The ink was better than the ink used for engraving and printing. The paper and ink produced by the Li family Zhuangzi should be better. After reading the content, he read from the beginning to the end. He did not see anything that he had heard. This Songda is lying. Yao Chong shook his head. Prime Minister Yao, it's true. It's all written. The three men are the oath of the peach garden. And then? The person who bought the newspaper replied from the door. Yao Chong heard. He felt unwell and his breathing quickened. Ahahaha. Zhang Shua laughed loudly again. Lu Huaishan shook his head helplessly. Yao Chong panted a few times and finally recovered. He gritted his teeth and said, "It must be Li Yi. How could others think of this? He couldn't find the words. Lu Huaishan was reading the contents of the newspaper. Here's a little tip for living. It says that if there are stains on the utensils, it will be easier to remove them by scrubbing them with vinegar. The towel used had a smell, and it would still have a smell after being washed. It could be steamed in the pot for a while, and it would be much better when taken out. If one wanted to eat the leftovers from summer the next day, they had to be reheated. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to last until the next day. If you accidentally open a wound on your body, you can wash it with salt water. Endure the pain and you'll recover faster. This newspaper isn't worth 3 coins. I believe that Steward Song is telling the truth. It's worth 12 coins. Zhang Shua evaluated the price of the newspaper. Yao Chong calmed down and felt that the newspaper was not bad. It had stories, information on the locust plague, information on heatstroke prevention, and tips. He thought for a while and shook his head. That's not right. Can the newspaper benefit the people? The people he helped in the past were all commoners with little money. Now the newspaper can only be understood by scholars. It's useless for commoners to buy it. If he bought it for 3 coins, how could he sell it for 4 coins? What's the point of doing a losing business? Using his own money to subsidize the scholars? He has money, so let's not worry about it. Lu Huaishan still looked like a good old man. There must be a problem. Yao Chong was certain. In the palace, Li Longji was reading a newspaper. He nodded from time to time. This was good stuff. He had been waiting for it and it was finally out. Good. It doesn't matter if the commoners are illiterate. If those who can read are willing to show off, there will be people in the taverns and teahouses reading to them. Li Longji said as he looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher cooperated and said, "Your Majesty is right. If you ask the yamen to tell the commoners, they won't believe you. If it's a newspaper, everyone will read it together and say it together. If the commoners are willing to try it, they will tell their friends. However, if the newspaper is right, the commoners will believe it. If it's wrong, the commoners will believe it. For example, if the newspaper says that the price of millet will increase, and the places that produce millet will be seriously affected by the disaster, the price of millet in Chang'an will change." Gao Lisher saw the power of the newspaper. It was just the first issue, so there was nothing wrong with it. When the commoners gradually get used to the fact that what was written was true, Chang'an would be in turmoil if a lie was suddenly mixed in. Yes, that's why no one else is allowed to do it. Only Li Yi can do it. I don't trust anyone else. Li Longji said with a smile. No one else can make such paper and ink. It takes a lot of effort to print it with engraving. It can only be produced once every few days. Gao Lisher talked about the advantages of the Li family Zhuangzi's technology. Li Longji waved his hand. The secret of paper can't be kept. Li Yi has never thought of keeping a secret. He wants to spread the new method after the cost is reduced. Jiangnan's bark paper is too expensive. The commoners can't even afford hemp paper. It's inconvenient to write with straw paper. The Li family Zhuangzi's paper can't be compared to Jiangnan's leather paper, but it can be cheaper. Li Longji remembered that Li Yi said that there was a type of ore in Lantian County that was suitable to be added to paper. In the past, Zhuangzi had people dig and transport it from other places, so the production was small. When the mining in Lantian County began, it was transported along the Ba River to the Li family Zhuangzi's workshop. The cost was reduced, but he didn't know how low the price would be. Li Longji decided to ask at night. He continued to read memorials and waited for the food to be delivered before he went to rest. Songda sold a lot of newspapers at the southern gate of the imperial city. They were all bought by officials. When it was time for dinner, the number of officials coming out to buy newspapers increased. People from the imperial harem also came to buy. In less than 12:30, all 9,000 newspapers were sold. Let's go back to Zhuangzi. We'll go back to eat and tell Dongzhu the good news first. Songda called out. Everyone got on the car and rushed back. If they weren't in a hurry to report the news, they could go to earthly paradise for dinner. Those who had bought the newspapers went around showing off. It was time for dinner. They sat there and read the newspapers. Some read it on the table, some read it with their hands open. The others were curious. What was it? When they went up to ask, the people who bought the newspapers had something to say. Others asked them to read it. Read it. It could prove that they were literate and literate. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire Chong and knew about a new thing, newspapers. The newspapers told stories and things that could be used in daily life. They introduced the situation of the locust plague. The main thing was that the locust plague could be stabilized and there would be no problems with food. Also, there were signs of heat stroke and how to deal with it. There was no need for others to force them. They couldn't remember the stories and couldn't understand what was said. It was better to do other things. Influenced by Li Yi, the new storytellers valued the stories in the newspapers. Some of them had connections and could get a few chapters of the romance of the Three Kingdoms before. They could only watch others tell it and could only be anxious. Now they could buy a copy and change it into their own words to tell others to make money. Although there weren't many words in one chapter, if they made it up, it would take at least 10 days. At first, they wanted to buy newspapers from other people. The price of a newspaper was 3 cents, but at dusk, they were forced to raise the price to 50 cents. He sighed. Finally, there are smart people. Fine, I'll print more copies. Once I print 100 copies, I'll send 100 copies over. The printing workshop started printing. The winged knights became couriers. Only they could ride horses. By noon, no one was fighting for the 6,000th set of copies that were printed. However, there was a person who came alone and bought a copy. He muttered, "They dare to sell it for 80 coins. They must be crazy poor. I can see through them. The Li family Zhuangzi has always had it." Songda stood there and didn't say anything. He had heard several people say that before. He knew that yesterday a copy of the newspaper was sold for 50 coins. Today it was even more ruthless. Someone snatched the newspaper and asked for 80 coins. When no one came to buy it again, he took the remaining 40 copies and threw them over when he passed by earthly paradise. When he arrived in Zhuangzi, he didn't have lunch and looked tired. "Dongzhu, we have high capital. If we print 1 copy, we will pay 9 coins. We can't deal with them. Tomorrow we will print 20,000 copies. 2 printing plates." Li Yi didn't show any signs of anxiety. "Isn't it just 9 coins per copy? Here." At that time, when he was competing with various platforms, he threw in billions at once. In Chong'an, the political, economic, and military center of the Tang dynasty, 1 billion was not a big deal. At this time, the people who bought a lot in the morning in Chong and were calculating how much money they had lost. They didn't expect that there would be additional copies of the newspaper. They thought that it would be the same as yesterday, with a total of 9,000 copies. They could monopolize the market and sell to people who needed it. They could gradually reduce the price. Even if some of them couldn't be sold, they could still make a profit. In the end, the Li family's manner had disrupted their plans with an additional stamp. The people who bought the newspaper at a high price before wanted to drag them to court or return the money. They lost money this time. They had a lot of newspapers that couldn't be sold. No one bought them for 3,000 copies. They were angry. They would rather borrow it from others or listen to it while eating or drinking tea. The people who bought a lot in advance felt uncomfortable, but some people cared. The foreign envoys in the Tang dynasty found out that the Li family Zhuangzi's cost of printing newspapers was high. They lost some money every time they sold a copy. The paper of the newspaper was really good. Couldn't be cheap even if they wanted to. It wasn't a lie. Some smart people went to find others to discuss the matter together. When the foreign envoys finished discussing, they took out a lot of jewelry and sold it in the East Market for money. Chapter 399. On the 22nd of April, Songda brought 20,000 copies of newspapers to the imperial city. There were still people in the imperial city who came out to buy 1,000 copies. It was cheap, only 3,000 coins. Songda was just about to open his shop when a man wearing tubo clothes came over. "I want all of them." Songda looked at him carefully, wanting to know if he was serious. "I want all of them. How much do you have?" "I'll buy all of them." The man waved his hand and a group of people behind him came forward with a lot of cloth. "What do you mean you want all of them? They are selling newspapers at a loss and you want all of them? Go away, you dare to glare at me? Your tubo was beaten up by me last year. You dare to glare at me again?" Without waiting for Songda to speak, a scholar jumped out from the side and shouted at the tubo man. After shouting, he took a step back and grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist. With a clang, the sword was pulled out. Clang, clang, clang. Several scholars pulled out their swords one after another, looking like they were going to stab him if he was not convinced. "You still don't allow me to buy things?" The tubo man was scared and argued. "You want to buy things? I think you want to cheat Li Dongzhu." A peddler carrying a pole put down the goods and pulled out his pole. "Yes, Steward Song said that the cost is 12 coins and the price is only 3 coins. The tubo people are bad." When they saw Li Dongzhu making hot air balloons, they were scared. Someone took off his shoes and was about to throw them over. "How dare you bully Li Lang?" A woman who looked like she was from Pyongkong Square said. She took out the hairpin on her head and held it in her hand. Songda, what do you say?" The tubo man had a knife on him, but he did not dare to touch it. I can't make the decision. I have to ask Dongzhu." Songda's hand touched his body, as if he wanted to take out something that could hurt people. One of the winged knights loaded the crossbow with an arrow and handed it to Songda. He mounted his horse and ran to report. Songda held the crossbow and thought for a while, then pointed the arrow at the ground. The winged knights shouted as they ran toward Shuangzi. Less than half an hour after Tubo appeared in the imperial city, a group of non-commissioned officers rushed out with the sound of footsteps. After a while, more featherwood flying cavalry came around from the side. The winged knights who reported the news were very fast. They rushed into Zhuangzi and found Li Dongzhu. "There are Tubo people who want to buy all the newspapers, but the people of the Tang dynasty won't let them. They even drew their weapons while talking. Steward Song can't make a decision." The winged knights explained everything in one sentence. "Well, the Tang dynasty is still the best." Li smiled. He sighed with emotion. At this time, the Tang dynasty was awesome. The common people were never afraid of outsiders, and many scholars could wield swords. Even during the Lushan rebellion, the civil servants personally went up the city walls to stop the enemy. More importantly, it was the will of the imperial court that never compromised with foreign countries. When the officials talked about foreign countries, they would definitely fight, but they would argue about how to fight. "Dongzhu, are you selling?" The non-commissioned officer was anxious. "They want to sell the newspapers because of my capital. I don't think it's the idea of the Tubo First Bureau. Tubo, Turkic, there are so many surnames and tribes. Their scenery is better, right? There are many horses, cows, and sheep. The weather is good and they can even farm. Tubo has saffron and many medicinal herbs. Caterpillar fungus is said to have no medicinal effect. It's just like how the Western countries said ginseng has no effect. Oh, there's also Salvia miltioriza, which degrades Chinese medicine to be worthless. But there's a reason why our Chinese medicine can exist, such as..." Li mumbled to himself. Suddenly he stopped and smiled. "Tell Songda that I'll sell it at noon. Tell him that I'm taking the time to proofread the words, so that some of the words will not destroy the deep friendship between Tang and Tibet. When I'm done checking and find no problems, I'll sell it to them. The price will not change." Li said to the non-commissioned officer, giving a dignified reason. The non-commissioned officer did not know what Li wanted to do. After agreeing, he changed to another horse and rode away. Li jogged to the printing workshop. "Print another edition." Now the two of you will continue to print. If it's the typesetting, the typesetters will divide it. Li said to everyone. When everyone heard that they were going to print more, they were happy. They liked to work, and they always felt that they were worse than others if there was no work to do. The winged knights ran back and whispered to Songda. Songda returned the crossbow and said to the Tubo people. Dongzhu said that he's afraid that the articles in the newspaper will affect the friendship between the Tubo of the Tang dynasty. Therefore he wants to check it carefully. When he's done checking and finds no problems, he'll sell it to you. When the Tubo people heard this, they smiled and looked at the people around them. Did you see that? Li Yi was afraid that he would write something wrong and make the Tubo people unhappy. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Someone immediately shouted and glared back. The Tubo people quickly turned their gaze to the carriage. They had fewer people and could not win. And even if they could win, so what? In the end they would still be killed. Zhuangzi made good use of the time and printed another 11,000 copies before noon. Send 107 people out. Each person has a workshop. Distribute it and sell it in front of the workshop. Also, tell the others that there are copies in each workshop and not to rob. Also, tell Songda to sell the newspaper to the Tubo people. Still 3 coins per copy. Don't overcharge. I'll go write the content for tomorrow's newspaper. For the 3rd chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, you guys pick the words first. Tomorrow bring out 100,000 copies at once. Li Yi said to everyone that he had set the quantity for tomorrow. He needed more editions to be printed together. At noon, the Li family Zhuangzi people were moving quickly. The carriages were carrying people and newspapers. When they reached a place, they put down a person and a pile of newspapers and continued to move. Songda received the order and said to the people around him, Zhuangzi has sent people here. There are copies in each workshop. Everyone can go there and buy. The ones here will be sold to the Tubo people. Why should we sell? They are obviously trying to cheat you. The original cost is 12 coins. Selling it for 3 coins. It's a loss. Let's kill them. If we kill them, we won't have to sell it. The people around shouted. The Tubo people were trembling. No need. Everyone hurry up and buy it. Songda was afraid of fighting. Since Dongzhu had agreed, there must be a follow-up plan. Everyone left unhappily. The Tubo people did not show any signs of complacency. They were afraid that others would come back. Songda asked people to carry down the bundles of newspapers. He took the money from the Tubo people. 19,000 copies of newspapers were only 57,000 coins. It was a big loss. The Tubo people carried the newspapers and left as fast as they could. It was too dangerous outside. This time there were people selling newspapers in each workshop. The people who wanted to speculate felt that the atmosphere was not right, and did not dare to do anything. In the evening, Li Longji asked Li Yi with concern, I heard that the Tubo people bought all the newspapers. Did you print another batch and sell it separately? Yes, they want to buy. We are open for business. If we limit the quantity, doesn't it mean that we are incompetent? Tomorrow we will print 100,000 copies. 20,000 copies will be sold to the people of the Tang dynasty. As for the other 80,000 copies, we will give it to whoever is willing to buy it. Li Yi said his plan. There was no trace of worry on his face. Do you have any plans? Li Qingqi was also concerned. I plan to teach the paper workshop around here the technology of making newspapers and let them produce it quickly. I will charge 15 coins per copy. Li Yi mentioned that teaching the technology first was a way to buy it from others. The subscription results of this book were too bad. There would not be any recommendations for next week. Readers who read outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qidian and vote for a month. Otherwise, the author would starve to death and would not be able to see it anywhere. Bow. Chapter 400. After dinner, Li Yi went back to copy books. Li Longji and Li Qingqi stood outside and chatted while being bitten by mosquitoes. Third brother, it seems that Brother Yi cares a lot about his reputation. Should we take action? Li Qingqi felt that Li Yi was just trying to save face. Li Longji shook his head. No, I took action in Lantian County last time. Only then did I know that Brother E has a whole set of plans. In that case, we can also make arrangements this time. Let's make the arrangements first. If Brother E really doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve, we will solve it at the critical moment. Li Chengqi thought that it was indeed as his third brother said. Last time he thought that Brother Yi's tricks were only there, so he sent Yao Chong to lead the team personally. Later, he realized that Brother E had already dug a hole for others to jump into. I don't think we will be needed. Brother E will follow today's method and disperse to various squares or send people to ask who wants to buy newspapers and sign up. There's no need to print 100,000 copies tomorrow. There must be a motive for deliberately selling 80,000 copies to the foreign countries. Li Longji felt that it was interesting. He was guessing where he could find the money. Third brother, it seems that they are afraid of Brother E. Otherwise, they wouldn't specifically target a matter of money that is easy to solve. Li Chengqi smiled. He felt the impact of the hot air balloons on those people. It's just newspapers. They can increase the price. What's the use of buying them if they exceed the cost? In addition, there will be restrictions on sales. Each person can only buy one copy. If you have the ability, you can hire a large number of people to buy them. If it were another businessman who immediately responded after today, how much money would they have lost? They are anxious. Rumor has it that the Li family Zhuangzi has made more powerful gunpowder weapons and put them on the hot air balloons to kill a large number of people. Li Longji also smiled. At the same time, he was waiting for the foreign envoys in the Tang dynasty to send back the news. If Tubo was anxious and rushed to fight, he would definitely lose. During the winter, they had just eliminated a lot of their main forces and destroyed the main roads. The morale of the Tang dynasty was at its peak. Tubo wanted to repair the bridge. The army of the Tang dynasty was guarding the bridge. How could they repair it? If they didn't repair it, they could only take a detour. The speed of marching and the consumption of food, or they would have to go in a bigger circle so that the cavalry could come over. There was another method that seemed relatively easy, which was to send someone to infiltrate the Li family Zhuangzi. Whether it was capturing Li Yi or getting the design drawings and materials of the hot air balloon, they could at least be used to deal with the Tang dynasty's air force. However, in order to return a child, Brother E used his lifespan in exchange for being able to see clearly at night without others being able to see him. Yes, what was that? Elder brother, come with me to find Brother E. Li Longji thought of something and pulled Li Chengqi into Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi was copying a medical book. When he saw the two of them looking at the glass window, he waved his hand and went to open the door. Brother E, it suddenly occurred to me that Tubo might be worried about the hot air balloon, so we'll use two methods. Li Longji said directly. Li Yi nodded. One is to attack immediately, hoping that the Tang dynasty will make some kind of guarantee through war. The other is to deal with me. Yes, Brother E, you can see other people's things at night, right? Let us have a look so that we can rest assured. Li Longji requested. Okay, please come with me. Li Yi agreed and led the two of them into the monitoring room next door. There were 4 people in the monitoring room, each with a monitor in front of them. Li Yi had only exchanged for 1 surveillance monitor, but he had brought over 3 medical monitors, which were widely used now. It was connected wirelessly, and could be used as other monitors after some adjustments. There were a total of 32 monitors and each monitor showed 8 monitors, so there was no need to switch back and forth. It was dark outside, and some places were lit with lanterns. Only the circle lit by the lanterns could see people, but it was not bright enough. Li Longji and Li Chengqi were stunned by the monitors in front of them. Except for the different colors, they could see everything clearly. Was this the thing that allowed them to see people at night? It's too strange. Zhuangzi's guards specifically placed them in places where there are no lanterns. I have seen these places and they are the most difficult to watch. Li Chengqi found that there were no lanterns in the places where people could easily sneak in and the important places. It was clearly telling people that it was safe to enter from here. If he did not see it with his own eyes today, how could he believe that there was such a strange thing in the world? Good stuff, I can rest assured now. Li Longji looked at it and said sincerely, together with the winged knights. Aya, since the foreigners may have designs on Brother E, it's not enough to just have something that can see people. We must have enough troops. Why don't we write a letter to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to send more people over? This is a matter of national security. How can it be taken lightly? Li Chengqi said. He found that some people were organizing people to risk their lives to attack. What was the use of being able to see people? Li Longji agreed. No matter what, we must persuade His Majesty. If it doesn't work, let's leave the guards behind. Li Yi looked at the two of them and turned around to leave. After a while he came back and said to the two of them, I still have a set with me. Brothers, take it back and use it. But there is only one monitor, and it needs to be switched back and forth. There is also electricity, and it can't be stopped. I brought a battery with me, and it can be charged, but it can only last for half an hour at most. Brother Yi, you want to exchange your lifespan for it? Li Chengqi's face changed. Li Longji also showed an angry look. It's safe there, why do you? Since I have already exchanged it, I won't exchange it in the future. Brothers, you are considerate of me. I am also worried that something will happen to your Zhuangzi. Li Yi said sincerely. However, he knew that this set of things would eventually enter the palace. Who asked Guazi to come into contact with it that day? He was always being targeted, so he might as well take the initiative to take it out. Anyway, his lifespan had increased a lot recently, and the consumption of this thing was very small. How can I accept this? Li Chengxuan's tears came out. Li Longji also frowned, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. It's okay, I have a method to maintain my health and I can slowly recover. Li Yi said. The two of them did not believe him, and thought that Li Yi was just comforting them. Aya! Li Chengqi slapped his thigh hard. Li Longji said to Li Yi seriously, if you want to exchange something in the future, you must tell me. Okay, third brother. Li Yi nodded. But I can't take such a good thing. It will be troublesome if I take it. I will give it to His Majesty, and if His Majesty is happy, he might send the winged knights to protect me. Li Longji said again, and arranged the things clearly. Li Yi was surprised at first, but then expressed that he understood. Next, Li Longji learned how to use it in the monitoring room. Problems with electricity could be solved by manpower. As long as the voltage and current reached the upper limit, it could be maintained. This upper limit was the upper limit of the power output of the human power generator. If it was at the highest point, it could be compatible with the equipment below. If it was too big, the equipment below had its own transformer and voltage regulator, so there would be no problem. Li Longji expressed that he understood, and said that he would explain it clearly when he submitted the memorial. He was indeed very interested in this monitoring room, but he did not want to let Li Yi exchange it. Now, the palace was stable, unless there was a problem with the people watching the monitoring room. He decided to send 500 winged knights here. If someone really took the risk, Brother Yi would not have to exchange his lifespan for a weapon to block it. Chapter 401. The next morning, Li Longji left with his belongings. He was not happy at all. During the court meeting in the palace, his face was gloomy. When the other officials left and only Yao Chong and the other two were left, he was still as serious as ever. He said to Gao Lisher, the officials from the Li family Zhuangzi in the 20 counties, keep an eye on them. Record down the names of those who are plotting against us. As you command. Gao Lisher bowed in response. Li Longji then looked at Yao Chong. Minister Yao Chong, Guobin from the censorate is not bad. He impeached my younger brother Yi for being arrogant and taking advantage of the army's weapons to become the guards of the winged knights. There are not many officials who can speak frankly. Very good, the Tang dynasty needs people like this, just like Wei Zheng. However, I feel that Guobin is using a sledgehammer to crack a nut in the censorate. Lai Zhou is guarding the sea, an important place for the country. He can be the head of a county. I understand. Yao Chong said as quickly as he could. At the same time he mourned for Guobin. He was thrown to Lai Zhou with just one impeachment. Could the Tang dynasty be any further? Moreover, he was only a county magistrate in the past, not a provincial governor. Who could a county magistrate control? Zhang Shua looked at Lu Huaishan and communicated with his eyes. What's wrong with His Majesty today? Lu Huaishan, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the newspaper? Zhang Shua's eyes were blank. What did you say? Lu Huaishan mouthed newspaper. At the same time he made a gesture of reading a newspaper. Zhang Shua shook his head. Impossible. That's not worth it. Lu Huaishan, maybe Minister Lu. Li Longji's voice interrupted Lu Huaishan's eye contact. I'm here. Lu Huaishan responded. I heard that the newspaper has the ability to confuse the people. It should be banned. These people are able to see the smallest detail. They should be the pillars of the country. Coincidentally, there is a stone mine in Lantian County. I'm afraid that there might be some loopholes. I can order these people to patrol the area and record every day. Li Longji praised others again, saying that the newspaper should be banned. He was too amazing, far-sighted, and sent to guard the mine. I'll definitely get it done. Lu Huaishan also observed a moment of silence for them. He understood that His Majesty's intelligence was not ordinary. Without waiting for Li Longji to call him, Zhang Shua stood up and said, Your Majesty, this subject is willing to share Your Majesty's burdens. My younger brother Yi wants to promote the new papermaking technology in all the papermaking workshops in the capital. If anyone disagrees, it means that they don't want the Tang dynasty to use new good paper. Minister Zhang, you'll have to work hard. Li Longji ordered Zhang Shua that if Brother Yi wanted to stir up trouble, he could not delay. In summary, Li Yi spent more than 15 copper coins on each sheet of paper. He earned back part of the profits from the stones. After buying 80,000 copies of the newspaper, the Tubo people were not as happy as they were yesterday. They felt that something was wrong, but they could not figure out what the problem was. Obviously, the cost of the newspaper was high and the selling price was low. Why did they feel scared after buying it? For the next few days, the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper increased. On the 30th day of the 4th lunar month, the Li family's village sold 300,000 copies of the newspaper to the Japanese. According to Songda, the owner knew that you wanted to take it back and show it to your people. This was the proof of the friendly relationship between the Tang dynasty and you. Could not be cheap or expensive. The paper from other places of the capital's government was delivered to the Li family Zhuangzi one after another. They received the money and left happily. Although it took 3 or 4 sheets of paper to make 1 copper coin, there were a lot of them. Moreover, after mastering the technology, they could sell it to others, especially to the outside world, at a higher price. On the morning of the first day of May, Empress Wang came out. She pushed the baby carriage that Li Yi designed and let the workshop know about. There was a canopy above the baby carriage with a mirror facing the sky. It was surrounded by thin sand. The baby lay inside and looked at it with his eyes wide open. In fact, he still could not see anything. His eyesight was not good. Even though Empress Wang had been eating nutritious meals and the baby absorbed them well, he was still developing. He still could not see clearly what he should not see clearly. Empress Wang followed Li Yi's instructions and talked to the baby from time to time. His hearing developed faster than his eyesight. The little guy's eyeballs would move, especially when he waved his hand in front of him. His eyeballs would move, but in fact he still could not see clearly. Ordinary people should be in confinement for a month. Empress Wang was checked by Li Yi. "Okay, no need. Mother will take you to the cafeteria. The smell there is so good. You won't even know what kind of dish it is." Empress Wang pushed the baby carriage to the cafeteria. She was going to eat in the cafeteria today. The baby had already been breastfed and his diapers changed. He could hold on for a while. After entering the cafeteria, the little guy's breathing changed, even if his understanding of the smell was not that good. The temperature in the cafeteria was lower than outside. The little guy who had just felt the warmth of the sun finally cooled down. The expression on his face changed slightly. Uncle, seeing the baby's appearance as a mother, it's worth it to do anything for him. Empress Wang sighed to Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He did not say anything. He wanted to say Wu Zetian. That woman was not ordinary. Chapter 402. Li Dongzhu. A young man greeted Li Yi as they entered the cafeteria. "Have you recovered?" Li Yi smiled. Yes. When I woke up, I thought I was in the underworld. Later, I found out that Li Dongzhu's medical skills are superb and can cure terminal illnesses. The one who spoke was Su Xiao whose brother had been a cadaver for Li Yi and had gotten intestinal abscess. He and his family were temporarily living in Zhuangzi to recuperate. Li was kind. Not only did he feed them well, but he also arranged work for them. Because Su Shaoer's family made a living by prospecting, they were always able to find good mines such as copper, iron, and gold. He didn't say how he found them because it was a secret. Li only had a map and knowledge of prospecting, but he didn't know how to do it. Therefore, he planned to arrange for his family to work with Li Longji at the gold mines and let them decide where to dig. If the family didn't have the ability, they would be asked to leave Zhuangzi after they were cured. Li was kind and didn't want to delay the family from making a living. Staying was kindness and asking them to leave was kindness. The Su family had always helped others find mines and had seen many situations, such as coercion, bribery, and relationships. They knew their own value and understood the other party's intentions. Songda only mentioned it, and the Su family happily agreed. They waited for Su Shaoer to recover so that he could work for the Li family Zhuangzi. His family had been rich before, but they had also suffered great losses. They understood how important it was to find a good employer. Gold, iron, and copper mines, no matter which one was found, should be reported to the imperial court. His family had helped others find mines, but none of them had anything to do with the yamen. How dangerous was that? After some observation, they discovered that the Li family's manor was not a place where the owner of the manor was a commoner. Zhuangzi's guards were usually equipped with crossbows, and the Empress's winged knights were also present. Even the Prime Minister's family didn't receive such treatment, right? Zhuangzi was a big family with a big business. How could he bully a small family like theirs? Just like that, the two sides got to know each other, communicated, and waited for the time to be arranged to find the mine. Other than Su Shaoer, the whole family was very happy. Only Su Shaoer could not forget the beauty that Yama had arranged for him. Recently, he had been working hard to learn how to read. He realized that the distance between him and beautiful women was widened by talent and wealth. The beautiful woman's income was very high, and at the same time she could write and calculate. This morning he came over at the right time, hoping to meet the beauty by chance. While talking to Li, he looked around looking for someone. Li didn't know that there was something else going on. He noticed that Su Shaoer was looking around, so he thought that Su Shaoer was hungry. After saying a few words, he entered the private room. Su Shaoer scooped some food for himself and walked around. The cafeteria was one room after another. Where was the beauty? Uncle, there should be a time when you stop selling newspapers to foreign countries. Seeing how much money Zhuangzi has to spend, my heart aches. Empress Wang wanted to know the last resort, so she asked about it now. The 5th of May is the Dragon Boat Festival. It's very lively. I don't know if there will be a dragon boat race, but it just so happens that the mugwort for medical use needs to be picked. Let's start now. I'll ask Songda to arrange it. The people who used to pick tea in the capital government will help to pick the mugwort. After getting it, I'll make it into mugwort sticks and give it to people for moxibustion. This thing can be rolled into a rope and lit at night to smoke mosquitoes. As for the newspaper, there's no hurry. Can still be supported. The newspaper printed on one side can be used to write on the back. I'll think of a way to improve the printing process and see if the back can be printed. That way the materials can be saved. Today was the 1st of May. Li was talking about the festival. There's a dragon boat, but I can't see it. I have to take care of the baby. Empress Wang said regretfully. Sure enough, after eating, Li asked someone to send a message to the people picking tea to ask for the mugwort. Didn't have to be mugwort. Other mugwort had the same insect repellent effect. As long as it was mugwort, they could pick as much as they wanted. Fang Laoqi's wife, let me tell you a piece of good news. Our Zhuangzi has started to collect mugwort to make incense and mugwort sticks. We want all kinds of mugwort. Dongzhu said that they can be processed and made into a plate of incense. It's cheaper and more convenient than making rope. The price is high and you can earn more than picking tea leaves now. Go back and tell the others so that they can pick the mugwort and send it over. The person who collected the mugwort said to a woman whose husband broke his leg working in the mine and was recuperating. When collecting the mugwort, he tried to set the price as high as possible so that the woman could earn more money. You're collecting mugwort? You want everything? Okay, thank you. I'll definitely tell the others and sell it when the time comes. The woman showed a grateful expression and thanked him again and again. The other people who came with the hired carriage also agreed. The mugwort was almost gone. They were all big leaves and were easier to pick. Many of the tea trees were bald. The price of big leaves was low, especially the leaves that were bitten by insects. The price was even lower. However, the mugwort was easy to pick and the quantity was large, so the income was still considerable. They were worried that in the future, when they heard that a large amount of mugwort was being collected, there would be no need to pick mugwort. There were many mugwort on the roadside, let alone on the mountain. Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. He found us a job to make money again. From last year until now, the money we earned is equivalent to 2 years of income. Quick, go back and tell everyone to harvest mugwort. Li Dongzhu took it and used it on us commoners. Yes, don't keep it a secret. If there are better jobs in the future, others will tell us too. The people who sold the mugwort said one after another. When they finished collecting the mugwort, they rushed back with the money. Some people saw mugwort on the road and wanted to pick it, but they were stopped by others. Now that they had picked it, they had to bring it back. It was a waste of time. There were many mugwort near the water and on the mountain. In any case, the Li family Zhuangzi wanted all kinds of mugwort. They just took sickles and ropes and went to harvest mugwort. In front of the imperial city, the people from the Fan Nation bought 300,000 copies of the newspaper and took out 900,000 yuan. The Li family Zhuangzi had paid more than one chapter and 9 coins. The price of the paper was very high. It was equivalent to the cost of 17 copper coins. In one day, the Li family Zhuangzi lost 2 million yuan selling mugwort to the Fan Nation. The Li family Zhuangzi was selling large amounts of soap and perfumed soaps to raise money. They couldn't wait until they ran out of money. In Hunan province, no one used locusts to exchange for the chickens and ducklings. The commoners realized that it was not worth it. They would rather keep the locusts to feed the chickens and ducks. They paid to buy the chickens and ducklings. The first batch of money was being sent back to support the Zhuangzi's newspaper war. Because of the newspaper incident, the whole of Chang'an became strange. Even the commoners understood that this was a war between the Li family Zhuangzi and the Fan Nation. The commoners were anxious. Seeing the Li family Zhuangzi spend money like water, they didn't know how to help. Should they give the Li family Zhuangzi money? They might as well go to Honglu Temple and kill him or rob the Fan Nation of their money. The businessmen wanted to raise money for Li Yi. They were not afraid that the money would go to waste. Li Yi had the skills. They were calculating. Li Yi had received 210,000 yuan in Lantian County. If they paid 4,200 yuan a day, it could last for more than 50 days. It was still early. The Li family Zhuangzi could still continue. Based on the Li family Zhuangzi's previous sales, it could last for at least a year. After calculating, they realized that the Li family Zhuangzi was too rich. The toilet water had not been sold in large quantities yet. This meant that the Li family Zhuangzi was not in a hurry. The Fan Nation's people were in a hurry. What was Li Yi doing? He was at a disadvantage, but he still wanted to gain more. Brothers and sisters who read books on other websites, if conditions permit, should subscribe to Qidian. If they couldn't eat, they would lose everything. Bow. Chapter 403. In the Honglu Temple, a large group of people from various tribes were at a loss. The smell of ink seemed to be everywhere. With so many newspapers piled up there, they were in no mood to read them. Let's buy a few more days. There's no place to put them. Why don't we burn them or throw them away? Someone suggested. The smell was too strong. All right. Someone agreed and prepared to burn them outside the city. With so many papers in the city, the smoke would be too big. Others thought about it and felt that it was feasible. Just as they were about to act, an official from the Honglu Temple came over. His Majesty heard that you want to take back the newspapers of the Tang dynasty. He said that the friendship between the Tang dynasty and the various states can be witnessed by heaven and earth. He was just worried that you would not keep them well and lose them, so he sent us to help. With the newspapers there is friendship. The official from the Honglu Temple said to the group of people who were about to burn the newspapers. He told them not to lose the newspapers. Couldn't they buy them? Didn't he say that he wanted to bring them back? The people from the Fan Nation repeatedly agreed and promised to take good care of them. Not a single one would be missing. The official from the Honglu temple left. Before he left, he said that he would look at them at night to see the evidence of friendship. The people from various tribes looked at each other. It was over. They couldn't burn them even if they wanted to. This was not a matter of war. It was just that they would be killed first. The newspapers were friendship. What should the envoys do when they destroy the friendship? The official from the Honglu temple returned to his room and opened a box. He took out toilet water and soap, and a smile appeared on his face. These things were given by the people of the Li family Zhuangzi, who sold the newspapers this morning. Their purpose was to prevent the Fan Nation from getting rid of the newspapers. This kind of small matter could be handled by themselves without others. They said that it was the emperor, but the emperor did not have the time to care. The official from the Honglu temple thought that the emperor would not care. When the emperor Li Longji was talking to the prime ministers in the main hall, Xiao Huangmen slipped in through the door and moved close to the wall to Gao Lisher's side. Gao Lisher went over and said a few words to Xiao Huangmen, then moved to the door and left. In fact, everyone saw it, but it was just an attitude. Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher, and so did Yao Chong and the others. This morning, Li Yi asked someone to bribe the officials of the Honglu temple with toilet water and soap. The officials went to warn the people of the foreign countries not to throw away or burn the newspapers. Gao Lisher didn't hide anything and directly said it. Are you trying to make them have no place to put their newspaper so that they won't buy them anymore? Zhang Shua said something that even he didn't believe. How could that be? Lu Huaishan shook his head and offered a solution. They can rent a house outside. Yao Chong frowned. Could it be that Li Yi asked them to transport the newspapers back after they bought so many of them? Could it be that our people are guarding them along the way? When he said this, everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. Baggage was the most important thing when marching to war. Transporting so many newspapers back and forth would definitely require a lot of manpower and resources. Your Majesty, how long can Li Yi's family last? Yao Chong wanted to know how many more days the newspaper could be sold. If there were 300,000 copies a day, it would be 3 million in 10 days and 30 million in 100 days. I don't know. Li Longji didn't want to reveal the truth. In fact, he really didn't know. He only knew that if Li Yi was willing, new and valuable things would immediately appear. For example, those cosmetics and mirrors weren't even sent out. Your Majesty, if Li Yi really wants to provoke the foreign countries to transport the newspapers back, we should send the winged knights to guard them. Even if it's raining, the newspapers can't be wet. If the words are blurred, how can it show the sincerity of the Tang dynasty? I don't care about the wind and rain along the way. Just protect the newspaper well. Buy tarps and cover the carriages properly. If there's even the slightest mistake, the winged knights will kill them. I agree. Lu Huaishan also said. The amount of money spent to transport so many newspapers back was even more than what the Li family's farm had lost. Approved. Li Longji agreed. He wanted to see the final result. If they could think of it, the foreign countries also thought of it that night. Once again, they gathered together to discuss. When the number of newspapers increases, the Tang dynasty will order us to transport them back. The mountains are high and the road is long. When the newspapers are sent back, the Li family Zhuangzi will lose 14 coins per copy. How much will we have to pay? A small tribe was worried. They were poor and couldn't afford to pay. I don't think we can even afford the travel expenses. We don't have much money now. Why don't we sell some of the jewelry we brought? Another person was worried. If we sell more, we won't be able to afford it if something big happens. A Tujua tribe leader was distressed. The jewelry was convenient to carry around. Their tribes had brought it with them in case of emergency. There weren't any big issues, such as arranging for people to find a way to get the technology of hot air balloons. Don't buy them tomorrow. Find someone and see if they can enter the Li family Zhuangzi. Whether it's a person or a blueprint, if we can get one, we will do our best to send it back. The Tubo people began to plan. They couldn't wait any longer. The news of the hot air balloons was spreading. When the news got back, the higher-ups didn't even dare to let the ordinary people know. Otherwise, the people's morale would be affected. On the second day of May, when the Li family Zhuangzi people brought 300,000 copies of newspapers to the door, the person who Tubo bought all of them came out. "We won't buy anything today. It's enough," he said to the village owner. The village owner looked at him and suddenly laughed. "You won't buy anything? Why? Are you looking down on the culture of the Tang dynasty? Are you looking down on the friendship of the Tang dynasty? Are you rejecting the goodwill of the Tang dynasty?" A series of questions were shouted. The people who came to watch the show were immediately angry. "Yes, you can buy as much as you want. If you don't want to buy, you can't buy. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If you don't buy, you are looking down on us. This is war. You will kill and bleed. Make more hot air balloons. Send them to the border now. Beat them up a few times. Did you see that? The foreigners are humiliating us. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Are you buying or not? Say it." "Yes." The Tubo person swallowed his saliva and nodded with a pale face. "We will buy. We value the friendship of the Tang dynasty," he emphasized again. He suddenly wanted to cry. Who came up with the idea? It was said to attack the Li family Zhuangzi. How did it become a competition of money? "Please wait a moment. I will go back and get the money," the Tubo person said and ran in. The Honglu temple was very close to the imperial city. After he went in, he told everyone about the matter. Everyone reluctantly agreed to buy. It was just a competition. Let's see how long Zhuangzi can last. They strengthened their confidence, took out the money, carried it out, and exchanged it for bundles of newspapers. Along the way, they were threatened and intimidated by the people of the Tang dynasty. They shouted that the newspapers must be kept and sent back for their people to read. The officials of the Honglu temple didn't say anything to calm them down. They just pretended that they didn't know. When all the newspapers were carried back, the day's business was over. Everyone was not in a good state. Prepare the money for tomorrow. As for the newspapers, find a house to rent and put the newspapers in. Don't leave them beside you. They will choke and make you dizzy. The Tubo person made the arrangements as if he was exhausted. The others went out to look for houses. At this time, carriages carrying newspapers were on the road to the 20 counties. They were responsible for delivering the newspapers to be sold. Chapter 404. They're collecting wormwood. The Li family Zhuangzi is collecting wormwood. The people who received the newspaper today first read the story, then read the general knowledge of life. It also introduced the cooperation between the Tang dynasty's Team Dai and the Ministry of Works. After reading further, there was a short paragraph. From today onwards, the Li family Zhuangzi of Baishui will buy wormwood at a high price, regardless of species. The more the better. When he saw this paragraph, he shouted out loudly. When the others heard this, they all went forward to inquire. Not long after, many people in Chang and ran out to look for wormwood. It was the Dragon Boat Festival, and wormwood was most effective at this time. In Lantian County, a carriage arrived. The person on the carriage shouted, "Newspaper, Chang'an's newspaper, today's new newspaper. We will send it to everyone every day in the future." The counties around the capital already knew that the newspaper was coming out. Some people even brought a few back from Chang, and the rich families and scholars in the county borrowed the newspaper from the people who brought it back, and some directly copied it. It was just that the distance was long, and they couldn't personally go to Chang and to buy a newspaper. Now that they heard that there were people who specially sent it to them, the people next to the carriage ran over. "Is the price still 3 coins? We can pay 5 coins. A person dressed like a scholar took out 5 copper coins. 3 coins, the price will not change. In the future, there will be a carriage delivering the newspaper early in the morning. Lantian County is the closest, so we will send 500 copies first. If it's not enough, we will increase the number. Don't be anxious, don't buy it and sell it at a higher price." The people in Zhuangzi set the price and introduced the situation after tomorrow. The people in Lantian County were happy and paid for it. The scholars generously read it to the illiterate people. The rich families bought it and ran back to Dongzhu. In other counties, as the carriage arrived, the situation in Lantian County was repeated. "Quickly go and pick wormwood. The newspaper said that they are buying in large quantities and the price is high. The people who read the newspaper read it out, and the people asked each other to cut the wormwood. The next day, the people who sent tea leaves were all bundles of wormwood. Go, ask those 30 imperial physicians to lead the farmers to separate the wormwood into different types. Don't mix them together. Wormwood is the best for making moxa sticks. Li did not move. Wasn't there an imperial physician around? It just so happened that the 50 Zhuangzi nurses could learn from him. While Zhuangzi was working hard to harvest the wormwood, the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies were sighing. Why don't you rent us a house? We've already offered a very high price. When the Turkic people smelled the nauseating stench of ink, they couldn't raise their spirits at all. When he first smelled it, he thought that it smelled good. But after spending all day with the same smell, he felt dizzy. They didn't know that the people from the Li family Zhuangzi printing workshop were wearing masks and taking turns to enter. I also couldn't rent a house on my side. When they heard that we were the ones renting, the other party rejected us. The sharp-toothed people didn't dare to accept. Another Turk covered his mouth with his sleeve as he spoke. Unfortunately, his clothes were full of the stench of ink and couldn't block it at all. We can't wait any longer. According to the people we sent out, other than the hot air balloon in the palace, the Li family Zhuangzi has made a new one. So far there are a total of 7 hot air balloons in use. I also heard that the Imperial Works Supervisor and the Ministry of Finance are working together to make them. It won't be long before a large number of hot air balloons appear and are transported to the border. Everyone, once the Tang dynasty uses the hot air balloons to achieve victory, the Tang dynasty's attitude towards the outside world will definitely change. The Tubo people spoke of the seriousness of the matter. The production of the hot air balloons was too fast. Tubo was the most dangerous. Tubo had cities, farmlands, and workshops. The Turkic tribes on the grasslands could run if they couldn't win. Their cavalry was fast and could move whenever they wanted. Tubo could be occupied and built into the Tang dynasty's cities. In addition, Tubo coerced many small tribes to help Tubo fight against the Tang dynasty. When targeting the 10 Turkic families, they attacked endlessly. Many of the 10 Turkic families were forced to side with the Tang dynasty. The other courtyards of the Honglu temple were occupied by the envoys of the 10 Turkic families. The alliance was not stable enough and would break up easily. Moreover, they would turn around and become enemies. What's the arrangement? A Turkic man made up his mind. Choose good people to go. The back is not good, and the imperial plantation is even worse. We can only enter through the Ba River. Choose good swimmers and swim upstream and downstream at night. But we don't know the location of the workshop that makes the hot air balloons. I heard that there are many workshops in Zhuangzi, and there are people patrolling. The Tubo people began to analyze and deploy. They chose to go by water, but the difficulty was that they couldn't determine the location. Why don't we just catch someone and ask? Another Tubo man sneered. Go outside the city and find someone. It will be very troublesome if we are caught. The Tubo man lowered his voice. What he meant was that Tubo would send people first and then everyone else would prepare. If they succeeded the first time, they would find a way to send the information away. If the first time didn't work, the other party would be prepared, and they would have to organize a second time and send more people. Everyone nodded in support. At noon, a group of Tubo people wandered around Shi City. They first tasted snacks, then looked at other goods. When they saw something they liked, they haggled with the seller and bought it. After eating and shopping, they went to the place where livestock were sold. They looked at the cows and horses and asked about the price. They seemed to be considering how much profit they could make if they took Tubo's cows and horses. They also helped others to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of the horses. They looked like experts. When the group returned, it was still the same people, but one of them had changed. He was not a person who went out, but a man who brought 3 horses to sell in Shi City. This man was also Tubo people. It was easy to tell from his appearance. There were many foreigners in Chang, and of the Tang dynasty. They did all kinds of business and acted as translators. There was a place where horses were sold in Shi City. Some people did not have horses themselves, so they looked after the livestock for others to earn commission. Even if the livestock was sick, these people could help take a look at it and write a prescription for it. When it was almost dark, the man who sold the horses led them out of the city gate. He drove the 3 horses to the west. After walking for a while, the sky was completely dark. He got on the horse and led the other 2 horses to gallop away. At a fork in the road, he turned north. North was Xianyang County. After more than half an hour, he arrived at Xianyang County. He did not go into the county. There was a ruined temple on the mountain next to it. In the past, people would come to this temple to burn incense or to stay overnight. But later, there was a rumor that there was something unclean in this temple. The old people's children stayed there for a night and never went back. There was also a rumor that at night, there would be the sound of a woman crying. After listening for a long time, people would follow the sound of the crying and be fascinated. After a long time, people talked less about this ruined temple, not to mention going there at night. The man on horseback went to the temple. When he reached a place where he could not ride a horse, he would stop and lead the horse. The sound of hooves could be heard. When he entered the ruined temple, he did not see anyone. He took out a small bag from his chest and put it under the altar for burning incense. Then he turned and left. After a quarter of an hour, a figure appeared. He ran to the altar and quickly took out the thing under it. Then he disappeared. Chapter 405. On the 5th day of May, the Dragon Boat Festival arrived. Every household made zongzi and went out to buy zongzi without cooking. Many people in Chang'an didn't cook. They just went out to buy food. A small number of people didn't cook because they were lazy. Most of them didn't have a kitchen. Chang'an was the capital of the Tang dynasty. Just like the capital of Li Yi's time, several people rented a house. The kitchen had been converted into a bedroom. Every room that could be squeezed in was better than the entire place. For the tenants who couldn't afford to live in a house, it was cheaper to squeeze in with other people. Of course, the Tang dynasty didn't have a way to make money by letting people live in the basement. There were cellars, but no one lived there. Li family Zhuangzi was also making zongzi. Usually, each person could eat 1 zongzi to taste it. They ate too well on weekdays and didn't like to eat other festival food. However, Zhuangzi made a lot of zongzi to give to the people who were still building houses. Zhang family village proposed to give those people 5,000 zongzi with jujubes. As for meat in zongzi, it was not popular at the moment. Zongzi with meat in it tasted like pork mixed with rice. Those pools are very lively today. There are dragon boats and water dances. Empress Wang pushed the baby out to bask in the sun. The main thing was that she was basking in the sun. The baby was in the carriage, covered by a curtain, and there were palace maids fanning him through the gauze. The little guy was lying there with his eyes open. He looked at a doll hanging above. When the wind blew, the doll moved slightly. The baby's eyesight was not good. He was sensitive to light, so he could see blurry things. However, he was willing to work hard to make his eyes move. Dragon Boat Festival is good. Li sat there and wrote. He drew a few more strokes and put a small book next to him. This is right. The 2 I wrote before were too fake. They didn't look real. But I think any one of them will do. It's just that I have to keep improving. Li Yi was satisfied with his work. The only thing he didn't know was whether it could be used. Songda came over. Dongzhu, the street sign is done. Should I nail it now? Hang up the lanterns too. The Dragon Boat Festival is very lively. People come and go, and there are so many water sports. Some people who had seen other people's water shows during the day decided to take advantage of the hot weather at night to play in the water. Anyway, with the ball following them, both adults and children were at ease. More importantly, it's not the 15th of the month today. The moon isn't bright enough, and there's only one little girl. When Li Yi was talking about the festival, Empress Wang felt that something was wrong. At the end of the afternoon, Li Longji, who was watching the dragon boat together, got off work and stopped playing. In fact, the rocking chair you make is also comfortable for adults. Li Longji decided to take a look at the real thing and observe the child's reaction to consider whether to promote it. Li Yi looked up and continued to look at the kite. After a while, he said, Add incense, gunpowder, and alchemical fire oil to the kite. When the wind is good. He was talking about the method used by later dynasties, which was used to burn the enemy's provisions and release a large group of kites. Brother E, what's the difference between this and the Kongming lantern? It's already good enough to use kites to send messages outside the city. Li Longji was still worried that it would be copied. The simpler it was, the less he wanted to use it. He already had gunpowder, but it wasn't as good as Li Yi's. However, with incense and alchemical fire oil, it was still possible. During dinner, the cradle was used. Zhuangzi put in the children who were more than 3 months old, but not those who were more than 6 months old. Generally, the cradle only needed to be shaken for a quarter of an hour. The evaluation of the cradle was very good. It was indeed suitable for babies to sleep. Even if they didn't need to sleep, they would be very happy to be rocked in the cradle. Empress Wang was envious. Other people's children could be rocked in the cradle, but hers had to wait. Third brother, there's something I need to tell you. It's about the situation of the guards. They may or may not be useful. Let's prepare first. Li Yi told Li Longji about the situation when they were almost done eating. Li Longji nodded. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. The moon on the 5th day of the lunar month had moved to the west and would set before midnight. The moon in the sky blinked. There was no curfew in Chang'an City, and it continued to be lively during the day. By the Ba River, a group of people who had gone there to swim in the evening and hadn't left since then were packing their bags. There were other people playing around before, but they all left after dark. One of the people whispered a few words and waved his hand. A total of 6 people carried their bags and slid into the water with reed tubes in their mouths. Soon they disappeared from the surface of the water. Chapter 406. Seeing the 6 people enter the water, those on the shore found a place to hide, ready to help at any time. This time it was Tubo who took action. Other forces did not participate. If they succeeded, they would not tell other tribes. They would tell others that they did not succeed and let others try again. If other tribes really came, how could Zhuangzi, who had lost something, not strengthen their defense? The 6 people in the water did not have time to think too much. They could not see the situation under the water, so they could only swim by feeling. There were stones, clothes, and short weapons in the package, otherwise their bodies would float in the water. In the afternoon, they swam to see if the weight of the stones could be just right for them to swim without floating. Even at night, they did not relax their vigilance. They saw people patrolling on the opposite shore during the day, but they could not see them because it was dark. The stars in the sky were shining, and the water surface was fluctuating, so people could be found. Of course, they could not swim directly to this place, they had to swim downstream. It was too high for them to swim to the opposite shore. There was a canal below, separating Li family Zhuangzi and Zhang family village. There were 3 bridges over the canal. They had to go ashore under one of the bridges, walk diagonally, and finally climb over. About half an hour later, the 6 people still did not emerge from the water. They estimated the distance according to the speed of the water and their own swimming speed. After another half an hour, someone quietly poked his head out. He found that it was about 40 steps to the destination, so he pulled the rope to remind the other 5 people. The 5 people felt the pull of the rope and poked their heads out of the water. With the help of the lanterns on the bridge, they were almost there. The 6 people once again poked their heads in. They controlled their bodies in the water and looked at the lanterns through the water. As the lanterns got closer, the 6 people untied the ropes on their bodies and rushed to the shore at the same time. The water flowed downwards, so they were crossing diagonally. When they arrived, they happened to be under the bridge. They did not move but listened to the footsteps. They had seen the patrolling team of 10 people during the day and figured out the pattern. Dong dong dong. Orderly footsteps sounded, and the 6 people hiding in the dark under the bridge nodded to each other. The footsteps were getting closer, and they felt the position facing them. Then the sound became smaller. The 6 people rolled ashore, quickly opened the package, took out the gray clothes inside and put them on. With a weapon in hand, he arched his back and ran diagonally upwards. When they reached a high wall, the 2 of them squatted down and stood on the shoulders of the other 2. The 2 people below waited. The person above moved his ankle and the two quickly got up. When the two of them reached the highest point, the person on top leaped up with all his might. He stretched out his hands and placed his fingers on the edge. He did a pull-up and stuck his eyes out to look. There was no one around. He flipped his elbow up and supported his upper body up. He put one leg on the side and rolled. He lay on the ground motionless. After a few breaths, he took out a rope from his bosom and slid it down. The person below grabbed the rope and stepped onto the wall. The people who came up later also took out ropes. This time 2 people came up and 2 more people came up. They nodded to each other, signaled each other, and trotted through the darkness ahead. The last of the 6 had just hidden in the darkness when the sound of footsteps rang out again. They lay on the ground, their hearts beating rapidly. A group of people walked over, and some of them glanced over before turning their heads away. When this group of people left, the 6 of them didn't dare to stay any longer and moved forward in the shadows. When they bypassed 2 unoccupied bungalows, the 6 of them looked at each other and signaled to each other. They wanted to catch someone and ask where the destination was. Suddenly, one of them pointed to the place where the lantern outside was shining. The other 5 looked over. They saw the words, bath area, canteen, workshop area. At the same time there were arrows. The 6 of them. Yes, follow the arrows. In the monitoring room, Li Chengqi looked at the 6 of them and whispered, as if he was afraid that the 6 of them would hear him. Li Longji watched from the other side. Brother Yi's precautionary measures really came in handy. The 6 of them are quite capable. I'm afraid that they will be anxious and catch people blindly. That's why the patrol team only has 10 people each. Even if they send 20 people in, they won't dare to do anything to 10 people. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. His efforts didn't go to waste. He wasn't sure if the French would send people, but he thought it was possible. Let's go. Follow the arrows. There are still people patrolling ahead. Be careful. Don't make too much noise. Otherwise they will have to take action. Li Chengqi was worried about the 6 of them. You have to stay calm. The 6 of them were overjoyed. While secretly cursing Zhuangzi's people for being stupid, they chose a dark place to move forward. After walking for a while, a sign appeared in front of them again. The sign said, Workshop Area, Forest Frog Farm. The 6 of them understood and followed the arrows. Once again they avoided 2 patrol teams. Before the 6 of them had time to curse why there were so many patrol teams, they saw a sign in front of them. Workshop Area, Vineyard. They were helpless. We haven't arrived yet. Why is the workshop so deep in the forest? But then they thought about it. Yes, if it were them, they would also ensure their safety. The deeper they were, the safer it would be. After a few times, the sign in front of them finally changed. It became bigger. It said, Carpenter Workshop, Blacksmith Workshop, Gunpowder Workshop, Toilet Water Workshop, Soap Workshop, Hot Air Balloon Workshop. Seeing so many workshops, the 6 of them were envious and wanted to go to all of them. Fortunately, they understood the purpose of this trip and went directly to the Hot Air Balloon Workshop. This time they didn't waste too much time and arrived at the Hot Air Balloon Workshop. There were people working here. The sound of people talking and the sound of things being processed were mixed together. The 6 of them were dumbfounded again. What should they do? Which of the rooms in front of them could store the blueprint? What if it wasn't stored inside? Just when they were in trouble, a voice suddenly came from one of the rooms in the workshop. Little Chi, where the hell did you go? The blueprint for this new part is drawn. Hurry up and send it to the secret room. Coming. Let's go to the toilet. Another voice sounded. Then, a man around 18 or 19 years old ran over from the toilet in front. The man entered the room and came out shortly. He had an extra book in his hand. It seemed to be the blueprint for a new part. He went around the front. The 6 of them looked and saw a shadow on the other side. They hurried over. After entering, they found that it was a small path. They sped up. After running out, they saw Little Chi opening the door of a room with a key. He unlocked the door and went in. After a while he came out. He locked the door and went back the way he came. Tubo's people continued to look for the shadow. They ran to the back of a row of houses and counted the positions. They saw it. There was a window here. It was papered over. Looking from the outside, it was very dark inside. There was no light. One of the 6 people took out a knife and pried open the window. He reached in through the gap of the window, found the latch, and opened it bit by bit. The other 5 people held weapons and were vigilant of the surroundings. There was sweat on their noses. They pried, and it felt like time was passing very slowly. "It's done," the person who pried open the window whispered. As his voice fell, the window was pulled open by him. One person went up to the windowsill first and went in. The others didn't move. After a dozen breaths, the person who went in first poked his head out. Only then did the remaining 5 climb in. After the window was closed, the 6 people let out a long breath. Chapter 407. After a slight noise, a flame jumped out. It was an alcohol lighter. The 6 of them looked at each other with mockery in their eyes. They seemed to be saying that the good tools they used were sold by Li Yi. They turned around and looked inside the reference room. There was an empty space in the middle. There was nothing by the window, the door, and one wall. On the other side of the wall, there was a big cabinet with many drawers like those in a pharmacy. The 6 of them separated. 2 of them guarded the window, 2 of them guarded the door, and 2 of them went to the cabinet. There were words on the drawers: improvement of the hanging basket, improvement of the rope, improvement of the surface coating of the hot air balloon. These were not things that the 2 of them needed until they saw a drawer with the words, hot air balloon manufacturing diagram. One of them blocked the light with his body, and the other carefully opened the drawer. There was a book in the drawer. He took it out and flipped through it. There were pictures and instructions. The drawing was still disassembled, and in the end it was assembled. The 2 of them nodded to each other. The one who took out something looked at his hand with the help of the light. There was dust on it. He put the drawer on the edge and pushed it in. At this time the flame of the lighter went out. The 6 of them groped their way to the window and stood there to listen. After a few seconds they opened the window and jumped out. At this time they could not go out first. Once they were discovered, they could only rush out. It was useless to hide in the house. The next step was to follow the path they came from. They took a detour again to avoid the annoying patrol team. When they reached the river, they took off their clothes, wrapped the diagram, and went into the water again with the hollow reed in their mouths. They did not swim back. If they went back, they would go against the current. They continued to go down. Every once in a while they poked their heads out to look. After about 3/4 of an hour, they went ashore at a place downstream. They put on their clothes again and ran to the opposite side of the road. 2 of them stayed behind, and the 3 of them moved forward quickly. The one in the middle carried the diagram. He did not feel tired and kept moving forward. "It's done. Now we can trick them. Not just once but for a long time. They can't make it in Chang'an." When Li Yi heard the news from the people behind him, he revealed a happy smile. Those people thought they could run away, but they did not know that someone was following them with infrared binoculars. Now that it was dark, it was impossible for them to enter the city, which meant that there was a stronghold outside. As for whether or not to destroy that stronghold, that would depend on the demand. Fan Fan estimated the distance and felt depressed. "There are horses. I see horses. They are getting on the horses." The person standing on the carriage and looking through the telescope suddenly said, "Untie the horses. You wait here. I'll go." Guizi stretched out his hand and asked for the telescope. He carried a bow on his back, 2 quivers of arrows and a broadsword. He got on the horses and rode one. He didn't take a crossbow at all. A crossbow was of little use to him. He just needed to shoot arrows. The others were also relieved. As long as the horses were fine, their boss wouldn't be in danger. 3 hours later, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Guizi was riding back. He nodded. "It's that ruined temple. Let's go up. There are people in the forest on the way." Then he touched the telescope. "It's good. We can see the enemy at night, but the enemy can't see us. What a pity. Dongzhu has already made a lot of things. With the hot air balloon, who cares if they are discovered?" Fan Fan was optimistic. "Let's go back. Then we'll send people to disguise as people from other industries and find out more about their situation. Guozi ordered. The team returned to the city. They went to the Forbidden Garden in the north of Chang'an City. Then they took the horses and returned to Zhuangzi. This way they could save some time. They were relaxed. A large group of people in the Honglu Temple were drinking. The dishes were left untouched. Everyone just drank from time to time. They sat and looked at each other. They didn't want to talk or sleep. The people of Tubo were anxious and expectant. The people of the other tribes were worried that they would be caught and couldn't take the torture. They would give them up. Of course, they also suspected that even if they succeeded, the people of Tubo would say that they failed. The people of Tubo would make a lot of hot air balloons on their own and turn around to threaten them. Everyone, don't worry. Even if it doesn't work, our people should be able to come back. They are very cautious. If they can't do it, they will give up. The people of Tubo guessed what the others were thinking. He was the first to say that if they couldn't do it, they wouldn't have the blueprints if they gave up. We can't get it and then say that we don't have it. Then we can make it to hit our own people. A Tujue man said. No, we've already agreed. Everyone listen. If that's the case, I'll be the first to object. The Tubo man promised. Chapter 408. Early in the morning of the 6th of May, the Tubo people in Honglu Temple went out as soon as the city gates opened. As usual, they arrived at Shi City and went to the livestock market to have a look. Then they went to eat and came back. They sat next to the food stall and chose mutton soup. They had to drink early in the morning. They did not sleep at all last night and were exhausted. However, they only took a look at the horse market and were full of energy. It seemed that they could stay up for another night. Not far from them, several members of the Yulin Flying Cavalry had changed into casual clothes and were also drinking mutton soup to keep up with the pace. When the Tubo people went to the livestock market, they followed them and recognized two of them. The two of them had 6 horses today and were introducing the advantages of the 6 horses to others. When the Tubo people finished their mutton soup, the Winged Knights finished their mutton soup. However, they did not drink. They looked at the group of Tubo people who were discussing about the horses. Some people switched to the group and some people switched to the other groups. They understood that this was how the Tubo people transmitted information. When the Tubo people returned to Honglu Temple, the others surrounded them. No, the patrols are too dense. We can't get in at all. The wall outside is high. We only have a chance at the bridge. But over there, Sai. The person who was switched said to the others with a helpless and regretful face. The Tubo people sighed as well. It seemed that if they did not succeed this time, their country would be destroyed. The people from other tribes looked carefully and were skeptical. The Tujue people asked, "Where are you?" "Under the bridge. If you are willing, we can bring your people there in a few days. Then we will come back and see if your people can go up." The person who was switched did not seem angry. Instead, he gave a plan. "We will talk about it in a few days. You have worked hard. Take a rest first." The Tujue people did not have anything else to say. Everyone returned to their own courtyards. There were still Sais in the Tubo people's courtyard. After a while, the Tubo leader and the person who was switched went in. "Goshawk, how is the situation?" The Tubo people said. "Snow Mountain. Everything is going well. He actually has a signboard. It's just that there are too many patrolling teams. It doesn't take long for one team to arrive. We hid here and there and were almost discovered several times, but we managed to hide in the shadows in time. They had seen too many lanterns and didn't pay attention to the shadows. We found that they were improving the hot air balloon. Many parts of it have already been modified. It's in the drawer." Goshawk introduced the words on the drawer he saw in the confidential information room. After hearing this, the Tubo man asked again, "Will they find out today?" "Tubo needs more lighters," he said to the official of Honglu Temple. "We don't have many lighters. They were made by the Li family Zhuangzi. Now the Li family Zhuangzi is busy printing newspapers and selling them to you. I don't think he has time to make lighters." The official shook his head. What he meant was that they could bully others to buy newspapers at a low price. Continue to buy. This lighter represents the friendly relationship between the Tang dynasty and Tubo. If we know there's such a good thing but don't sell it to us, there may be trouble. The Tubo man mentioned friendship and threatened at the same time. Yes, that, if we buy the lighter it won't last long. It's too far and not suitable. I believe your people can understand. The official of Honglu Temple looked regretful. Sell the alcohol to us. We'll take it back and drink it ourselves. The Tubo man proposed a solution. Good idea. You can talk to Li Yi. He's not under our control. The imperial court can't rob their own people for your Tubo, right? The official of Honglu Temple sent the man away. Go and talk to Li Yi. Don't talk to me. You introduce me. The Tubo man took the official's hand. When their hands touched, an Eastern pearl was handed over. Okay. I'll think of a way. Don't worry. I also need to find someone. My position is too low. The official withdrew his hand. If he took it out again, the Eastern pearl would be gone. But he was still in a dilemma. Yes. Find someone. The Tubo man contacted the official again. This time it was 2 Eastern pearls. Deal. Isn't it just meeting Li Yi? You can wait for me for half a month at most. He's a third-rank official. The official was happy. The Tubo man thought about half a month's time and gritted his teeth. Okay. I'll try to be as fast as possible. After it's done, I'll be more grateful. The Tubo man went back and prepared to meet with the official. The official of Honglu Temple watched him leave and looked down at the 3 Eastern pearls in his hand. He shook his head. You have to hand them over. Then convert them into money and leave me 10%. Chapter 409. Brother Yi, it's done. The officials of Honglu Temple sent a message saying that the Tubo people have prepared a large amount of alcohol to buy a lighter. Li Chengqi came over at noon and told Li Yi the good news. Li Yi was frying beef. The 2 dead cows were sent here last night. The 2 cows fought until they were covered in blood. In the end, both of them died. The owners of both sides gave the cows a quick death and sent them to the Li family Zhuangzi. The money given by the Li family Zhuangzi was enough to buy another cow. He was very generous. Li Yi also had the same idea. As long as it was not a sick cow or a dead cow, he would try his best to give the other party a good price. It was equivalent to buying a cow and killing it himself. He was reluctant to kill the cow that was sent by the Zhuangzi. He planned to continue to buy the land in the east that was not good. He would ask the cows to plow the land and plant beans. At the same time, he would use fertilizer to nourish the land for 2 years. Empress Wang saw the cows and said that she wanted to eat fried meat. Li Yi fried 2 big pieces of meat for her. He tested them first and prepared to make medium-well meat. Seeing his brother coming over, he chose another piece of meat and fried it. They are really willing to spend money to find a way to deal with us, Li Yi said while poking the meat with chopsticks. They said that the newspaper will be stopped after half a month. Li Chengqi was still distressed about the loss of 4,200 yuan a day. No. I want them to tremble when they hear the word newspaper, see the newspaper, and smell the ink in the future. Li Yi refused. He had already spent the money, so he accepted it. He wanted to leave an impression on the other party. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I will fight with you until the end. Oh, you decide when the war will start, but we decide when it will end. The money lost sigh. Li Chengqi knew that he could not persuade him. There is no loss. They are willing to rent a house. Find a way to rent a house for them. I want to sell them a lot of newspapers. Li Yi thought for the other party. The people of the Tang dynasty were stubborn. They would not rent a house no matter how much money you give them. Brother Yi, tell me the truth. How are you going to make up for it? Li Chengqi asked straightforwardly. There's no way they'll bargain with me for the amount of alcohol that can be bought for $1,000 or $2,000. Brewing wine requires grain, but I can only use a little grain. I'm prepared to pour enough alcohol to fill a lighter and sell it to them for 50 coins. I will not sell anything less than that, or I will raise the price by 10 times and force them to raise the money. Li Yi explained his plan. The lighter could only be filled with 30 milliliters of alcohol at a time. It was sold for 50 coins, 500 coins for 300 milliliters and 5,000 for 3,000 milliliters. $5,000 for food could buy a lot of things. $5,000 for food could be used to make alcohol. After distilling the alcohol and selling it to the tubo people, it could be sold for $90,000. If Tubo had the money, he would buy it. A ship's worth of alcohol made from grain would make Tubo cry. Distillers' grains could also be used to feed pigs, horses, and cows. They could be fermented first and then mixed with other ingredients. It was even more nutritious. No matter how short of grain the Tang dynasty was, would they care about 5,000 dan of grain? Of course, Tubo could not afford to buy alcohol made from 5,000 dan of grain. Li Qingqi was also calculating. He also knew that alcohol and grain were not of the same price. After calculating, he felt that it was worth it. What should we do next? If you don't have money, you can return the high-priced house and sell the newspaper. I'll buy it. Li Yi gave the answer. You don't want to bring back Tubo to them? I know that after writing on the paper it can be used to make paper. Are you going to buy it to make newspapers? Li Chengqi thought of a way to operate the newspaper. No. When I bought it I didn't pay 3 coins for a piece. I paid 3 coins for a bundle and then took it to other prefectures to sell. I used the return ship to sell it along the Yellow River. Still 3 coins for a copy. There are stories and general knowledge in it. You can write on the back of the paper. So cheap. 3 coins for a copy. It's like I'm publishing newspapers again. The cost is so low that I can't even imagine it. Li Yi explained how to operate the newspaper. He would continue to sell the newspaper. Buying a piece of paper to practice writing was not expensive. If he sold it now and let other prefectures accept it, he would be able to advertise it in the future. Li Qingqi thought about it and felt that it made sense. Why would he want to make it into paper again? The people of the Tang dynasty did not care when the newspaper was published. As long as they could read it, it was valuable. He took a deep breath. Brother Yi, when you're serious, your moves are so complicated. No wonder you're willing to lose 4,200 coins a day. As the ship travels, people in various prefectures will buy it and advertise it in the future. Oh my God! How much do you want to earn from advertising? I don't expect to earn much by cooperating with His Majesty. I just want to support the system and do it for the Tang dynasty. Li Yi said in a high-sounding voice. Money was a new luxury for him. Only by promoting social development could he earn more life. Li Qingqi believed him again. Brother Yi was indeed doing it for the Tang dynasty. He himself was also living a good life. Li Qingqi finally reacted. Brother Yi's life is pretty good. Brother, do you know how to use a knife and fork? Li Yi's steak was done and could not be fried anymore. If he fried it again, it would become small and hard to chew. Who doesn't know how to use a knife and fork? But people don't use knives and forks when they don't eat whole roasted animals. Only uncivilized people use knives and forks. Li Chengqi smiled. How could he ask such a question? That's good. This is cut with a knife and fork. Li Yi agreed with his brother. Yes, only uncivilized people use knives and forks. In ancient China, people used knives and forks. Later on they evolved and used chopsticks. He took the knife and fork and put it on the table. Empress Wang and Li Chengqi skillfully cut the meat. They even knew that this kind of meat was not fully cooked and was hot inside. Empress Wang took a bite of the meat, chewed it and swallowed it with the soup. Uncle, you collected so many wormwood. Other than wormwood, what are the others used for? In Empress Wang's impression, wormwood was only useful. It could be boiled and washed. It could also be made into moxa sticks and used for acupuncture. It's used to make medicine. It's a very powerful medicine. I can't purify it too much, but it still has obvious effects. I originally planned to use this medicine to achieve my previous plan, but they rushed over to steal the technique. This medicine can still earn a lot of money from them in the future. Then, the people of the Tang dynasty can also solve a disease. Among so many wormwood, only one type of wormwood can be used. If I only collect wormwood and that type of wormwood, the people from the Fan Nation will guess it. Li Yi talked about his plan. He wanted all the wormwood, and the last 2 types of wormwood will be used as medicine. Are the other wormwood wasted? They are bought with money. Empress Wang was worried about the money again. It's made into mosquito-repellent incense. The people use wormwood to exchange for mosquito-repellent incense from Zhuangzi. Those who have money can buy it. It's not expensive. I'm going to find some people to make it. It's very simple. Crush it, turn it into mud, press it into shape and dry it. Li Yi knew that there were incense pans in the Tang dynasty, but they were all good spices. Moreover, they competed with each other in incense. No one thought of making wormwood into incense pans for the people to use in summer. The incense used by the rich could also drive away mosquitoes and flies, but the effect was not as good as wormwood. Wormwood belonged to the compositae family, and the perithrin was very effective against mosquitoes and flies. Even if the perithrin was not purified, it still existed in the smoke. This thing was very useful. It could not sleep well with mosquitoes around. He believed that as more drilling equipment was used, Li Yi's choice of location would come one after another. Not only could it produce brine, but it could also produce gas. At the same time, they received news yesterday that His Majesty had sent people to Lantian County to look for gold mines and found a place with golden sand. It was also Li Yi's location, but it was so accurate. There were salt wells and gold mines. You say that others are rich? Why aren't you all saying anything? Li Longji wanted to reprimand Tubo, but the ministers did not cooperate. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Whoever obtains Li Yi will obtain the world. Zhang Shua thought in his heart. In a moment of panic he blurted it out. Li Longji paused, thought about it and smiled. Daoji is right. He understood what he meant. After discovering the golden sand yesterday, the three prime ministers wanted to ask Li Yi if there were any other places. Not to mention gold mines, copper mines, silver mines or good iron mines, anything would do. He naturally wouldn't agree. What was there to ask? There were so many people in the Tang dynasty prospecting. Let them find it. I want to share the profits. Let me tell you, you have suddenly become the property of the left, no the right. How can you give Li Yi a share of the profits? Your Majesty, the people are waiting for the matter of the foreign countries. Can the imperial court help? Yao Chong mentioned the war between the Li family Zhuangzi and the foreign countries. Yes, it was a war. One wanted to cheat and the other wanted to fight back. The people of Chong and understood the cause and effect. They hoped that the Li family Zhuangzi could fight back. Li Longji smiled naturally. In a few days, the people will know that it's a foregone conclusion. Your Majesty, do you want to keep it a secret? Lu Huaishan swallowed the mutton with rice wine. It's like this. The night of the Dragon Boat Festival was a special night. The moon rose early, and before the people could see it clearly, it leaned to the west. Li Longji, who was in a good mood, told the officials a story. The four of them had to stop eating and sit there to listen patiently. They were very dissatisfied. In layman's terms, Your Majesty, you're too lousy. Are you trying to make up the number of words? As if he understood the officials' thoughts, Li Longji changed the topic. There were 6 thieves who used reeds to sneak under the bridge. After a while they went ashore, hid from the patrolling guards, went to the workshop, and climbed into the data room through the window. They left with the map. Yao Chong and the other 3. It was too boring to listen to. Was it over? What about the exciting process? What happened after that? The 4 of them asked tacitly. The map was fake. Li Yi made it in advance. In order to let them find the place accurately, he even set up signs and lanterns to point the way. When they took it, they could only make the balloons and hanging basket outside. They didn't have an alcohol burner, but they would buy alcohol. After Li Longji finished speaking, he focused on dealing with the meat and stopped talking. Looking at your expressions, I wanted to say it properly and add some modifiers, but you didn't want to. If I simplified it, you complained. Yao Chong and the other 3 understood. It turned out that they were earning back the money they lost by selling alcohol. They knew that hot air balloons consumed a lot of alcohol, and there was a big jar of alcohol in the hanging basket. Not to mention the fact that the foreigners didn't have an alcohol burner. Even if they did, how could they fight a war if they relied on alcohol? Your Majesty, in that case, Li Yi had already predicted this and was willing to sell the newspaper to them? Wei Zhigu frowned. He didn't say the other words in his heart. Li Longji waved his hand. No, Brother Yi had other plans. He didn't rely on guessing others' actions. He just had an extra method to prevent them from bumping into us. Good, it's good that he didn't rely on luck. Wei Zhigu was relieved. Zhang Shua and the other two also breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Li Yi would gamble. In their hearts, Li Yi was as steady as Mount Tai, and not someone who took risks. Yao Chong always wanted to find an opportunity to suppress Li Yi, but it didn't mean that he was willing to see the day when Li Yi was at his wit's end. His heart was conflicted. He wanted to weaken Li Yi's influence, but he also felt that Li Yi could solve all problems at the critical moment. Without a burden in his heart, everyone found that the roasted lamb tasted better than before. After lunch, Li Longji saw that he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he returned to Zhuangzi to see his son. When he saw the little boy was lying there and making a sound. Ugh, what's wrong? Li Longji was puzzled. Was he sick? Something was wrong. He was crying just now. Uncle came over and called out to him. After a while he stopped crying and learned. Now he can make 3 kinds of sounds. Ugh. Empress Wang whispered to Li Longji what happened and the result. Li Longji still didn't understand. Uncle said that as long as a child can cry, he can slowly adjust to make other sounds. Usually, the sounds that are close to crying are actually closed accents. When he grows up and is ready to learn to speak, the easiest thing to learn is to open accents. Empress Wang told Li Longji what she heard from Li Yi. Chapter 411. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. 3 coins for today's newspaper. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. On the morning of the 8th day of May, a large group of children appeared in Chang'an. They carried canvas bags and waved newspapers in their hands as they ran around the streets and alleys. They were children whose parents were not in good condition, or children who had lost their relatives in Grieffield Square. Li Yi had asked them to help sell newspapers, and now the time had come. One child sold 50 newspapers. With 400 children there were 21,000 copies of Chang, and every day no more than that. The other 300,000 copies were sent by the farmers to the entrance of Honglu Temple, waiting for the foreigners to buy them. They also handed 1,000 copies of newspapers to the people in the imperial city. The people of Chang and the people of the Tang dynasty saw a newspaper boy for the first time. They were more interested in the children selling newspapers than newspapers. I'll buy one. A manager of an inn stood at the door. He was curious when he saw a child run past, and then another one ran over. 3 coins. A girl of 7 or 8 years old, wearing a new dress, stood in front of the manager and handed him a newspaper. Let me have a look. If it's well written, I'll buy it. If it's not well written, I won't buy it, the manager joked. The little girl was stunned, and tears came out of her eyes. No, I have to tell Li family Zhuangzi. No, I'll buy it. Don't cry. I'm just joking. Don't tell anyone. The manager was about to cry. After saying that, the manager ran in and out as fast as he could. He took the little girl's hand and slapped 5 coins on it. Here, 5 coins. I'll give you the extra 2 coins. The manager tried to save himself. Thank you. The little girl wiped her tears and suddenly smiled. She put the 3 coins in the compartment of a bag, and put the other 2 separately. Turning around, she hopped around and yelled for the newspaper to find the next person who wanted to buy it. A little boy selling newspapers was stopped. How much do you get for selling a newspaper? The manager of the inn was curious. I get 15 coins for selling 50 newspapers and a lunch. The boy handed over the newspaper. The housekeeper gave the child 3 kaiwan tongbao and stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. Did the Li family Zhuangzi give you these clothes? Here, or else we won't have any clothes to wear. The boy smiled embarrassedly. All right, it's good to earn your own money, the shopkeeper said again, shaking his head as he went in. The people in Chang'an soon discovered that the Li family Zhuangzi was doing charity again. In their eyes, the children's labor was the Li family Zhuangzi helping the children. Look, it's written in the newspaper that the Li family Zhuangzi continues to purchase large quantities of wormwood. 5 caddies of wormwood can be exchanged for 1 set of incense for mosquitoes and flies. 1 set of tin. The people reading the newspaper saw the advertisement again. It was about the exchange of wormwood for mosquito-repellent incense. There's one more thing. Buy a large amount of elm skin at a high price. What's the use of elm skin? Another person opened his newspaper and found the advertisement. There was no newspaper at the side, so a man in his 40s who was waiting for someone to read it out said, "Elm bark powder is used to make incense. Otherwise we have to use honey, otherwise the incense won't take shape." If that's the case, ordinary people can also use incense. It's different from the incense used in temples and monasteries. There's nothing different. It's just that the price is different. 5 caddies of wormwood can be exchanged for 10 sets of incense. The people found something good again. It was the first time they heard about the mosquito-repellent incense, so they went to cut wormwood to try it out. Print out the instructions I wrote on how to use the mosquito-repellent incense. Put 1 in each set. Zhuangzi gave Li Yi a piece of paper when he went to the printing workshop. It was written on the paper that the mosquito-repellent incense should not be placed near the head. There was a baby at home. It was best to light the incense in the evening and close the doors and windows in the house. After half an hour, go in and open the doors and windows. You can put out the incense. Be careful not to put anything around the mosquito-repellent incense that could easily catch fire. These words could be printed on a small piece of paper. Li Yi was afraid that someone would get sick from the smoke. There were only wormwood and elm bark powder in the incense. It looked natural, but as long as it was burned, there would be smoke. If someone had a baby at home and got sick from the smoke, Li Yi felt that this. At noon, a merchant called Yang Xian came running over. He was a merchant who specialized in transporting elm bark powder to Chang and to sell. He was preparing to contact other incense-making shops and temples to negotiate a price. While he was waiting at the pier, he received a newspaper. He saw that the Li family Zhuangzi was buying at a high price. The main bridge was the Bashui pier, so he ran over to inquire. Songda did not go. He sent a small steward to the other side of the Bashui bridge to negotiate with the merchant. Both sides negotiated a price that was 5% lower than selling to temples and other places. It was cheap and not a high price at all. However, Yang Xian bought all the 10,000 caddies of elm bark powder at once. This way Yang Xian could save a lot of time. He could buy the goods at Chang and then ship them back. He could save time to ship more elm bark powder to sell. Elm bark powder was made from the bark of elm trees and was used as a binder. When collecting the materials, the branches of the elm trees were usually cut off. There were also small elm trees that were specially planted in the mountains. Peeling the bark of a big tree once would kill it. The elm bark on the branches was enough. If the bark was cut off this year, it would grow back the next year. The leaves and flowers of the elm trees could be eaten. It was called elm tree money. There were also rice and cakes made from elm tree money. The small steward and Yang Xian negotiated the price and quantity of the goods. Yang Xian made a new request. The small steward could not make the decision and ran back to ask Li Yi. Dongzhu said that the next time he comes over, he wants to bring other goods. He wants to leave a space in our newspaper. Help him tell him. The small steward reported the situation. Li Yi thought for a while. Tell him, but only in the newspaper of the capital. Every word is printed. The punctuation marks are not counted. The small steward turned and ran to tell Yang Xian. There were punctuation marks now, but some people did not write them. Everyone wrote them in a different way. The newspaper was printed horizontally, not vertically. At the same time, it was read from left to right. Li Yi followed his own habits and wrote from right to left. Unless he was left-handed, he had to use his other hand to hold up his sleeve. The people who read the newspaper easily adapted to it. It was amazing. At the same time, they could understand the punctuation marks. Commas and periods were now used by people. Quotation marks, dashes, book titles, exclamation marks, etc. When people saw it, they could understand it. The small steward told Yang Xian the price. Yang Xian did not say whether it was okay or not. He only said that he would take a look at it the next time he comes. Yang Xian had discovered the secret of the newspaper. The other businessmen were not stupid. They realized that this newspaper was very useful in promoting the news. At the very least, the entire capital would know about it. The small steward came back with a look of regret. He wanted to settle the matter. Dongzhu probably thinks the price is too high. It's okay. Wait for me to produce a set of color printing. The advertisements can be more conspicuous. We have to adjust the ink. Li Yi comforted the small steward. He had a way. The words on the newspaper were now black. If they wanted to print the words in color, one more color would mean one more page. One page was printed first. The space where the words in color were needed was left empty. The other page was specially filled with words in the empty space. The printed newspaper was brought over, the mold was aligned, and the page was printed again. Chapter 412. As soon as he thought of it, Li Yi went to the printing workshop and explained the principle. Dongzhu, what about the blank space? The person in charge of printing was thinking about the problem of the clasp. Add a font without any characters. Think more when you encounter problems. Li Yi felt that this person was stupid. After saying this, he laughed. The man scratched his head and said, I've printed so much in one day that I've become stupid. Now what about laying a piece of paper and printing it? Put a stack of paper on it and use rubber gloves to turn the paper. Print a piece and turn it away. Li Yi saw the printing method and found the problem. So he quickly thought of a way to increase the efficiency. He turned around and went out. The people in the workshop were thinking about it. As soon as he left the workshop area, Li Yi was slightly stunned. Old Man Mu was standing in front of him. Like the other old men on Zhuangzi, he was wearing new summer clothes. He was wearing a vest, trousers, slippers, a cattail leaf fan, and a sweat towel wrapped around his wrist. Uncle Mu, are you comfortable wearing this? Li Yi always felt that Old Man Mu was from a rich family and had to be presentable. Yes, it's comfortable. When I play chess with them, they wear it. If I don't wear it, it looks different. It's a pity that they're not good at Go. Li Dan waved the cattail leaf fan and explained why he changed his clothes. It was to fit in. Oh yes, they've never played Go before. Without money, it's hard to live. Li Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old Man Mu still expected everyone to play Go. How long would it take to play a game of Go? Would they stop farming? Would they stop weaving sacks? Even now, the old men and women were not idle all day. They could weave baskets and sacks. When they were tired, the old men would find someone to play Go with, and the old women would sit together to drink tea and chat. Yes, life is not easy, but there has to be a route. Li Dan wanted to change but couldn't. Start from eating and increase the yield per mu. Li Yi said simply, Can it be increased just because you say so? Li Dan was a little unhappy. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, the agricultural officials of the previous dynasties were very hard-working. They knew how to tell the people that the seeds of the same crop could not be planted for too many years and had to be replaced with seeds from other places. Then the agricultural officials would ask which part of the land had the highest yield, and if it was much higher than the land next to it, they would buy it all for seed. The yield of the fields was gradually increasing, but it was still not enough. In the end, when it came to Li Yi's mouth, all he said was to increase the production. Give me one more and I'll see. This involves a new technology, hybridization or grafting. Li Yi changed the way he put it. People nowadays knew how to graft, especially fruit trees. How do you graft wheat? Break the wheat stalks and replace them with rice stalks? Li Dan actually knew how to graft. Uncle Mu, don't be anxious. It's like this. Wheat and rice can have both male and female offspring. This way they can have offspring. If a man was missing, there was nothing the woman could do. At this time, he would look for a different type of rice or wheat. Put the pollen of the other type on the rice and wheat here, and the two types of pollen mix together. In the end, the child born may have the advantages of both sides, or it may have the disadvantages of both sides. Leave the seeds of the good ones, and when you plant them again, they may be good at drought resistance, or they may have high yields. Li Yi explained the hybridization technology easily, but let him do it. You can do that? Li Dan did not understand. Yes, when you look for them during the period when they bloom, observe. When you shake them, there is little or no pollen. At the same time, they look different from others. First, look at their appearance, then use a magnifying glass. I have a magnifying glass in Zhuangzi, and I wanted to discuss it with you. But I can't do it this year, I'm busy with the locust plague. Next year, I'll look for wheat and rice from all over the Tang dynasty. When you look for them, you have to understand their shortcomings and advantages, and then divide them into different areas. When they bloom, carefully look for plants with dead males, and then use other pollen to pollinate them. Li Yi told him his plan again, and then he realized that it was useless to tell this to an old man. Li Dan did not feel that he was useless, and he said excitedly, yes, let's look for them. If they don't have enough manpower, ask them to send more. Okay, Uncle Mu, it's hot, don't get excited. I know your family has land and I hope the yield is high. Li Yi was afraid that the old man would faint. Yes, my family has land, a lot of land. I want to plant it, I want to plant it. Li Dan kept nodding. This was the first time he heard of this method. It was too strange, but at the same time it made sense. Plant it. As long as you find it and succeed, it won't be a problem to double the yield in a few years. Li Yi thought of the hybrid seeds he planted with the help of fertilizers and pesticides, and felt that the yield in the Tang dynasty was indeed too low. Even if he did not use pesticides and fertilizers, the yield was 5 to 6 times better. Double? Li Dan wanted to smoke. Yes, in a few years the first generation has to be cultivated, and the fertilizers have to be kept up. Li Yi increased the difficulty. Don't smoke, I'll be busy again. Yes, I can't rush, I can wait, I want to live for many more years. Li Dan, who did not know that he was supposed to die next year in history, had to work hard to live. Although he was no longer the emperor, he was still the retired emperor. The people could say that the retired emperor and the emperor were blessed by heaven, and they had to find ways to benefit the people. If the grain doubled, they would fight Tubo, fight Tujue, whoever was not convinced they would fight. The first thing Li Dan thought of was war, and he could only fight with grain. The logistics would continue to send grain and fight every day until the other side had no food to eat. Yes, uncle, you're in good health, Li Yi said as he helped Li Dan to a shady place. When they reached the shady place, he glanced at Qing Song standing next to him. Qing Song immediately ran to get water, sour plum soup. Li Dan drank 2 mouthfuls and showed a carefree expression. It's delicious, good news. After Li Yi comforted Li Dan and went back to copy the book, Li Dan began to spread the news in Zhuangzi. After hearing it, the farmers did not care about the details at all. They only knew that Dongzhu said that the yield per mu could be doubled. Last year, the rice and wheat in Zhuangzi were much higher than that of other farmers. Was there any need to doubt Dongzhu's words? In the evening, Li Longji and Li Chengqi, who had just gotten off work, came over and heard about it. Brother Yi, quickly write it down and draw it, I'll write it up. Li Longji urged, as if he did not want Li Yi to eat. Third brother, don't worry. Let's drink. Today's dishes are good. There's braised pig trotters. Li Chengqi held a wine cup. Empress Wang did not look like a queen at all. She held a pig trotter with both hands and gnawed at it while nodding. I finished writing and drawing. Li Yi sighed. When he found that old man Mu was spreading the news everywhere, he knew that he had to write it down. Before dawn on the 9th day of May, Li Longji left in a hurry. He entered the city through the back gate, changed his clothes, and waited for the important courtiers to arrive for the meeting. Then he walked to his seat with light steps. He glanced around and smiled. The courtiers were speechless. Yao Chong and the others looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. What's wrong with His Majesty today? Did he pick up money? Who did he help Li Yi trick this time? What's the matter? Tell me about it. When you're done, I have a good news. Li Longji calmed down. Chapter 4:13. There weren't any major events today, so the topic revolved around the locust plague. The Ministry of Revenue said that there was no need to reduce the rent. There would be no problem there. Before winter, there would be a large number of chickens and ducks. Grain production was reduced, and meat and eggs could be eaten. If there was still a locust plague next year, the Ministry of Appointments would be in charge of any place that wasn't dealt with properly. The Minister of Works, Wei Jigu, mentioned that there were still too few well-digging teams. He requested that the Ministry of Works send people to find craftsmen to build the equipment first. The Craftsmen's Alliance sent people to direct the work in case the drought next year was too severe and affected the wheat production. The funds were naturally allocated to Li Longji's private savings. He had already agreed that he would pay for the well digging. Li Longji readily agreed. Give me the money. I have money. Spend it. If it's not enough, I'll audit how you spend it. After the officials finished talking, Li Longji hesitated for a moment and dismissed the court. He changed locations and looked for Yao Chong and the other three, as well as Qin Shuyi, a minister of the Xinong Temple. Qin Shuyi was previously the county magistrate of Wanyan County. Later, he became the junior magistrate of the capital government. This time, he was transferred to the Xinong Temple and was an upper third-rank official. The functions of the Tang dynasty officials overlapped too much. It felt like any department could handle a matter. The result was that if there were benefits, all the departments that could handle it would do it. If there were problems, these departments would shirk responsibility. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the warehouses, the Taichung Temple was in charge, and so was the Xinong Temple. Li Longji asked someone to serve tea. He placed his hand on the edge of the teacup and asked with a smile, "Do you know what the yield per mu of the Tang dynasty is?" Yao Chong closed his eyes. "Your Majesty, it's different from place to place. You didn't say what to plant." You're right. Seems like you know about agriculture. Since that's the case, I order you to double the yield per mu of wheat or rice in Chong, and within 5 years. Li Longji made things difficult for Yao Chong. You talk too much. Fine, you do it. Yao Chong took a deep breath and realized that he was wrong. He rolled his eyes and said, "I invite that place to be Ba Shuili family Zhuangzi." Puff. Clang. Zhang Shua, who had just picked up the teacup and was blowing on it, spurted out a mouthful of tea. He hurriedly put the teacup down. He. Lu Huaishan chuckled. Wei Zhigu looked over with disdain, his gaze sweeping over Yao Chong's face. Qin Shuyi. Ha! Li Longji laughed and said, "Good plan, Yao Qing. But you don't have to choose there." Last year, the Li family Zhuangzi's rice was 40% higher than the rice in other places in Chang'an, and the wheat was 30% higher. Your Majesty is right. Yao Chong brushed this matter aside. Last night I suddenly had an idea. If this year the Western Agriculture Temple does as planned and produces results, within 5 years, the yield of rice or wheat per mu will double. Li Longji stopped joking and took out a book. Gao Lishir took it and placed it in Yao Chong's hands. Yao Chong looked at the first page and knew that it was Li Yi's calligraphy and drawing. Li Yi's style was like this. Li Yi's drawing was a sketch with perspective and shadows. It was like drawing a box, with the edges gradually shrinking inwards, giving people a three-dimensional feeling. Yao Chong looked at it carefully, looking at the principles and steps of the hybridization. After he finished reading, he handed it to Zhang Shu. Yao Chong said, "Your Majesty, how many times do we have to try this? There's a lot of land and a lot of people. We can always test it out. Farming won't delay, we just have to look at the flowering period." Li Longji picked up the teacup. When he chatted with Li yesterday, Li Yi had said that this was a matter of luck. If you touched it, there was a chance of success. If you didn't, it would always be the same. Li Yi could take out a large number of magnifying glasses, and then it would depend on how much manpower there was to search. After Zhang Shua finished reading, he placed it in Lu Huaishan's hands. He said, "This subject requests that we find seeds from all over the country and have the entire capital government plant them. We have to send more than 10,000 people to search." Lu Huaishan looked at it and gave it to Wei Zhigu. Li Longji looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan said, "If wheat and rice are placed together and the wind blows, they can pollinate each other. It is possible that large grains of rice and wheat will appear. We can use a sieve to sift through, and then plant the last batch of large ones to see if they can grow. Li Yi can spend money to find people to shake briquettes, knead mud, pick tea leaves and cut wormwood. Your Majesty has so much money, it's time to benefit the people." Lu Huaishan thought of another seed that was affected by natural pollination. What if there was a good one? Using a sieve to sift through, the holes in the sieve gradually increased until only the large ones were left. As for whether the large ones were good, whether they could withstand drought, or whether they could repel insects, that was another matter altogether. It's like the imperial examinations, choosing the best from the worst. It's also like men and women with the same father but different mothers, the children will also be different. Wei Zhigu placed the book in front of Qin Shuyi. When Qin Shuyi heard the four people's words, he realized that he had to bear the final burden. Double in 5 years. What if he couldn't? He began to flip through the book and was immediately attracted by the ideas in it. They could even consider it like this? Who was so powerful? After he finished reading, he looked up. Your Majesty, this is, Li Yaochong said. No wonder. Qin Shuyi understood. How could he not know Li and Chong? Now, many people who were also called Li Yi had changed their names. Otherwise, the pressure would be too great. In all of Chong, and when Li Yi was mentioned, it referred to the Li family Zhuangzi Li Dongzhu by the Ba River. Now that he knew who it was, Qin Shuyi had a question. Why not try it in the Li family Zhuangzi? Lu Huaishan replied. The Li family Zhuangzi has too many secrets. They have too little land, so they raise crabs and toads. They also raised a lot of loaches this year. Although loaches can't be compared to eels, they are easy to raise. Ordinary people can raise them. Li Longji said something. When Li Yi cleaned up the river last year, they dug up loaches and raised them. Your Majesty, please orders Wazong to transfer enough money and grain. Qin Shuyi understood that he couldn't go to the Li family Zhuangzi, so he made a request. No need for Zwazong. I will give it to you. If there is high-yield grain, what's 1,000,000 taels of money? Li Longji waved his hand and said generously. 1,000,000 taels was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past, but now he directly said it. When Qin Shuyi heard this, he only thought that His Majesty was generous. Yao Chong said to him from the side, if His Majesty can really take out 1,000,000 taels, you don't need to spend much money. Just do your job well. Huh. Qin Shuyi's eyes widened as he looked at Li Longji in disbelief. Li Longji smiled reservedly. Money is just a worldly possession. You don't need to worry about it. Zhang Shua and the other three lowered their heads at the same time. They didn't want to say anything. His Majesty, you before meeting Li Yi, would you dare to say the same thing? Damn it, there are salt wells and gold mines. You've already started mining the gold mines. Heaven on earth doesn't count, the night market doesn't count, and the health fees are all for your private army. Don't talk about 1,000,000 taels, even if you shouted out 10,000,000 taels, you wouldn't be able to take it out. You can also ask Li Yi where there are gold, silver, and copper mines. Qin Shuyi not only didn't relax, but he also became more worried. His Majesty spent so much money, and it was even his own money, but he still couldn't find the dead male. Or maybe he found it, but the breeding wasn't done well, and the grain production didn't increase. His own head, look, someone came up with a solution. The person who came up with the solution was Li Yi, who brought out countless useful tools. With money, His Majesty was willing to spend 1,000,000 taels. In the end, the thing didn't come out. Whose fault was it? I will go arrange it now. Qin Shuyi bowed, picked up the book and ran off. He had to hurry. He had spent the whole last year preparing for the drought and the plague of locusts in the east of the Taihang Mountains. Under such circumstances, all kinds of good things could be taken out. Now that the plague of locusts was gone, his hands were free. Look, the hot air balloon is coming out, right? Give him a few years, no, a few months, and God knows what he could take out. Kill him, kill him. Under the sun, Wuxia was probably muddle-headed from the heat. His mouth kept muttering. At this time, the Turks were secretly contacting people from other tribes. One of them suspected that Tubo had the method of making hot air balloons. The other was that they were going to send their own people to see if they could sneak in. Fortunately, we stored a lot of ice last year. Otherwise, how could we afford to supply the farmers with ice? This winter, we have to expand the ice cellar. Li Yi drank the cold noodle soup with ice stubble, and sighed with emotion about the difficulties of summer. 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs were also eating cold noodles at the table next to them. The bowl of cold noodles was bigger than a bowl. There was spiced beef, a lot of shredded cucumber, a boiled egg, bamboo shoot slices, sesame, coriander, and chili sauce. Li Yi's lifespan was longer, so he exchanged some chili. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't eat chili for a long time. Empress Wang was eating the same thing. Li Yi assured her that it was fine. She could eat and there was no problem with breastfeeding. However, these were the staple food and stir-fried dishes. It was fine if others didn't want to eat, but Empress Wang had to eat. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, steamed eggplant with minced meat, fried eggs with scallions, and 4 happiness meatballs made with fish. Empress Wang didn't have to eat stewed chicken every meal like ordinary rich people, or pig knuckles without salt to help milk. She hadn't finished her confinement period yet. Ordinary people started to raise chickens when their daughters-in-law were pregnant. They would save eggs a month before the baby was born. Then they would eat during her confinement period. It would be best if she could eat more than 10 eggs a day and gain weight. If it was in the palace, Empress Wang would also drink chicken soup and add some herbs. It didn't have to be stewed chicken with ginseng. The doctors of the Shangshi Bureau weren't stupid. If they gave her ginseng every day, they would be punished. Empress Wang watched other people give birth in the palace. She envied them for eating so much every day, even if they felt like vomiting when they ate. What she envied was not the food, but the children. So what if they vomited? Only now did she realize that the food in the palace was a mess. Zhuangzi was still the best. She loved to eat every meal. Thinking about it, she laughed out loud. When Li Yi mentioned storing ice, he saw sister-in-law laughing. What did she mean? Sister-in-law, the cold noodles have to be chewed up. Noodles made with alkali are not easy to digest. This cold noodles don't have much nutrition other than being refreshing. Li Yi was afraid that when sister-in-law laughed, he would swallow it without chewing much. That's okay. Empress Wang quickly came back to her senses. At the Ba River Bridge outside, the people who rushed back at noon to exchange wormwood for a plate of incense were eating noodles with soy sauce. The paperboys who sold newspapers also ate together. After they sold the newspapers, they came back to give money and had a free lunch. This meal was noodles with a sauce made from eggs and duck eggs that wasn't very salty. The adults and children ate happily. As they ate, they talked about Li Dongzhu's benevolence. They were not fools. At a glance, they knew that there was not much sauce or salt in the sauce. The purpose was for everyone to eat like dishes. The noodles were also cold water. There was no limit. How much could the half-grown children and working adults eat in one meal? Of course, they felt that they ate a lot, but there were people who could eat even more. The winged knights added up to 1,500 people. Other than familiarizing themselves with the hot air balloon, they spent the rest of their time training. In the evening, the new 1,000 people had to learn how to read and write. They also had a political class on how to be loyal to His Majesty. Time flew by, and it was May 16th. Today was a joyous day. Empress Wang and Li Longji's son was 1 month old. He had successfully lived to be 1 month old. Many children in the Tang dynasty could not live to be 1 month old at this time. Then it was 1 year old. If he could still live to be 1 year old, the elders in the family would be relieved. Babies were the easiest to get sick. The doctors did not dare to use too much medicine. The child's digestive system could not stand it. Therefore, Li Yi asked the child to wear a ball if he wanted to go into the water. A child began to break through the gates of hell from the moment he was born. He broke through one gate after another and finally drowned. How big of a blow would it be to a family? The little guy still could not speak. He could only make sounds. When he heard others speak, he would be anxious and want to cry. The little guy only worked hard to learn when someone beside him kept talking. When a child speaks depends on 2 aspects. One is the degree of brain development, and the other is the degree of vocal cord development. There are 2 kinds of vocal cord development: passive and active. If the baby does not cry until his voice is damaged, then vocal cord development is active. If you want the baby to speak in advance, nutrition needs to follow. Usually, there must be someone to talk to the baby. It's best if it's simple words. The baby follows the sound and promotes vocal cord development. When the baby is tired, don't talk anymore. You should kiss and hug him. Li Yi continued to talk about the child's voice. Chapter 4:15. Li Longji and Empress Wang were listening attentively. In their knowledge, the earlier a child spoke, the smarter he would be. In fact, there was nothing wrong with that, but that little bit of foresight was useless. An 8-month-old child who could speak was different from a 2-year-old child's development in the future. At noon they celebrated in Zhuangzi. Noble consort Lu and Li Dan insisted on attending, saying that their old age could increase the child's fortune. Li Longji and Empress Wang readily agreed, and even let the two of them take turns to hold the child. Li Dan's tears came out when he held the child. He explained that when he saw the little guy, he remembered a lot of things. In fact, this was the legitimate son, the future crown prince. His abdication and Li Chengqi's abdication were in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could the empress have such a cute child? Who would dare to say that the throne was flawed? This was not a child but a banner of victory. Third brother, you also know that we are relatives of the imperial family. Now that we have a child, we have to put him in the register. When His Majesty heard about this, he insisted on having the people from the imperial court come over to take a look. It's all thanks to you that we are valued by His Majesty. In fact, I can take the child out, but once we leave Zhuangzi, I'm afraid something will happen to the child. Li Longji looked at his father holding the child and smiling, then turned to Li Yi and said, "Then let's go to Zhuangzi. When they are done, I'll check again." Li Yi followed. Come, it's summer. The place specially used to entertain people is full of flowers and green grass. I'll get someone to tell them to come over in the afternoon and have some fun at night. Brother Yi, you don't have to deal with them. Li Longji added. I really can't meet them. Otherwise, they will all think that I'm very familiar with them. If they ask me for anything in the future, I'll agree and they will continue to ask. If I don't agree, they will think that I'm not a good person and want to deal with me. As Li Yi spoke, he explained the matter of interpersonal relationships. Yes, we can't meet them. Those people are too greedy. Li Longji nodded twice. Then he went to make arrangements. Didn't the imperial clan temple want to see it? Get over here. Do you expect me to send my child to you? Dream on. What if you risk your lives and suddenly poison him? So far away. If I can't send him here in time, won't my son be gone? You have to be searched when you come here. No weapons are allowed. You can only watch from the baby carriage when you're watching. I'll stand guard. If any of you kick the baby carriage, the baby will be fine. You want to kick the child directly? Let's see if my reaction is fast enough. Li Longji had thought of everything. Everyone looked like bad guys to him. There was nothing he could do. Someone was already investing in his second son. Previously, he had invested in his first son. His first son's face was scratched by a monkey while he was hunting, and the investment was gone. The people who had invested a lot of effort and capital did not go up, and the losses were huge. They had to be on guard against such a situation. At around 3:30 p.m., a large group of people came over. Before they came, they were strictly instructed not to say anything they shouldn't say. They were not allowed to look for Li Yi and Zhuangzi's people. The winged knights were in charge of delivering things to them. Li Longji's reason was that he was afraid that someone inside would do something bad. At the same time, 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs came out to accompany Empress Wang. They were eating barbecue today. They didn't need to go back at night. Zhuangzi had an empty bungalow, so they could stay there. Yao Chong and a few others mixed in with the crowd. They also wanted to see the child. A child who was just 1 month old was involved in the stability of the harem and the actions of countless foreign officials. When the child sneezed, a group of people's hearts would twitch. The little guy had just woken up and was crying. They fed him milk, changed his diaper, and gave him some juice to drink. At this moment his face was calm. Everyone watched and didn't dare to make a sound. The winged knights were beside them. Who didn't understand the problem between the empress and the child? The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs stared at everyone, and their right hands were in their left sleeves. When everyone looked at the little guy felt people's shadows swaying around. He was probably happy. He made sounds from his mouth. Empress Wang stood beside him with a proud face. She couldn't wait to make a few sounds like an old hen that had just laid eggs. Look, this is my son. Is he good looking? He's not sick at all. How can he make sounds? Li Dan and noble consort Lu came together and watched. They didn't hide the fact that the two emperors appeared together in front of others. Li Longji was always very respectful to the two of them. It was not as natural as when there were no outsiders. One was his biological father, who had even given up his position. The other was his mother who raised him. Your Majesty, this child is good-looking, Yao Chong said beside Li Longji. He didn't want the child to be hurt. The Tang dynasty couldn't afford to suffer anymore. There were enemies outside. The people who came to watch didn't have any intention of making a move. If the investment failed, they could invest again. If they made a move and succeeded, it would have nothing to do with them. Their family would definitely die. If they failed, they would still die. Sanlang, does the child have a name? An elder of the Li family asked Li Longji. In the imperial court, they had to address him as Your Majesty. Today's situation was special, so they called him San Lang. I wanted to name him Li Yi, but Brother Yi didn't agree. Now he only has a nickname, San. Li Longji directly called Li Yi as Brother Yi, in front of a group of people. This showed that he was protecting him. If he avoided this, he would become an enemy. He should recognize what he should, no matter what they thought. Good Sanner is good. The elder didn't seem to hear anything else and directly expressed his opinion on the nickname. The others followed suit. Good. They knew who Brother Yi was. That young man was praised by the imperial astronomer. Words like Lu Xing comes out, main star shines, guard the imperial palace were all said. If the Lu Xing was not in the imperial palace, it was an ominous star. There must be a main star beside it to assist the main star. At this time, the Lu Xing was an auxiliary star. Thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with it. If His Majesty didn't come to be with Li Yi with Li Yi's talent, he could go somewhere else. Would the Tang dynasty be afraid of a hot air balloon? Lu Xing comes out from the east and guards the imperial palace. Wasn't Ba Shui just east of the imperial palace? That's right. The people of the imperial astronomer worked hard. It wasn't easy, but others believed it. When they compared the facts, it all matched. Li Yi came to Ba Shui and followed His Majesty. Was it a coincidence? Then he took all kinds of good things out and didn't ask for anything in return. This was because the Lu Xing was like this. San Lang, when will San return to the imperial palace? Another elder asked. I'm relieved to leave him with Brother Yi. When he grows older, Brother Yi can teach him all kinds of knowledge. Li Longji said, indicating that he couldn't change what he said. Not only did the others not frown, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Dan looked at them from the side and wanted to laugh. He knew what these people wanted to do. If the child didn't go back, there would naturally be no danger. Then they could invest boldly. Li Yi was a divine doctor. When the child was sick, he directly cured it. He could treat such a serious lung disease. When the intestine was full of death, he could still treat it. What a good young man. Yes, leave the baby on Zhuangzi. We won't have to worry in the future. Chapter 4:16. The child did not cry or make a fuss. He was not stupid. When the figure swayed, the child's eyes would move and he could make sounds. This meant that he was very healthy. With the godly doctor beside him, it was indeed different. When he was born, he was only 2.5 kilograms. Looking at his growth now, he was white and chubby in a month. Empress Wang bowed to everyone and personally pushed the child away. The two palace maids and two eunuchs did not move. They wanted to stay and listen to orders. If there was anything they needed, they could go get it. There was no need to call the landlord over. A team of Yulin flying cavalry accompanied Empress Wang to leave. Even now they were still worried. The winged knights did not stop until they left this place. There was no need for them. There were surveillance cameras. They knew where the surveillance cameras were and could see them. There was nothing they could do even if they saw them. There were no blind spots in the surveillance cameras. If they rushed over and blocked the camera, the surveillance cameras would not be able to see them. But why did the screen turn black? The people in Zhuangzi's surveillance room would not be lazy. Moreover, if there was a sudden change in the surveillance cameras, there would be an alarm. After Empress Wang left with the child, the others were completely relaxed. Only then did they look at the place. This place was built by Li Yi to imitate the gardens in Suzhou. There was a scenery with every step. At the same time, there was a place for people to stand. Under the trickling water, they could see the sand and stones below and the small fish. Good place. I should learn to build one at my place and then spend every day here to comprehend. Someone felt that this place was good. Li Longji did not want to bother. Was this place good? Course it was good. But his brother Yi did not come over at all. Brother Yi always went to the fields to grow mushrooms and fungus. He planted other plants in the greenhouses, workshops, classrooms, and kitchens. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, Brother Yi could design, but he would not linger. When everyone ate, they realized that the Li family Zhuangzi had so many types of seasonings. There were even more than heavenly earth. There was a sign in front of the seasonings with the name written on it. There was beef mince, mutton sauce, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, pepper oil, mustard, garlic juice, ginger juice, soy sauce, aged vinegar, onion oil, chives, fermented bean curd. Big rice water outsiders felt that Chong An's heavenly earth food was the best in the world. Chong An's heavenly earth was only part of the delicacies. Today he finally confirmed that there was no mistake. Do you need so much seasoning for a barbecue? Li Longji and Li Chengqi skillfully roasted meat and vegetables for Li Dan and noble consort Lu. Li Changyi, Li Longfan, Li Longya, and Li Sholi were beside him. The people from the fifth prince's residence were all present. The four of them were now helping to manage the Workers' Alliance and the E-Alliance. They really wanted to come over and eat with Li Yi in the cafeteria, but it was not allowed. They had never interacted with Li Yi before, so they didn't know what to say. What if they said something wrong? Uncle, quick, give me a lamb chop. Empress Wang pushed the child to Li Yi. Zhuangzi also had a barbecue tonight to celebrate Li Yi's third sister-in-law's baby's 1-month-old birthday. The barbecue was just a formality. It was not that Zhuangzi lacked meat to eat. The kids in Zhuangzi liked this kind of atmosphere. They didn't care about what they ate, they just liked it when there were more people around. Guozi was not far from Empress Wang before, so he came over now. He didn't bring a bow and arrows. He had never used a crossbow, even though his crossbow was very accurate and could be loaded quickly. However, compared to a bow, a crossbow's loading speed was much slower. He used a strong bow, and the range was not shorter than a normal crossbow. At this moment he had a row of small pockets around his waist. There were tassels on the outside of the pockets. Dongzhu, I'll eat with you, he said generously. Eat. Li didn't care. He picked up 2 skewers of cooked lamb and placed them on the barbecue. Eunuch Huangbai stepped on the fan, afraid that the smoke would suffocate the baby. Palace maid Bai He moved a chair to sit beside the baby carriage. She put her hand on the baby's head and shook it from time to time. Li Yi saw this and motioned for Guozi to help turn over the barbecue. He ran to the music courtyard and took the loudspeaker that could record music. He went to the piano and played a song in the high notes. Then he played a normal song and returned to the barbecue area with the loudspeaker. He turned on the switch, and the high notes came out like a music box, tinkling and clanging. If people at that time heard it, they would definitely sing along. I've never forgotten you in the sunset, stepping on the green grass, the sunset in my heart, always a little sad, you're not in my dreams. The little guy's eyes, which had been moving slowly with Bai's hand, stopped moving. His little mouth was slightly open as he listened quietly. When the song ended, it was followed by Li Yi's Bandri's Childhood. As soon as the song came out, the baby's mouth opened wider, and his tongue stuck out. The main melody of Bandri's Childhood was actually played by a string instrument. Li couldn't play the violin and the piano at the same time. He could only go directly to the piano and step on the delay, which was the right pedal. Hearing the sound and looking at the little guy's appearance, Empress Wang and Guozi were silent. Guozi gave Li Yi a thumbs up. He had heard the sound of the piano in Zhuangzi, that everyone from Nankou was learning and making a song at the same time. Li Yi must have used this loudspeaker to record the 2 songs he played when he went out just now. If it were any other scholar, they would definitely find someone to show off their talent in poetry and their ability to use musical instruments every day. When it came to Li Yi, he just used it and used it when he needed it. In daily life, he never fiddled with musical instruments, nor did he talk about poetry with others. When he was free, he would copy medical books or research something and send it to the workshop. If anyone was not feeling well, they could find Dongzhu to take a look and he would check. Guozi finally understood why the 3,000 winged knights were so obedient to Li Yi and felt at ease following Li Yi. The three of them ate quietly. The music played back and forth and the baby still liked it. Li Yi roasted a skewer and handed it to the palace maids and eunuchs next to him. No one was left out. He didn't do it deliberately, he was used to it. This way he wouldn't offend anyone and wouldn't attract jealousy. The reason why the Li family Zhuangzi was so warm was because of Li Yi's personality. He treated his own people casually, but to his enemies, haha. Everyone ate, and the music kept repeating. After a while, Bai He gestured that the baby was asleep. Li Yi went over to lower the volume of the loudspeaker, but he didn't stop. He motioned for Bai He to push the cart to the side. When the cart was 5 steps away, Li Yi spoke. Children are the most sensitive to sound. The human body is a generator and will resonate with other sounds. For example, if you listen to drums for a long time, your heart will beat in the same rhythm as the drums, so music can sometimes be a weapon. From the sound of the music to the lyrics of the music. If you play it well, you can achieve your goal on the battlefield. Li Yi explained the relationship between sound and the human body. Attack the heart and be surrounded by songs. Empress Wang said directly. She came from a family of generals. Guozi nodded in agreement. That's right. Songs and lyrics were indeed useful on the battlefield at certain times. So I have a song that might be useful when dealing with the Turkic steppe tribes. It will make them miss their hometown and break their fighting spirit. Li Yi continued. Chapter 417. The people from the Zongjing temple ate and drank to their heart's content. For them, the foundation of the Tang dynasty was set. They should let go of other investment areas. Li Longji's brothers did not drink much. They were afraid of problems. Now Li Longji's son was everyone's hope. There was no need to make a fuss anymore. There were also fewer people who came to hint at the crown prince and dethroning the empress. Li Dan did not control himself. He drank himself sip by sip. Noble consort Lu accompanied him. She was ready to bring her husband back to the courtyard when he drank too much. One child, just one child. Li Dan put down the wine cup and looked up at the sky. The moon in the sky was very round. It was the 16th moon. It was not yet midnight. It was still rising slowly in the east. The 15th moon was in the middle of the night. The 16th moon was a little later. The stars in the sky were very dark. The surrounding lanterns were warm. Li Dan's mood was like the gradually rising moon, bright and cold. Imperial concubine Dolu understood and said, "That's right. If we put that child on the scale, how long would the pole be? How heavy should the weight be? How is Wu Jieyu?" Li Dan's eyes narrowed. He did not look like he drank a lot. Li Yi is there. San Lang comes back every night. Recently he has only been there twice. Imperial concubine Dolu's infiltration of the harem is also very deep. Wu Zetian dethroned Wang Liwu and ruined the Li family's business. Yu Rong also did not have a child. Could Wu Jieyu be another Wu Zetian? Fortunately, she met Li Yi. Li Yi's medical knowledge is amazing. He gave her such a child. Otherwise, when Li Dan talked about Wu Zetian, he was not respectful at all. He saw that Li Ji, who was Tang Gaozong, had an empress with the surname Wang. She did not have a child. Then she was schemed against by Wu Zetian. She was dethroned and died. The current empress Wang Yurong also did not have a child. Then Wu Jieyu, a relative of Wu Zetian, tried to please her son Li Longji. Without an empress, it had always been a taboo. If things went wrong, Wu Jieyu might end up like Wu Zetian. That was close. Li, that child was too amazing. After taking the medicine, Yurong had a child and it was a boy. Li Dan sighed ruefully. She understood. What he did not know was that history was repeating itself. Wang Yurong Empress Wang was crippled. However, Wu Jieyu did not become the empress. She was only a concubine. At the same time, she was unlucky. Her child died early and she also died early. And her child was named Li Yi. Therefore, no matter what Li Yi said, he wouldn't let Li Longji name the child Li Yi. The story of the Black Tortoise Gate was repeating itself. The matter of Empress Wang being crippled and the martial arts being favored was repeating itself. It seemed that the Li royal family had entered a cycle of curses. Li Yi didn't know what happened afterwards. What she did know was that Li Yi helped Empress Wang with her riveting. Don't worry. Xiaoyi doesn't like Sanlang bringing other women over. Yurong has a child again. No matter how good that Wu person is at scheming, she can't possibly scheme against Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi isn't the kind of person who won't change hands after suffering a loss. As long as that Wu person dares to touch Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi will definitely launch a series of attacks. Noble consort Lu thought it through. Li Yi's counterattack was very sharp. She already knew about Li Yi's backup plan against the foreigners who wanted to trick Li Yi into buying a large number of newspapers. She felt that the most interesting thing was that Li Yi did not take out his true backup plan. The Tubo people ran into one first and were tricked. Then, his backup plan could be tricked again. It was the same for those who spread rumors in Lantian County. They had all been dug. In the end, Sanlang was too anxious and sent Yao Chong out. Those people hadn't really fallen into the trap yet. Haha. Li Dan laughed. He also felt that Li Yi was interesting. The main thing was that he had the ability to harm people. At the same time, Li Min's abilities were also one after another. Li Longji's brothers listened from the side and didn't make a sound. Their father was right, there was nothing wrong with it. Especially Li Longji. He felt helpless. He didn't do anything. Why was he being restricted? It seemed that Wu Jieyu should just be left there. No, he had to get someone to watch over her. She even said that she wanted to come and take a look. Absolutely not. If she secretly did something to make Brother Yi unhappy, what should he do? Li Longji thought about it and decided to give the Winged Knights an absolute order. Other than himself, Empress Wang, and Li Yi, no one else could dispatch them. Oh, Gao Li sure could, but he needed his own warrant. As for the Qianyo guards, they were unreliable. Li Longji was not so infatuated with Wu Jieyu. He knew that Wu Jieyu had many tricks up her sleeve and wanted to subdue her. Unfortunately, Empress Wang had never had a child. She was under too much pressure in all aspects. He made another son the crown prince. After that, he wanted to use Wu Jieyu's schemes to get rid of the others. Empress Wang was the first unlucky one. He didn't kill Empress Wang like Li Ji. Empress Wang was the one who suffered and died. From then on, he actually changed. He didn't think about Empress Wang. Otherwise, he should have given her an explanation. He didn't dare. Whenever he thought of Empress Wang, he was afraid. After that, Wu Jieyu became Wu Huifei. Indeed, she helped to get rid of many people. Unfortunately, she also died. The Empress was forced to death by himself, or rather by others. He took revenge for himself. He used Wu Huifei's methods to avenge Empress Wang. Wu Huifei was also dead. Then he could indulge. There was a beautiful woman surnamed Yang. Li Longji himself didn't know. If Li Yi didn't come over. His life began to walk down a path when Empress Wang was made the Empress Dowager and had no children. Even when he was in such a sorry state in his later years, he didn't dare to talk about Empress Wang. Fortunately, Li Longji wasn't like that now. He only liked Wu Jieyu. She was beautiful and sensible. She was just like that. She didn't have the heroic appearance of Empress Wang after she had a child. Li Longji found that Empress Wang was even more beautiful after she had a child. She was like a child, delicate and naive all day long. But he knew that in a situation, this delicate and naive woman could get on a horse and fight with a lance. Moreover, her bow and arrow were very accurate. If this girl practiced more, she might be able to compete with Guizi in horseback archery. Because when people in the harem kicked shuttlecock, they stood on the ground and kicked. She gave people the feeling that she was flying in the sky and kicking. Her posture was very relaxed. Li Longji smiled as he thought about it. Wild geese in the sky line up in pairs. The river is long, the autumn grass is yellow, the zither on the grassland is sad. While they were eating and plotting, a song sung by many men in low voices drifted over to them. Immediately after, The sound of a horse head zither sounded with a hint of desolation. The sky is vast, where do the geese go? In the heart is the hometown in the north. The low voice continued. Everyone stopped. As they listened, they felt a sense of sorrow. On the other side, the child had already fallen asleep. Even though many men were singing together, and there were many women accompanying them, the baby didn't wake up. This was because Li didn't have a high voice when he taught, nor did he show off his skills. The non-commissioned officer sang at 60 beats per minute. His voice was low. The tempo of this song was actually the same as that of a lullaby. It was 58 to 62 beats per minute. Children's hearts beat fast, but it didn't mean that they had to accept the same beat. When adults slept, their heartbeats were about 60 beats per minute. When children were in their mother's belly, they received this kind of heartbeat. When the low voice sounded, the baby, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, relaxed his expression. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.